George. She stopped by because she and Dolly have a new cookbook called Good Looking Cookin'. And I tried to verify a story about that song, Two Doors Down, and fried clams. Have you heard this, Rachel?
No, tell me.
Dolly was dieting, couldn't join them, but she heard the band chowing down on these fried clams and she started.
Rider Nation, it's game day. Time for Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders host the Ottawa Redblacks today at Mosaic Stadium. Kickoff goes just after 1 p.m. local time. Wes Cates will be along shortly. It's a special game day. We have a jam-packed show full of everything surrounding today's game. If you want the rundown real quick, you'll hear from Trevor Harris, Ryquell Armstead, Corey Mace, the man behind the Indigenous-themed logo that the Roughriders will be wearing today on the side of their helmets. There's lots of gear that you can get if you want to have that logo and represent it proudly from the Riders store today. And this game has even more massive playoff implications because of what happened last night at BC Place. The Hamilton Tiger Cats come back from a 16-0 halftime deficit to win on the road in overtime over the Lions, 32-29. So if the Riders win today, check out the standings live on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@sportscage.com. You can view us live and in color. If the Riders win today, Saskatchewan can leapfrog BC, get up into that second position, and be in the driver's seat for a potential home playoff game in the West Division semifinal. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers absolutely thumped the Edmonton Elks last night in Winnipeg at Princess Auto Stadium. It looks like they're going to be on their way to first place in the West Division. The Bombers have now won 7 in a row. But right here, right now, it's about the Saskatchewan Roughriders and what's trending. Brought to you by Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia. Proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, truly local. Let's hear from quarterback Trevor Harris, who talked about what the Riders need to do after getting a win last week in Calgary.
Going for 200 yards is an anomaly. It's like you throw for 500. It's like better throw for 500 next week. It doesn't happen all the time. It's not needed all the time. And to me, it's about what's needed for the win. And if we need to throw it 8 times, 80 times, as I said earlier this week, if we need to run it 5 times or 35 times, whatever the game flow dictates that we need, staying on the field, keeping our defense off the field when we can, sustaining drives, converting second downs. But I think really the mindset for us is foot on the accelerator early and, keep the pedal down.
That win in Calgary over the Stampeders was a critical one for the Riders to end that 7-game winless streak. And Ryquell Armstead had 25 carries for 207 yards in that game, a CFL record for a player in his debut with a new team. So Harris trying to figure out how the Ottawa Redblacks, Armstead's former team, is going to approach him here at Mosaic Stadium with kickoff just after 1 p.m. I asked Harris specifically why he felt Armstead was able to be so productive in his first game with the Riders.
Yeah, if you watch the film, offensive line's moving people. They're getting to the second level. And the receivers were incredible in the blocking game on the second level, being able to spring those 9-yard runs that turned into 25-yard runs. And not only that, there was a few times where Q was just, he made somebody miss, broke a tackle, and got to the next level himself and made it happen himself. And so it was just a mixture of those sorts of things. We were able to get good box counts. And, the fact that we had the run game going, we had a little momentum. Our guys had a little steam behind their engine, and they were able to kind of get moving and move his people.
Ryquell Armstead, the star of the week in Saskatchewan, and it just so happens that today he plays his former team, the Ottawa Redblacks. Armstead was released by Ottawa on September 3rd, picked up by the Riders, goes for 207 yards in his debut, and I got the chance to have a lengthy interview with Ryquell Armstead to talk about the path his football career has taken.
For me, my second year, worked hard, really hard. First year, I played behind Leonard Fournette, played all 17 games. And year two, I worked really hard in the offseason, came back in camp, in shape, competed with Leonard. And, I actually won the job. They ended up releasing him. And, 2 weeks before the season, I got COVID. And then from COVID, I ended up getting myocarditis, which is inflammation to your heart. So I was on hard pills, took 3 different pills, morning, lunch, and night. I had ulcers in my stomach that were bleeding, so I lost 30 pounds, so I was on stomach pills. I did that for 8-9 months.
For context, that was Armstead talking about what ended his NFL career, and that's what we call a tease in the business. You can catch the full-length Ryquell Armstead interview later in the show. We got all kinds of goods coming up for you, but next it's Saskatchewan Roughriders legend and Grey Cup champion Jeff Fairholm checking in on the state of the Riders going into this game against the Ottawa Redblacks. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Performance, quality, value. That's what you can expect from your friends at Karst Holdings in Assiniboia. They carry all the well-known tire brands in the industry for a great price. Goodyear, Titan, Michelin, see it. Don't let the name fool you. Karst Holdings in Assiniboia can handle your vehicle's mechanical needs, from automotive to heavy duty. They also have 3 service trucks. Take a drive and treat your vehicle to the best. Karst Holdings in Assiniboia, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 30 years. Truly local.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
You've heard of Flamin and what we do, but why work here? Here's Melissa, a member of our team for 7 years.
I love working at Flamin. It's just got a little bit of everything that I look for in a job. The people here are great. The employees, customers, suppliers. It's a great teamwork environment. It's just got a good work-life balance, good flexibility, which is important to me as well.
Our people are what make us great. You fit at Flamin. To learn more, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Whitewood-Moosomin area, call Richard and Patsy at R. Thompson Construction or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Employee pricing is back at Two-Way Service in Southie. The absolute best deals of the year with discounts of up to almost $14,000 plus 1.99% financing on selected units. And with every new vehicle purchased, you receive a trip for 2 to Las Vegas, F-150, Super Duty, and the awesome lineup of Ford SUVs like Explorer, Expedition, Escape, Bronco Sport, and Edge, and the full-size Bronco. Don't miss employee pricing at Two-Way Service in Southie. Just a 30-minute drive from Regina.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. Oh. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at two of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
It's game day, Rider Nation. Let's get after it. Riders, Redblacks, going down at Mosaic Stadium. Wes Cates joins me inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. Wes, this is a big game, man, because of what happened last night. Hamilton coming back and beating BC. Now the Riders control their destiny for hosting a home playoff game.
Yeah, and that's great. I think things are kind of working out for the Riders as far as the points go, but I think this is a great game just from the matchup standpoint. You got the running back that Ottawa thought was too much to handle coming back to play against his former team. You also have a couple of quarterbacks who have gotten sidelined by Saskatchewan Roughrider D linemen. So this might be a little chippy one. I'm saying, fellas, no, not too much extracurricular, but I want to see some back and forth. I'm expecting a little rough stuff, some guys playing with some intensity and trying to get a little get back. So I'm excited about this one.
Wes bringing it already, and we talked to Bob Dice about Ryquell Armstead and him watching Armstead rush for 207 yards last week. That's coming up later in the show. General Manager Sean Burke from the Ottawa Redblacks will join us live on set during the show in a little while. We'll ask him what went down with Ryquell Armstead, who seems to me to be a really well-spoken guy, and I would say self-aware, but something happened there for the Redblacks to release him and the Riders to pick him up. Right here, right now, let's go out on the phone line to bring in Jeff Fairholm. His segment brought to you by Zipperlock Building Company and Powerlift Doors. See them in Raymore or call 888-692-5515. Jeff, you were there, I believe, live at McMahon Stadium last week to witness that Rough Riders win. What stuck out most to you?
Well, the resilience of this team, which we've been talking about all year, and I think that their resiliency was shown after that 69-yard run by Stevens. They didn't panic. They just got back in their game and they stayed on track. And I think that they showed their resiliency. And their offense was fantastic. Obviously, Armstead had a great game. Obviously, the offensive line played terrific in opening those holes. But after the holes were open, boy, did he run hard. And the other thing from the game against Calgary was my thoughts were confirmed in that I think I only saw one-man coverage, and I may have been mistaken. So we're playing so much zone, which honestly has been worrying me the whole year. And I think that playing against those more sophisticated quarterbacks or experienced quarterbacks, I worry about our zone defense is going to hurt us.
Do you think there was any match coverage mixed in there, Jeff? Because that seems to be a theme throughout the CFL right now, and sometimes it's hard to discern.
You're absolutely right. I call match zone. I guess it is sort of a match. It is sort of a zone man type of thing. I was just treating that as zone because they're still dropping in, and but they're still, it's easy to mix up your coverage, your assignments, and match coverage too. So they played it well. They still, Calgary, probably the worst team in the league, scored a lot of points on us. So right now, that's the only thing I'm really worried about. But we're getting some people back on defense, so we should be able to get some pressure and close up some of those holes.
Hey, Jeff, how's it going today, man?
Great, Wes. How are you?
Not too bad. Yeah, so you're talking about the defense and playing a lot of zone. Masoli in relief has a couple 100 yards. How do you feel about him going up against a zone look, or do you think he'll be able to really attack that defense if they sit back in zone against a maybe a little still rusty Masoli?
Yeah, I think he's going to be a little rusty. I don't, he's got something to prove in Saskatchewan. I think that's being played up a little bit much, but I think he's going to try to play a little bit stronger. But I'm not too concerned about him. He is an experienced quarterback, but he hasn't had too many reps over the last several years. So I'm not too worried about it. I think that if we get pressure and some contain, because he's not running like he used to. So I think we need to contain well and get some pressure and make him uncomfortable in the pocket, which I think we can do.
Masoli making his first trip back to Saskatchewan since Week 5 in 2022, that infamous Garrett Marino hit that broke Jeremiah Masoli's leg. I talked to him about it one-on-one. That interview's coming up later in the show. He had a nasty infection, and he talked about the comeback trail. Then he comes back in Week 5 a year later, tears his Achilles in a non-contact injury, and earlier this season in Week 11 against Calgary, went 27-35 for 254 yards and a touchdown in an epic comeback win for the Redblacks. So I think Masoli still has some juice. But, Jeff, I want to get your take on the change that's happened in the receiving corps. Joe Ajo goes to the 6-game injured list. We're going to see Del Duncan Busby make his first career start. He had a good chunk of playing time last week in Calgary, made that long catch down the sideline for, I think it was 27 yards. What were your takeaways from seeing Duncan Busby in training camp, because I know you were up in Saskatoon, to when you saw him live in Calgary?
First of all, I love his number. That's the number one thing. He's number 18. So we got to love that. Right. Hopefully he doesn't break any of my records. But anyway, I think he's got some upside. He was drafted higher than Ajo. I think Ajo, based on his size and physicality, sort of got the nod. But I like the way he runs routes. I think he's more of your standard receiver. Trevor Harris is not afraid to go to him, which is good. And you're right. He hit Duncan Busby down the right sideline there on a nice long play against Calgary. He's still got a lot to learn. I mean, he's still a rookie, and he hasn't had the reps all year. So, he's still got a lot to learn, and he's going to make some mistakes, and they're going to have to be patient with him. But I think he's got a great upside. It's hard to say without all the reps and all of the different coverages that are coming into play now when you get into late in the season. But I think he's got a great upside. I'm really happy about it. And then all our other guys are here. Emil's had a good game. Johnson had a good game. Schaefer Baker, I think, is back to 100%. He took a big hit on that. I think it was a touchdown, actually. He took a big hit on the goal line. So yeah, I think our offense is doing well. The only thing that doesn't concern me but surprises me is that when you have a running back that rushes for over 200 yards, we actually made a change on the offensive line. So I was surprised to see that, not concerned, because Brammer is certainly a great guard. But, for Jones and everything that was going down that right side, he certainly opened up some holes. But if they think Brammer is better, then great. Looks like we're getting healthy at the right time.
Joe was on the 6-game injured list with a knee injury that happened early in that football game, and the Riders went out and signed Canadian receiver Colton Hunchak, who had been with the Calgary Stampeders. So that makes me think that this Joe injury can potentially be long-term. Jeff, I want to stick with the receivers for one more question, because I feel like Shawn Bane Jr. has been a little quiet, and I actually got this stat from Pro Football Focus, who track catchable passes and drops. They're really the only reliable outlet right now that is tracking drops. So Shawn Bane Jr. this year has had 55 catchable targets, but has 6 drops. That is the third most in the CFL this season. What would you like to see from Shawn Bane Jr. to get back to what we saw from him early in the season, especially in week 1 against Edmonton when he had 3 touchdowns, but even just to be more consistent as a playmaker?
He's got to. It's a confidence thing, and I don't know what he's like as a person, but I can tell you, if I dropped a pass in practice, my confidence would go way down, and I just had to fight back. I had to work harder. I had to catch as many balls as I could from the quarterbacks. I'd wear out their arms, and then I would go to the Doug's machine until I wore that thing out. I would just continue to catch balls, make it, do as many ball drills as I could. Hopefully, he's doing that. Because he's not only got to get his confidence back, but he's got to get Harris's confidence back in him. And that's going to start, I'd like to see the offense go to him a little bit early and try to get him going so that he can get that confidence. Now, it's a slippery slope, right? You can either get your confidence back or it can go the other way. And if he drops the first one that's thrown to him, well, he's just going to be a decoy for the rest of the game. So I'm hoping that he can turn it around because we're going to need him. He's got that ability, but it's got to be a confidence thing at this stage because he hasn't had that many drops, in the past.
Jeff, you're talking about our defense getting some pressure, everything like that. You got Anthony Lanier back. Micah Johnson's back in there. Roland Milligan's back in the secondary. Do you have a prediction for sacks and turnovers from this Rough Rider defense?
I don't know if I have a prediction, Wes, but I think that everything is trending back to where we were at the start of the season, where we really got on the plus side of turnovers. And with Milligan back and, fresh legs, we won the game without him, which is great. Now he's had a chance to have some rest, and he has a new baby, which is awesome, and he's got lots to play for. So,
yeah.
What's that?
Something to play for. I said, yeah, just what you said.
Yeah, he's just something to play for. And the first game with his, I don't know if it was a boy or a girl, but he's got something to play for now. He's got a family, and everyone's coming back. And it's not just getting Lanier and Johnson back and everything. Now we can rotate those guys and keep them fresh. Baldonado had an awesome game against Calgary, and we can just keep these guys fresh now. And it's just going to, I think we're getting back to where we were at the start of the year when we were getting lots of pressure on the quarterback, which in turn causes turnovers in the back end.
Roland Milligan Jr. had a little baby girl, Suni Rebecca. He was back home with his family and then came back. It's his 4th child, by the way, so he's been this before and growing that Milligan clan. Jeff, sticking with the defense, looking at that unit, DeMarcus Fields makes his first career CFL start at strong side linebacker. When you were a receiver, would you be licking your chops knowing that you had a guy making his first career start at that critical position?
I mean, strong side linebacker in my day never really covered the slot back too much. The halfbacks were doing that, and a will linebacker like a Dan Rasovich who had a lot of speed and could run with me, believe it or not. He's about the only one. But yeah, I mean, with a running back, he might get matched up against Fields a little bit. So I'd like to see Armstead. I'd like to see Fields, see what he's like in covering their running back. So, it's interesting to see. I mean, hopefully he knows how to tackle. I'm sure he does. He's a starter. So, but we need our linebackers, depending on what kind of formations we're going to get from Ottawa. But I think he's going to be okay. I mean, he's been around a bit. So, just starting doesn't mean anything. You just got to get the reps and feel good and plan.
Yeah, I'm more worried about him fitting into the run game. I think coverage, he'll be great. But who's your receiver, the standout receiver for this week, Jeff?
I think Schaefer Baker's he's just getting healthier and healthier, and I think he's due to really break out.
Jeff, we'll get you out on this. The Saskatchewan Roughriders beat the Ottawa Redblacks if
we don't, it's going to be about turnovers today. I mean, they're both, I think, very good teams right now, and I think Ottawa they're a little bit banged up. I think that if we win the turnover battle, we win the game.
Well said, man. Enjoy it, Jeff.
I look forward to it, guys. Hey, like you said, Wes, I'm so excited because, and like I said last week, forget backing into the playoffs. We win this game, we're in second place, and it's all roses from here, man.
There we go. Let's get it.
Thanks, Jeff. Coming up on the other side, the man behind the Rough Riders Indigenous-themed logo will tell us about all the details that went into it. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
October's turning out to be a busy month at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house. Our next sale is next week. Will be sale number 7 of the Wally Nelson Estate from Avonlea. We got collector tins. We got some really neat antique furniture. We got odd and unusual items. Also coming up, we got another sale that week. We're going to have collector's signs and other pieces like that. October 29th is going to be our next equipment sale, and it's going to feature a bunch of nice classic cars, wagons, horse-drawn equipment, and other things like that. 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
It's 3rd and short. Your team is on a roll. Remote in hand, chips and dip ready. Only thing left to do is flip the handle and get those feet up. High five to Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. They have an incredible selection of Lazy Boy recliners. Recliners built for comfort, built for relaxation, built for yelling at those blind refs. Make your next game day a Lazy Boy game day. Come down, sit down, kick back, and lay around with the best recliners in town. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
With fall on the way, your vehicle should have a fall inspection. Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections with certified mechanics on site. They handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And right now, quality Napa batteries are on sale. Always the best price. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Arcola Co-op has you ready for your deck renovations. Whether it be a new build or yearly maintenance, Arcola Co-op has you covered. Everything from decking boards, framing projects, hardware, cement pads, anything for your deck. Get ready for summer at home or at the cottage with a new or refreshed deck from Arcola Co-op. With delivery to Kenosee and White Bear. Open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Arcola Co-op on Highway 13 since 1916. Arcola Co-op Home Center. You're at home here.
Massey Ferguson GC 1723E and 1725M compact tractors are available at Nick's Service. These are the perfect tractors for your acreage, doing chores around the farm, or just plain old yard work. Ranging from 23 to 25 horsepower, these tractors can be outfitted with a rototiller, mid-mount mower, front-end loader, and more. With unbeatable power, smart fuel economy, and the ability to multitask almost any job, these compact tractors provide outstanding value for years to come. Learn more at nickservice.com or see the Massey Ferguson compact tractors at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Fort Capella area, call Calvin at 99 Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Back with you inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. And if you're with us live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, you can see the new, beautiful Rough Riders Indigenous themed logo. And we have the man behind it, Chris Chapak, who designed that logo. Actually, it was a pretty fast turnaround. We'll get to that in a minute. But, Chris, I'm curious because this is our segment that is Saskatchewan Community Focus, which is brought to you by Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, working towards quality of life for all older adults. Learn about home supports and SSM programs at skseniorsmechanism.ca. Where did you come from?
Yeah, I was born in Meadow Lake, and then from Meadow Lake I moved to a reserve called Red Pheasant Cree Nation. And I grew up there from age 3 all the way to 17, and the only reason why I moved was just to pursue a further education at the University of Saskatchewan. Living on a reservation was a huge blessing and a great opportunity to put me in peace with myself and help me grow as a person.
And what about you in getting the opportunity to mold that upbringing now with the logo that the Saskatchewan Roughriders are going to wear on their helmet today? How special was that for you?
Very special. And the design aspect of it was I really wanted to latch on to the land. Growing up on reserve, like to have your backyard be open fields, valleys, and forests and beautiful colors in the sky, I definitely took it for granted when I moved to the city. And I really wanted to pay homage to the land with this logo and really hit that home. So,
can you go over some of the details in the logo?
Yeah, for sure. With the details, I really didn't have much space. They wanted to keep the S and the shield there, so I really had to build around it. And with the design of the buffalo has been on the prairie land before even Canada was created. So I really wanted that to be the basis of really impacting our logo with the buffalo. And then on the other side, the treaty promise, like we're all treaty people. We all live this land, we all have to share this land, and we have to work together to keep it in pretty good shape. So with the sun shining and the grass growing and the river flowing, it's that promise that we need to work together to keep this land, our community, strong.
Chris Chapak with us live on 620 CKRM and also on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. If you tune in there, you can see this beautiful logo. We're fortunate to have one of the Rough Riders helmets up with us on stage as Chris goes through the detail of this logo. It looks stunning, man. It's honestly beautiful, and I think it's so cool that the Riders have taken this initiative and are going to actually wear it in a game. How quickly, though, was the turnaround for you, and did you feel a lot of pressure putting it together?
No, it was kind of like an audition. They reached out to me and they were kind of like, we have a few ideas of what we want, but let's just see what you can do with a blank canvas. And I took that challenge on. I kind of said to them, give me a day or two, and I just did some processing, thinking of what it would look like, and then just started designing it and sent them a sketch of just a black and white sketch. And within a day or two, they're like, we shared it with who we need to share with. We love it. Now start coloring it. So it was a quick turnaround, and it was within a week we had it all like shaking hands, like celebrating and getting pumped up to show it to people.
So when you got approached with the idea, were you excited? And were you a Rider fan before, growing up?
I've always been a part of of sports as best as I can. I try to dabble in everything. But as a teacher, once you start getting into teaching, it's kind of like you watch highlights. Like the sit down time of like processing games and checking out stats go away, and it's kind of just highlights. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like as a kid, I remember the 13th Man. Like I remember that, and like the whole living room quiet and turning the TV down and just sitting there reflecting.
Don't remind me.
Yeah.
I was on the field that day.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay, you're feeling way more pain than I am right now. But like, yeah, emotionally, I've been attached to it, and yeah, and just in terms of all of that, like sports is a big thing. So when I got this opportunity, I really wanted to make it special because like it covers the whole province, and I know Rider Nation is deep, so I definitely wanted to do us justice and make us stand out with all the designs.
Well, you did your thing, man. Your students, how do they feel about it? Have you talked to them much?
Yeah, I didn't show them at all, and I just I stayed doing my interviews in the evenings or first thing in the morning. I showed them yesterday, Friday morning, and it was dead quiet, and they're like, "Wait, is that you? Is that you in that photo? When did you do?" Hey, like they just got it. So I was like, "Hey guys, if you guys can check out TV tomorrow."
Yeah. So you're a superhero now. With
man. I hope so.
Chris, just so we can hear you better, can you put your mic a little tighter? But we want to make sure everybody out there can hear you live on 620 CKRM and our SportsCage YouTube channel as well. What was that process like for the logo becoming real? Understanding and getting the news that the Riders are going to use this, not just in marketing and everything else, but actually wear it on the field.
Yeah, I didn't see anything at all. I didn't see mock-ups. I didn't like the first mock-up I saw was when they showed the shirts and sweater going online, and I was like, wow. And then yesterday, coming in from Saskatoon, getting here, going into the locker room and seeing the helmets, seeing the sweaters, seeing the shirts, I saw the huge billboard cutout thing, and it looks so nice. Like I don't know if they enhanced the color of the greens or something, but man, it pops, and it is so bright, and you can see the dimension of the buffalo. It stands out from afar, up close. Like it turned out really good.
I bet you Jackie Hurlburt had something to do with that. She's ace on the marketing team for the Roughriders. Chris Chepak with us. Chepak, I should say. I'm trying to get that right. Live on 620 CKRM and inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. He was the one that designed the Roughriders' new Indigenous themed logo. The Roughriders will be wearing it on their helmet today. If you're on our YouTube stream, you can see it live in person. You know, what's it like for you to be here more tied to the team than just being a part of Rider Nation with the design of the logo?
Yeah, like when the week started, I kind of thought, come Wednesday, everyone was going to be like, cool, it's a logo. But throughout this week, Thursdays, Fridays, I'm getting such heartfelt messages from people in terms of how much it's just making them reflect about reconciliation and about just coming together, working together as a community. And so yeah, it's almost becoming like a wine, the longer the better, the more reflecting. And so it's been really nice, actually. And I'm usually not one to toot my horn, but I think Rider Nation is just really, really processing, and it's creating that healing of reconciliation.
Yeah.
How important is it to you, with your background of growing up on a reserve, that the Roughriders are understanding what truth and reconciliation means and celebrating and including the Indigenous people? Oh yeah,
I think the CFL as a whole, and every organization being able to have their own Indigenous logo, no bias, it's a beautiful logo, but everyone should take a look at all the CFL logos and really there's Emily, Danae, there's a lot of artists who are great storytellers, and I'm happy that I got to tell a Saskatchewan story as best as I could in my design. But yeah, I think to really reach out and see the art community of Indigenous artists, there's a lot of good storytelling out there, and I think it's a great community to be a part of.
So who's your favorite rider right now? Do you have, somebody that motivated you for this logo, a player?
I didn't even think of that until it went up, and everyone was like, "Oh, you drew Armstead?" I was like, "Yeah, the Buffalo." And I was like, "Yeah, I did. Yeah. They get it. Yeah."
That's fresh, man. If you drew Armstead,
yeah, right?
He just got here.
Yeah, that's what everyone was commenting. I was like, "You guys."
Yeah. So what's the 2-4?
Yeah, I came up with this idea. the riders were like, yeah, we got this merchandise swag bag for you. And I was like, can I add to that one thing? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, just like along with my storytelling ways, I would love to have the story of what this meant to me. So on the back, it says my art name, Unpack We Trust, and then 24 for the year, 2024. Okay. So this locks it in as that experience of me being here today and getting to design this as well.
That's so awesome, man. What a memory for you to have, and I'm sure everybody in Rider Nation is loving the logo, man. I think it's amazing. Is there anything else you want to make sure that you get in before we let you go?
You can keep the logo for the rest of the year.
Yeah. It might be lucky, and if it is, rock it to the end, till our last breath.
There we go.
Do you have a prediction for today?
W. Yeah.
Score?
Oh. Close.
Okay.
All right.
Riders in a close one.
There we go. I like it. Yeah.
Hey, Westfield's it, yeah.
Yeah.
That's Chris Chapak, the designer of the Rough Riders Indigenous themed logo that you can go and get and wear and represent from swag in the Rider store. You'll see the Saskatchewan Roughriders wearing it on the side of their helmet today, just like this helmet that we have live on our set inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. You can see it live in color on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. Coming up on the other side, one-on-one with Jeremiah Masoli as he makes his first trip back to Saskatchewan since that infamous Garrett Marino hit. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Farm equipment is a huge investment, and when it's time to sell, you deserve a high return on your investment. Hi, I'm Terry from Zipperlock Building Company. At Zipperlock, our buildings have a distinct steel arch design that protects your equipment from the sun, rain, snow, and wind. Protection from the elements means protecting your investment. In other words, a Zipperlock building saves you money. Zipperlock Building Company, built in hours to last a lifetime. See us in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515.
Flamin is all about our people, our staff, customers, community, because we know people are what make a difference. Here's Landon's story.
Hey everyone, my name is Landon Parrington. I'm a trailer sales representative out of Saskatoon. Been with Flamin for about 4.5 years now. The thing I love most about Flamin is the opportunity they provide. Started in the yard, worked up into sales. They give excellent room for growth. Amazing company to work for.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Fort Capella area, call Calvin at 99 Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glasser's TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Need new batteries around the house? Is your vehicle battery starting to struggle? Prairie Battery has options for your everyday battery needs. Whether it's alkaline or lithium batteries for around the house or a new starting battery for your car. They also have chargers and boosters to help keep you going. Prairie Battery has options to fit every budget, so when there's something you need, see Prairie Battery. 646 Henderson Drive in Regina, or call to find a community dealer near you.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Souris Valley Industries, your CPC QA certified manufacturer of bridge components and structural precast. They also manufacture CSA approved septic, holding, and cistern tanks, city manholes, concrete pipes, box culverts, barriers, and more. SVI is a family-owned and operated precast concrete manufacturing plant. They've supplied Saskatchewan with quality precast concrete products for over 40 years. Souris Valley Industries, your solid choice. 306-842-5854, sviprecast.com.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. I gotta tell you, when I first learned TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that pretty much sealed the deal right there. I'd rather sit on my deck than sand it, tell you what. But TimberTech composite decking material also comes with tons of pretty colors and features a sweet little hidden fastener system. When you need pretty and pretty easy to build with, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Justin Dunk with you live inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. Redblacks at the Saskatchewan Roughriders today in a critical battle with lots of playoff implications. Ottawa is starting quarterback Jeremiah Masoli under center because Drew Brown is out of this game with a lower body injury. For Masoli, it's his first time coming back to Saskatchewan since the 2022 season when he was hit by Garrett Marino and broke his leg. I got a chance to talk to Masoli about his rehab from that hit and also the Achilles injury that he sustained last year that put him out for the rest of that season after week 5. This guy has some unbelievable resolve to continue his football career. Ottawa Redblacks quarterback Jeremiah Masoli joins us, and your comeback story is unbelievable. You come back to the place in Saskatchewan where a big chunk of this started, the Garrett Marino hit. Can you take us through the rehab progression? Because you had some setbacks that I don't think a lot of people know about that you had to fight through.
Yeah, man, that's a long story. We're going to be here for a while. But no, yeah, I had a really bad fracture of my tibia plateau. Probably one of the worst grades you could get on there, just shattered, caved in on itself. And yeah, the surgery went great, but unfortunately, I had an infection, got a really bad staph infection, and spent a long time in the hospital because of it. But I had my support system there for me, the team, my family, and it was just getting me through it. But long story short, you fast forward to the Hamilton game the year after, and then and unfortunately, not too long into the game, I tear my Achilles, on a non-contact, just moving regularly. So. It was definitely a lot of struggle, for me mentally and physically, just not being able to do what I do, move around and do me. It was hard at first, but I did see the light at the end of the tunnel for sure. I was, thank God I was able to meet up and meet with another QB trainer and my actual trainer, Lauli Fonoti from Seattle. He actually, he should be taking full responsibility for me being healthy, because it's just a different style of training, different method of training, and it really allowed me to get back to me.
What was that different method of training?
It's kind of based on some of the Marinovich brothers system training, but it's really high pace, central nervous system based and cardio based versus, I play quarterback, so I don't necessarily have to lift a lot of weights and things like that. So just getting my athleticism back was really the focus.
I doubt that you ever thought this way, but at any point after the Garrett Marino hit, the Achilles, did you wonder if you would play football again?
I wasn't sure just because of how bad those injuries were. And I know rehabbing from my knee and trying to come back off of that, I probably pushed the envelope way too early than I should have, but that's the nature of it. That's the nature of the competitive side of me. And, it happened. So it was tough, but I kept the faith. Like I said, if it wasn't for a couple of these people that God brought into my life and, showed me a different way of doing things, a different way of looking at it and thinking about, the way I move and what I need to be healthy throughout the season, such a long season. I feel rejuvenated, revived, kind of, if you want to say that, through these new ways of training and then just, us winning, right? Us winning is a huge part of it. It's a big reason why I wanted to fight so hard to come back and work so hard this offseason was to be available for a team. I knew we brought in Drew, and I just wanted to be, the strongest backup for him and Dusty and Ty and make sure that our room was as strong as it could be going forward into this season.
It looked like after that big comeback that you were zoned in. I thought maybe we would see some emotion from you, but how did you take that in as a whole, coming back, getting that win?
I think I kind of was already prepared for it, meaning, you expect to win. And, the way that it unfolded, the way we had to fight back and battle against a good Calgary team that plays really well at home, the way we did it with, running the ball, passing the ball, it took everybody. It was a total team effort. And I loved it, man. That's why you fall in love with the game for moments like that. Didn't get too emotional, but I almost thought I was before the game a little bit. I was feeling it, but I was just super happy that we won.
You've been in this league a long time. You've seen players come and go, played against former teammates, and I say that to bring up Ryquell Armstead. He had 207 yards against Calgary, the team that you had to come back on. What was it like to watch that game, knowing that he had just been your teammate recently?
It was no surprise to me at all. Rock was with us for a reason. He was he was one of my favorite teammates on team. So it was no surprise to me at all that he had such a game. But he's on the other side, and right now we're trying to stop him. So I feel very confident in our defense, and like I said, our running back has done a great job this year as well, filling in.
For lending us the Plaza Club room there to shoot that one-on-one with Jeremiah Masoli. And that interview brought to you by Thoughts with JD, Redvers Agricultural Supply, your Kubota, versatile and Degelman dealer in Redvers. Visit redversag.ca. Wes, can you believe that Jeremiah Masoli's even playing football? We're talking about a broken leg, next year an Achilles. He's had knee injuries in the past, even before that, and here he is continuing his professional career.
Yeah, a couple of resilient QBs ready to match up in this one, go head-to-head. Masoli, actually, when he was healthy, I thought he had the chance to be really the best quarterback in the league. So the talent level is there. Obviously, the determination is there. Let's just see if his skills are still with him to the effect that it's going to take to give this Riders defense some trouble. But it's amazing to see him come back from all the injuries I've seen. I actually had a buddy when I played indoor football, a receiver, had a staph infection in his elbow and was so deathly ill that he went to the hospital that night. They said if he didn't come in that night, he might not have woke up the next day. So that's nothing to play with. You're coming back from that, regardless of the physical pain and therapy you got to go through to get back. Then to have the Achilles, it's kind of like it must not be meant to be. So for him to go through all that mentally and to get back to a place where he's playing good football right now is amazing. And it's going to be great to see these two quarterbacks go at it because they've had some tough couple of years last little while, but they're showing improve and they're ready to go. So these defenses are going to have their hands full. It's going to be an exciting matchup.
As a player, Wes, what's it like to come back to the scene of a major injury like that? Because for Jeremiah Masoli, this was an injury that some people felt like might end his career. He had a nasty staph infection that he had to battle through. I believe his leg was broken in multiple places as well. So when you recover from that and you come back to the scene of the crime, so to speak, what's that like mentally?
It's it might frustrate you a little bit. It definitely maybe give you a bit of hesitation. Obviously, you're going to think about that and the pain you went through, and maybe worried about, is my body going to hold up? Is it going to happen again? Especially when you have those non-contact injuries like that Achilles was. That was even Achilles. Even to me, I never had an Achilles injury, and like sometimes when my Achilles was a little tender, I'd be like, oh, you know what I mean? It just makes you think about how you're planting, how you're cutting, really escaping, and sometimes that'll keep you from just going out there and playing, and you're kind of moving a little gingerly or just with a little bit of hesitation, which isn't good. So hopefully guys can shake that off and go out there and put their best effort forward. But it is in the back of your mind when you have those type of injuries, and you're never the same after an injury like that. So it's something that's always in the back of your mind, but you just got to push it to the back and focus on the task at hand.
Let's see how he performs today. Coming up on the other side, we have the commissioner from the Northern Saskatchewan Football League, along with a couple of players from that league that are in the house today at Mosaic Stadium for the Redblacks, taking on the Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
TNT Gunworks in Regina, your trusted source in Saskatchewan for guns, ammunition, hunting supplies, plus an on-site gunsmith that can handle any issue that you have. Long-standing and knowledgeable staff that live and breathe hunting and the great outdoors. If you want the biggest selection of new and used rifles and shotguns with staff that know their stuff and at the best prices around, stop in at TNT Gunworks, just off Albert on 4th Avenue, North Regina.
October is turning out to be a busy month at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house. Our next sale is next week. Will be sale number 7 of the Wally Nelson Estate from Avonlea. We've got collector tins. We got some really neat antique furniture. We got odd and unusual items. Also coming up, we got another sale that week. We're going to have collector signs and other pieces like that. October 29th is going to be our next equipment sale, and it's going to feature a bunch of nice classic cars, wagons, horse-drawn equipment, and other things like that. 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Arcola Co-op has you ready for your deck renovations. Whether it be a new build or yearly maintenance, Arcola Co-op has you covered. Everything from decking boards, framing projects, hardware, cement pads, anything for your deck. Get ready for summer at home or at the cottage with a new or refreshed deck from Arcola Co-op. With delivery to Kenosee and White Bear. Open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Arcola Co-op on Highway 13 since 1916. Arcola Co-op Home Center. You're at home here.
You've heard of Flamin and what we do, but why work here? Here's Melissa, a member of our team for 7 years.
I love working at Flamin. It's just got a little bit of everything that I look for in a job. The people here are great, the employees, customers, suppliers. It's a great teamwork environment. It's just got a good work-life balance, good flexibility, which is important to me as well.
Our people are what make us great. You fit at Flamin. To learn more, visit flamin.com/careers.
It's third and short. Your team is on a roll. Remote in hand, chips and dip ready. Only thing left to do is flip the handle and get those feet up. High five to Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. They have an incredible selection of Lazy Boy recliners. Recliners built for comfort, built for relaxation, built for yelling at those blind refs. Make your next game day a Lazy Boy game day. Come down, sit down, kick back, and lay around with the best recliners in town. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Lounge. We got some special athletes on the stage with us for the Northern Saskatchewan Football League. This is the homegrown feature on Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. We also have the commissioner of the Northern Saskatchewan Football League, Ryan Karkachuk. We have Samson alongside of us, who's a running back, and we have Brian, who's a defensive back. First, fellas, I'm going to start with Samson, okay? Offensive guys, you got to be used to the spotlight. What team do you play for, and how was your last season or this season going?
I play for the Churchill Chargers of the Lounge, and this season's going pretty good. It's my rookie season, and I already got 2 touchdowns. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like the team.
Love it, man. And what about you, Brian?
Yeah, season's going really good right now. I'd say we're on pace for one of our best seasons in many years. Yeah, that's all I got to say.
Awesome, guys. Well, thanks for joining us. And Ryan, can you talk to us about the importance of the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation helping the Northern Saskatchewan Football League?
Absolutely. The foundation has been helping us now for probably over 7 years. They help us with our officials throughout the year. Every year we have a jamboree, usually at the start of the year. This year, because of the STF strikes, we had our jamboree now, and it's been absolutely fantastic. So that the riders come and do skill development with our athletes, and we do mentorship with our coaches. So it's just a fantastic partnership, and it's not just about the money that they help us with, but so much resources along with SAS Football. It's been a great partnership, and we can't thank the Saskatchewan Roughriders Foundation enough.
And I believe that the riders are involved in terms of interactions with players, too. Like, I've seen photos of players being at the stadium here at Mosaic, learning from current Rough Riders.
Absolutely. So going back even years ago, we had Willie Jefferson and Charleston Hughes come to L'Orange when we used to host it in the north. And then when we had it in PA last year, Moncrief was there with Lawler and other football players. And now this year, yesterday on the field, we had Kozak, the punter, Lothar, Shea Patterson, Corey Mace came in and dressed everybody at center field. So it was just a fantastic day. So, over all of the years, I probably can count 20 to 30 riders that we all met, got autographs from, and just lifelong mental health stories that they've shared with us. So last night, Picton he nailed it with the mental health on the stage at the hotel. So those are the types of things that have been so awesome, and the riders continue to deliver for us.
Brian, what was the favorite message that you heard from either the players or Coach Mace?
Well, a lot of it stay in school. You know, you're student athletes, and school is very, very important, and what school meant to them, and friendships and community. And that was the message. And, you know, we're competitors next week, but we're family this week. And all the Northern guys have come together and just had a fantastic time. But all their messages, whether it's school, football, mental health, has really stuck with our athletes, and I can't thank them enough.
Brian is the commissioner of the Northern Saskatchewan Football League. We have Samson, who plays running back for the Chargers, and my man over here, Brian, who plays defensive back for the team as well. Fellas, I'll start with you, the running back. What was it like to hear from some of the Riders and head coach Corey Mace?
It was pretty sick, actually, meeting them, and they're pretty cool guys. That's really all I got to say.
Does it make you want to continue your football career when you hear from those guys?
Yeah, for sure.
Why is that?
I don't know. They really raised my motivation for the sport here. They seem pretty cool. And, like, yesterday they were talking about, like, mental health and all that. Yeah, I just liked it all.
Why did you decide to start playing football? Because you said earlier this is your rookie year.
I decided playing because I like the discipline in the sport and all the hurdles you have to do and stuff. It's pretty fun.
And what about your teammate there? What did you like hearing most from the current riders and coaches?
When they were talking to us last night, I found it really inspiring, really. It just gave me, like what he said, gave me a lot of motivation because it makes me want to work harder because one day I possibly want to be up here as well. So
love to hear it, man. When did you start playing? I
played in the 2021 season. That's when I started playing football.
And have you always been a defensive back?
My grade 10 year.
Grade 10 year?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite current Rough Rider?
It's kind of hard, I must say.
Hard to pick one?
Yeah.
Samson, what about you?
Aju.
Oh, right away.
Yeah.
He knows it. Why is that?
He's just a really chill guy. He was pretty funny at the stage last night.
He was.
Yeah, he's got a lot of energy, man.
Yeah.
What did he do last night? Was he dancing?
You know what? He mentioned yesterday that one of the questions was, if you weren't a football player, what else would you have done? And he named off, I'd be a dancer, I'd be a DJ, I'd be an actor, I'd be a truck driver. But his messages, his energy yesterday, you know, it was awesome. All the guys were good. Awachi was fantastic. But Aju brought it yesterday.
Joe's the man. Too bad he's hurt right now, but hopefully he gets back healthy quickly for the Riders. Samson, is this your first Riders game ever?
Yeah, first professional game ever. First time in Regina, too.
What's it like for you to come to the game and be in Regina?
Oh, it's really sick. The stadium's super huge. Like, I get scared seeing these big things. Like, I feel like they're going to follow me or something. But
I know you're good. I can assure you it won't fall down. Brian, what about you? Is this your first Rider game?
This will be my third, actually.
Third?
Yeah,
okay. So you can show him where to go and what to do.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I got you, bro.
Yeah.
What was your first Rider game that you came to?
My grade 9 year at the other jamboree.
Yep.
Oh, do you remember who they played?
The Elks, I'm pretty sure.
They always win?
The Elks.
Yes, and we won.
Yeah, we
Okay,
did.
so are you 2-0 so far in the Rider games you've come to?
Yes.
You're allowed
Yes.
to stay. Spread that good luck to him.
Yes.
Brian, what's your record in games that you've come to?
You know what? I don't know because I'm from a small town in southern Saskatchewan before I moved north, and I was a season ticket holder back at Taylor Field. And I went through the dark days of the 80s, not 89, but so I can't tell you my record, but I definitely hope I bring the passion and we get a win today here against Ottawa. We need it.
Samson, I'm curious how you decided to get involved with the Northern Saskatchewan Football League, where you're from, where you grew up, and then ultimately playing football.
I'm from La Ronge. I was just born here and just was in La Ronge my whole life. And some of my older buddies were in football, and I just thought it was really sick seeing them there. So I decided I wanted to show up and really love the sport here.
Love to hear it. Brian, what about you? Where are you from, and how did you get started in football?
Oh, yeah, same as him, from La Ronge. One day in grade 8, heard announcements, and it was for spring camp, and decided to go to it, and I never looked back ever since.
Awesome, man. Ryan, what is it like for some of the kids to be able to be involved in football and develop some of the life skills that can benefit them down the road?
Well, 100%. There's not a lot of sports in the north. Football has really, really grown. So it's something that you can start. We started the flag and junior, so we're getting younger, which is great. And then grade 9, 10, 11, 12, you got basically 4 years to play football. And, it brings the community together. It's a chance to, you have your friends, you build camaraderie, you go through the ups and downs of life. You develop hard work, discipline, accountability, all the things that you need to, succeed in life, I believe. And we've been successful in this league, and we can't thank enough the people that brought us here, and the First Nations University yesterday. I want to get a plug for them. They brought it yesterday for us at the Smudge Walk, so that was fantastic. And so everybody, all our players sees all these people that work so hard to volunteer and coach and bring us here and inspires our players. So hopefully our grade 12 student here helps out when he moves on or goes on to play extra football. So that's kind of the idea, but there's so many life lessons. So I could be here all day, but those are some of them.
Love to hear it, man. I'm curious what you guys think of the Indigenous themed logo that the Rough Riders have designed and are going to wear on their helmets today. I'll start with you, Brian.
Oh, I actually really like it. I seen it last night on the Instagram, and I really like the design. Whoever did it did an amazing job on it.
That would be Chris Chupak, who we just actually had on the show, and you can go back on our podcast or on the YouTube feed and check that interview out. Samson, what do you think of it?
It's pretty much exactly as Brian. I just feel that way too. It's really amazing, and it looks pretty cool. I like it.
Can you believe that the Riders are going to actually wear it on their helmets in a game?
Yeah, it's really sick. I couldn't really believe it, but yeah, I like it.
Ryan, how do you feel about it?
It's fantastic. I saw the helmet yesterday, and it resembles so many symbols of Northern culture even for us. So it brings back us to a lot of their players' traditions. So, it's fantastic. And I know they're wearing orange in pregame for the warm-ups. Mm-hmm. So this is going to be a real fantastic day for the province.
Ryan, is there anything else you want to touch on before we let you guys go?
I can't thank, the Saskatchewan Roughriders Foundation enough. I work with Marnie. She's top-notch. And Cindy Fuchs. And the First Nations University yesterday, that whole event was fantastic. And then I want to do a shout-out to the 9 coaches that, they spend so much time to get all these athletes here. And I think that's why our Northern League is so strong, is because of the dedication and the volunteer of our coaches year in and year out. So I just want to thank everyone that has made this possible.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Ryan, you're super well-spoken. I can understand why you're the commissioner of the league. Enjoy the game, and I hope your undefeated record at these games continues.
I got you.
Right?
I got you.
I love it, man. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll check in with Rough Rider great and Grey Cup champion Glenn Suter. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glassers TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Meet your new favorite shade of green. At Nick's Service, we offer the Fendt 500 Vario Series tractor that's tailor-made for your farm. Get better stability, ease of use, and comfort with one tractor. Whether you're feeding, tilling, baling, or hauling, this series is built for your farm. Experience up to 163 horsepower with this multi-purpose tractor. Visit Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nicksservice.com to get a quote on the Fendt 500 Vario Series.
For the ultimate in ease during the busy spraying season, your friends at Spray Test Controls have the solution. Comatra Blue LED lights are easily mounted on the wing booms, close to the pivot, shining out to the end of the boom. The bright blue LED lights illuminate the nozzle pattern, and they only draw 1.5 amps each, so you can connect them to the light circuit or use a separate power supply. Learn more about Comatra Blue LED lights. See spraytest.com or call 1-855-859-1200.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
It's third and short. Your team is on a roll. Remote in hand, chips and dip ready. Only thing left to do is flip the handle and get those feet up. High five to Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. They have an incredible selection of Lazy Boy recliners. Recliners built for comfort, built for relaxation, built for yelling at those blind refs. Make your next game day a Lazy Boy game day. Come down, sit down, kick back, and lay around with the best recliners in town. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Employee pricing is back at Two-Way Service in Southie. The absolute best deals of the year with discounts of up to almost $14,000 plus 1.99% financing on selected units. And with every new vehicle purchased, you receive a trip for two to Las Vegas, F-150, Super Duty, and the awesome lineup of Ford SUVs like Explorer, Expedition, Escape, Bronco Sport, and Edge, and the full-size Bronco. Don't miss employee pricing at Two-Way Service in Southie. Just a 30-minute drive from Regina.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Radville-Weyburn area, call Darren and Claude at South Sask Builders. Or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Justin Dunk, Wes Cates alongside inside Harvard Studio, 620 Lounge. The Ottawa Redblacks take on the Saskatchewan Roughriders today, and if you didn't stay up late to watch it, the Hamilton Tiger Cats came back late, down 16-0 at halftime to beat the BC Lions in overtime. So that means if the Riders win today, they jump into second place in the West Division. Big-time football game ahead. And whenever we're talking about the Saskatchewan Roughriders, we like to get Glenn Suter's input. His segment brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows. If you look at this game overall, it really means that the Riders, Wes, control their destiny. How do they need to be approaching it?
I mean, that's all you ask for, right, is a chance to, if you go out there and get wins, you're going to be where you need to be. And I think they needed to approach it with a sense of urgency, almost like a losing you're out sort of situation, because you don't want to be sitting there hoping that some team loses or somebody finds a way to tie or whatever the case may be for you to get your chance to go play for a cup. So right now, BC's done or not done what they needed to do to stay where they're at. So take advantage of this opportunity. You got a home game. You got your fans behind you. You're in your house. You're comfortable. So to go out and get this win is not a tall ask. Like, let's just go do what we're supposed to do, protect the football, like communicate, not make mistakes on the back end, up front, whatever the case may be, and let's just go play a solid game, and we will get this win, especially with Rider Nation behind us.
Let's see what Glenn Suter thinks. He was in BC calling that game at BC Place. We're just waiting to get Suter on the line here, and we'll check in with him in just a minute. But when you look at this game overall, the most intriguing storyline for me is Ryquell Armstead. Coming into this game off a 207-yard game. He's had multiple 200-yard games during his time at Temple University. He even said in high school he had a 300-plus yard game with 5 touchdowns. That sounds like Wes Cates numbers to me.
Yeah, that's light work, man. Actually, I had 200 yards and 4 touchdowns in one half in high school. My coach wouldn't give me the ball in the second half because we were beating up on the team. In college, my last game I had 315, and I want to say 3 or 4 whatever. Anyway, light work. No, but what Q did or Rock or whatever you want to call him is handled his business in his first game with the Riders. Excited about the way he came out there. You know, it might have been a little bit of fresh legs. He said he was on the couch for a couple weeks, but the way he was pity-patting, moving them feet around, and he definitely was feeling good, right? So let's see what another week of work does, and if he can come out with that same energy. He's got a lot to play for going against a team that thought he was expendable. So let's see if he has a little more juice with that factor playing. So I'm excited for him. I'm excited and to get this O-line. I always like to see O-lines be able to fire off and attack the defensive line. And with this run-heavy approach that the Riders showed last week, let's see more of that. And I think the Riders can try to get a 2-score win. Let's go, boys. What are we trying to do here? Like convincing somebody. Let's go. Get a big win.
I'm with you, Wes. And if you're listening to us live on 620 CKRM, that's great. But if you want to see us live and in color and check out some of Ryquell Armstead's highlights, go to youtube.com/@sportscage.com. You can see some of those highlights from last week. Ryquell Armstead, 25 carries for 207 yards, sets a CFL record for a player in his debut game with a team. And let's set the record straight, Wes, because I had to ask Ryquell, do you like the nickname Rock? And he politely said no. There's multiple reasons for that. Okay. So he wants to be known as Ryquell. That's it. That's all. Part of it is because he has a son, Ryquell Jr. Okay. So he wants that name to become known to set him up for his future. I just want to check real quick here. Do we have Glenn Suter on the line, guys? All right, we'll have him in about 5 minutes here. So, Wes, when we get Glenn on the line here, I first want to ask him, and I do believe we actually have him. Glenn, what were your takeaways from the Riders' win in Calgary last week?
Well, first of all, the run game and the balance there. And I apologize for getting on late here, guys, because you know, this is the logistics of travel and the logistics of getting to every one of these games. This was a Matty Dunnigan game, and he got caught up with the hurricane down in Florida and connections in Chicago and things like that. So in the last second, I was called, can you get to the airport for a 6 a.m. to get you to Regina to do the game after the Lions game last night? So I am walking through the Regina airport right now.
You're a team player, Glenn.
We're getting close to kickoff. So anyway, I'm usually at the park by now. So this is a bit of a quick turnaround. But guys, you know, like the Calgary game was a couple things for me. One was great running game, great balance in the offense and the play calling. And, of course, when your run is that successful, you can stick with it. But, you know, Rock Armstead and his performance outstanding. And then just when they did go to play action and started throwing it, I mean, the thing that jumped off the page for me was Trevor Harris and how accurate he is in those seams and in those bender routes over the middle. So, you know, when and I mentioned it during the week, that when you combine the balance of that with, you know, you have the balance of a run game and then an accurate passer from the pocket like Trevor is, you know, you can put up almost 500 yards in that offense. And you put up 500 yards in that offense, you should be winning games.
You're right, Glenn. And how about this unfolding live in real time? Glenn getting to the stadium, being called off the bench. This is unbelievable, man. That's what you live for on live radio and live on your YouTube channel. You can see the highlights of the game last week. But this game, Glenn, is even more critical, you could argue now, after the Lions lost in overtime last night to the Tiger Cats. The Rough Riders controlled their fate for a home playoff game. How much does that ratchet up the intensity in this one for Saskatchewan? And do you think the players are talking about the ramifications of that loss by BC last night in the locker room?
Well, yeah, I mean, and it's the standings are still tight enough that a lot can still happen with the last few games of the season, even beyond this weekend. But yeah, this is a team that has been struggling in the Lions. This is a team that was off to such a great start to begin the season, and now with the return of Nathan Rourke, and we've been saying all year long that very good starting quarterbacks and veterans, some guys a little younger like Nathan, it's not been their fault that they haven't found the wins, just like Bo Levi Mitchell early in the season for Hamilton. But, they just kept with it. Now Bo and Hamilton has turned the corner. Every team has gone through a losing streak. So it's been one of those years, and the Lions have to figure out a way to finish games and get it done. What did you guys think? I mean, the pass interference call that was overturned in overtime, if people didn't see it, O'Leary Orange went up over Ronald Kent. There was no flag on the field. There's a new mandate in the CFL. And again, I'm not cheering for one side or the other here, but the new mandate in the CFL is that the command center wants to be way less intrusive in games, wants to stay out of it unless they see absolute evidence that a glaring mistake had been made. There was no call on the field, and they overturned it. And that put the ball on the 1 yard line in overtime, and Hamilton wins that way. I don't know. They may still have won in the second overtime, but I just didn't think that was enough to overturn that call. I don't know what you guys thought.
I mean, that's their mandate, I guess, Glenn. And if the command center felt like it was clear and obvious, I just hope they're sticking to that mandate, because there have been some questionable calls made from the command center. I'm kind of with you if we're talking about yet another game-deciding call, essentially, from the command center. But if they feel like they're sticking to their new or renewed mandate, maybe I should call it, then I'm somewhat okay with it.
Well, here's what happened too, Justin. I mean, the DB has his hand on the chest of the receiver. Now, the command center felt like he was holding him from jumping, but O'Leary Orange was, a good 2 feet higher than Kent. So there was, if he held him for jumping, I'm not sure how high O'Leary Orange could jump, but I mean, he was already up there pretty good. And putting your hand on a receiver is not enough to overturn a play. Again, in order for them to even consider that play, they had to have slowed it down and almost freeze-framed it to see where the hand was. And at the same time, what wasn't noticed, and I saw in a still picture from an angry Hamilton fan that thought I was cheering for the Lions when I explained the deal, a still picture on Twitter showed that the receiver was actually holding the DB with his left hand and holding him from jumping. So, again, if there's no call on the field, or if there is a call on the field, I think a glaring mistake would be one that there is no debate, that we all look at it and go, oh, yeah, there is no question that was pass interference, or there's no question that was a late hit on the quarterback, whatever it may be. But unless, 99% of the people that see it in replay think it was a mistake on the field, then they need to leave it alone. So to get back to the original point, I think the command center just kind of doubled back on the old way, and they're not doing what they said they were going to do about 2 weeks ago.
That's what I'm talking about. I just hope they stick to what they said they're going to do. And there's been multiple instances, and look no further than the game earlier in the season in Ottawa, Redblacks and Riders, what went down with the command center there, and obviously all the stuff on the sidelines as well. Glenn, we thank you for checking in real quick. We'll let you focus on getting to the stadium for the game. And, man, you're a great teammate to get on that early flight to pinch hit for Matt Dunnigan, who was supposed to be doing color for this game, but we appreciate you doing this and making the time to come on the pregame show.
Thanks, guys. It's the quickest turnaround, I think, in my whole time in television, but we'll get her done. I love it.
We love it, man. Good luck, Len. Coming up on Countdown to Kickoff, Ottawa Redblacks General Manager Shawn Burke joins us live on set inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmney, your Member of Parliament from Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, fighting to axe the carbon tax, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
At Flamin, you have room to grow and take space, just like Jerry, who's thriving in a new role.
My name is Jerry Valkamp. I was originally hired on as a parts and rentals associate, and I'm currently a part of the aftermarket support team here at Flamin. One thing I really like about this company is that there's always a wealth of opportunities to grow. There's always opportunity to move around once you're within the business, too.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and our current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
October's turning out to be a busy month at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house. Our next sale is next week. Will be sale number 7 of the Wally Nelson Estate from Avonlea. We got collector tins. We got some really neat antique furniture. We got odd and unusual items. Also coming up, we got another sale that week. We're going to have collector signs and other pieces like that. October 29th is going to be our next equipment sale, and it's going to feature a bunch of nice classic cars, wagons, horse-drawn equipment, and other things like that. 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glasser's TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Rev Auto Group in Regina is focused on transforming the business of automotive retail and establishing a new standard for excellence in sales and service. They're proud to educate and supply their clients with various electric, hybrid, and gas vehicles, plus pre-owned EVs and Bike Tricks e-bikes. Their in-person and online shopping experience is top-notch, and they support a continuing shift to a greener, eco-friendly environment for future generations. Financing is available. Rev Auto Group, the future of auto.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Justin Dunk live inside with you at Harvard Studio 620 Lounge, starting to fill up with a bunch of Rider fans, so we decided we'd balance it out a little bit. Wes Cates alongside. Now we have the Ottawa Redblacks general manager, Sean Burke, live with us on a game day. So appreciative that you made time to come up to the set, and you brought along your little guy, Cole. This is his first solo road trip, can we call it, with you to a game?
Yeah. Exciting. We got the real boss here.
So you brought him to the Rider game because it's the biggest event in the CFL, right? Outside of a home game in Ottawa.
I would say I brought him to the game because the game time worked with his sleep patterns. when you're a parent, you work off schedules more than anything. So it worked good.
Perfect, man. Well, you're a parent and you're also the general manager with the Ottawa Redblacks. And the question that's going on throughout Rider Nation is, what did it feel like for you to watch Ryquell Armstead rush for 207 yards last week in his debut with a different team?
Honestly, happy for him. Whenever you release a player or trade a player, they've been part of what you're trying to do there. And to do things the way you say you want to do things and the way you stand up and talk to players about who you're going to be as a person, as an organization, you don't want to wish any ill will. We just got to a point where we had to make a change for the betterment of the team, like Bob and myself discussed. But we want Ryquell to be a successful football player. He's had opportunities other places. We want him to get his groove. Obviously, we don't want him to have that same groove today. But at the end of the day, he's a good person that's having a different football journey, not with our club, and we wish him nothing but the best.
Sean Burke joins us for the Extra Point, brought to you by Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw, Lake Center, Lanigan, fighting for Saskatchewan in Ottawa. Sean, can you take us back through the recruiting process to get Ryquell Armstead up here? Because sometimes with these guys who have been in the NFL, it might not be an easy sell.
Yeah, I think with him it was a little bit different. He had already been released from the UFL and was looking to obviously still play football. Football is very important to him. It's what he wants to do. It's what he loves to do. So Jeremy Snyder and myself had worked with his agent. Got him up last season, actually. And he was up for probably 4 or 5 weeks and actually getting close to being activated. And he had to head home to deal with some family stuff. And we said, okay, let's talk after the year. And he said he was in a better place to be fully committed to being up to the CFL at that point, and we signed him shortly after the start of the offseason last year.
Devontae Williams, who was pegged to be your starting running back going into this season, gets hurt, offseason injury. What made the team confident to go with Armstead as your starting running back for those 11 games that he was with you?
I think you saw last week. He's a complete running back, can do all 3 phases. And we had many quality backs at camp and continue to have quality backs with us. So a lot of times in pro football, as both you guys know, it's about timing and place and opportunity. We have a great guy on our roster right now, Laybourne, who was with 3 teams before us too, and it's all about just getting that chance. So he's getting another chance here. Kudos to him, and we're excited to go up against him this week and test ourselves against him.
Sean Burke, the general manager of the Ottawa Redblacks, joins us live inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. If you're tuning in live on our YouTube channel, you can see Ryquell Armstead's highlights from his 207-yard performance last week against Calgary. Ryquell, when he got to Saskatchewan, Sean, talked about learning from what had happened in Ottawa. It seems like he's very self-aware. He had been ejected from a game while he was with the Redblacks, but it seemed like in a fast way, he's learning from that experience. Do you believe that this could actually benefit him in the long run?
That's up to him, right? At the end of the day, it's always up to the person. So, like I said, wish him nothing but the best. Wouldn't want to speculate on what he's learned. That's his journey. But do wish him the best.
And when you look at your team from an overall standpoint, we interviewed Jeremiah Masoli, your quarterback, who has unbelievable resolve to even be playing football, to fight through what he's gone through. First time coming back to Saskatchewan since the infamous Garrett Marino hit. Had the Achilles tear last year in his first game back. Since recovering from that broken leg that Marino sustained with him, what's it been like for Masoli to get back to the point where he can start football games for the Redblacks?
Just proud of him. You know, public hears injury, whatever, tibial plateau fracture, torn Achilles, but they don't know what goes on behind the scenes of a rehab, the mental and physical stuff they go through, the support you need from coworkers, family, and everything. And to see him come up through that, he, definitely with the first injury, he went through a couple infections that maybe risked his football career and wasn't able to have the type of rehab that you necessarily wanted to. And to see him back 2 years later and going out there and playing the game he loves with the passion he does and the impact he has on our organization. Obviously, I go way back with him from 2013 on, and I've seen him grow not only as a quarterback, but as a teammate, as a leader, as a husband, as a father, just for the things I've learned from him daily. It's just amazing and truly happy for him.
Yeah, Sean, we're talking about Jeremiah Masoli. Now, you got quite the QB room over there. I mean, 3 guys that have all made some great plays and had some great games in their careers. You got the vet in Masoli, Crum, and Brown, younger guys, but all talented. How do you kind of manage those personalities, those guys, when all of them are kind of could be seen as a potential starter in this league?
Yeah, it has to start with them and what they want to be. And, you want guys in the building that want to be the number one guy, right? So anyone that says they don't want to be the number one guy is telling you guys a line. But that can't come at the expense of the team. And all those guys realize it's about W's each week. And they all put each other in positions to not only compete against each other each week, but prepare. I can say unequivocally, all 3 of those guys, plus Tyree Adams, are the first ones in our building each week. The last ones will leave. And you want that out of your quarterback position all the time, right, but you don't necessarily get it all the time. and we get it there. I would also say all 3, you talked about it, are at sort of different stages of their career. You know, you got Masoli, who's been a MVP candidate, has gone to Grey Cups. You got Drew Brown, whose time is now, and we've committed to him with that in terms of that when we went and got him this offseason. And then you have Dustin, who's still coming up. So they can all be a sponge to each other and work off each other and maybe energize each other as well.
Yeah, I think you kind of answered my question. Is there anybody that kind of is the lead dog, I guess, air quotes?
Hey, you know it. Most quarterbacks, all of them are alpha dogs.
Yeah.
So.
What's the status on Drew Brown? How long do you think he will be out of the lineup, or when could he return?
Yeah, hoping to have him back as soon as possible. I don't want to speculate on anything. After this game, we go into a bye week. That's a pretty long one. I know the mental side of things with Drew and who he is, and he was probably keeping some stuff from the training staff and us along this journey and trying to push through it because that's the competitor he is. And we just want to make sure he's right. And we have a great medical staff. I know they'll get him back as soon as possible, but he has to be able to play at a level that he expects each week for us to be able to compete and win games.
You have some former Rough Riders on your roster, Damon Webb, Gary Johnson Jr., and CJ Colden is who I want to focus on right now because he was with Saskatchewan in training camp. You guys picked him up. I believe it was on the same day that you released Ryquell Armstead, and he's starting today for you in the secondary. What do you like in Colden's game, and are you hoping he could give the coaching staff a little bit of intel from what he learned with the Riders?
Yeah, I don't think it's intel. That stuff's always a bit media-driven by you guys. He's been here, as you said, for a while, but what I like about him, he's got length. He's a playmaker. Had a lot of picks at Oklahoma's last year. Heard he had a really good camp here. Sometimes it's just number games and opportunity like I'm talking about. And he's getting the opportunity right now. We've had some injuries in the back end. He's really come in and competed every day. I think going to a camp before or coming back to a team during the season gives you an advantage of knowing the league and hitting the ground running to be able to get a guy like this in the lineup that quickly. So I'm excited to what he has to bring. Obviously, from the other end of things, no matter, Ryquell getting released by us is going to have a taste in his mouth for today. Same with CJ there. He has to temper that and remember it's not bigger than anything than the game.
Finish this sentence for me. Riders fans might not want to hear it, but Redblacks win today if?
It always starts at the line of scrimmage.
If they win in the trenches, Ottawa gets it done.
Correct.
Looks like we're ending right on time. Little man's like, hey,
time to dip. He's hungry. Well, Sean, thank you so much. You brought along Cole with you in case people were wondering who's sitting beside him live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. We appreciate you making some time and hope that you and your son enjoy the game at Mosaic Stadium.
Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Coming up next, you'll hear from Corey Mace talking about a GoFundMe campaign for Miles Brown. You don't want to miss it. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Flamin is all about our people, our staff, customers, community, because we know people are what make a difference. Here's Landon's story.
Hey everyone, my name is Landon Parrington. I'm a trailer sales representative out of Saskatoon. Been with Flamin for about 4.5 years now. The thing I love most about Flamin is the opportunity they provide. Started up in the yard, worked up into sales. They give excellent room for growth. Amazing company to work for.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Visit your local Integra Tire dealer for all of your car's mechanical service needs. One of the most important safety aspects for your vehicle are tires. Get new tires for your vehicle to keep you and your family safe on the road. Their team is also there for all of your mechanical services and will keep your vehicle running in top condition. They can even tow you and get you fixed up if your vehicle is stopped somewhere. Your locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell. At the intersections of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
For the ultimate in ease during the busy spraying season, your friends at Spray Test Controls have the solution. Comatra Blue LED lights are easily mounted on the wing booms, close to the pivot, shining out to the end of the boom. The bright blue LED lights illuminate the nozzle pattern, and they only draw 1.5 amps each, so you can connect them to the light circuit or use a separate power supply. Learn more about Comatra Blue LED lights. See spraytest.com or call 1-855-859-1200.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Nelson GM in Assiniboia and Avonlea is proud to salute the agriculture producers. If you're looking for that perfect vehicle to fit your ag lifestyle, check out their new and used lineup at either location. With lots on the lot to choose from, they've got tons of new and used trucks now in stock. And if they don't have it, they'll get it for you. That's small town service with a long-standing reputation of one of the province's premier GM dealers. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 65 years. NelsonGM.com.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions. Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. UncommonDevelopments.ca.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glassers TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, live with you inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. It is filling up. Only green and white in here. I see some obsidian green jerseys out there for this game. Riders hosting the Ottawa Redblacks in a critical matchup in the West Division standings. There's been a lot of talk about Miles Brown and his fines around Saskatchewan. 2 straight games against the Bombers he had to pay, and specifically the second one, there was actually a Rider fan who started a GoFundMe campaign to try to help Miles Brown pay his latest fine levied by the league. I asked head coach Corey Mace his reaction to the GoFundMe page.
Speaks to Rider Nation. You know, they don't, they support through and through, you know, obviously, you know, in a situation like that and, you know, how things ended up turning out for Chris. That's the unfortunate part, but, you know, fan bases, whether it's this one or any other loyal fan bases, you know, good, bad, or indifferent, they always support. So I was shocked, but not really shocked to hear that, you know, came from somebody in Rider Nation. I didn't get the numbers either. I'm sure it was something crazy, probably more than the fine was, knowing Rider Nation. But, yeah, unique place, man.
And you being a former player, get any description from the league of what they could have done to avoid it?
You kind of just get you kind of get the words of, again, just to implementing the rules and what they are, and you know the idea of why those rules are. You know, I think with that one in specifics, it's just there's a lot of things you know we got to look at in order to continue to protect our quarterbacks in this league, because that is the main thing. But I think we'd probably just going to end up talking about, you know, a bunch of mitigating factors that can, you know, also prevent things like that happening, and understanding the dynamics of every situation. But ultimately, man, it's always about protecting the quarterback, and that's exactly what it should be.
Coach Phil Daniels was on CKRM and said that, you know, you could argue there's holding on 2 of the plays Miles has been involved in. So I feel like that's a valid angle that we should take into account.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll come up in discussion at league meetings, but, we'll table that till then. The standard has been set for this year, and we have to abide by them, and that's it. It's not the ultimate goal is to player safety, and that should always be the ultimate goal. So what's implemented is implemented, and you have to play within the guidelines of that, and you can't make it close. Holding, no holding. Right now, you have to control your body, period. So,
Wes, how about Lawrence Nugent setting up this GoFundMe page to pay Miles Brown's latest fine? The goal is $2,700. He's at, right now, currently, $2,260. So getting pretty close to it, man. But what does that say about Rider Nation?
No, Rider Nation never ceases to amaze. They're always going to support. They love the team, good, bad, and ugly about it. They're like, whatever, we're riding with you because y'all ride with us. Riders ride. Let's go. They want to make sure that their players have a good experience when they come here, right? And know that their fan base loves them and supports them, and they never disappoint. They always show up. That's why the events are the greatest, the games are the greatest, and you never know. If you ever needed a ride and you were stranded, I'm sure a Rider fan would go out of their way. It's happened, I know, for sure. So, anyway, Rider fans are great. What more can you say?
You've been fined as a player. When you got fined, was there a description from the league as to what you did wrong and what you could have done to avoid it?
Yeah, mine were just uniform fines, though. Nothing crazy. It was like, I remember a game, actually the 100th anniversary of CFL game, we actually had these pants. They didn't fit right, so everybody had to put on smaller pants. Like we were trading pants around in the locker room. And I ended up showing too much thigh. You know what I mean? They fined us for that, but I think the team took care of it because it's kind of a wardrobe issue. And then I was talking about last game about the black spat that I got in trouble for. But, I was handling my business. So I think in both cases, unless I wasn't checking the bank account, I'm pretty sure I didn't pay. Somebody paid, but it wasn't me. So, that's Rider organization and the Rider fans looking out once again.
Coming up on the Rider Nation pregame show, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder join, plus our exclusive one-on-one interview with the star of the week, Ryquell Armstead. You don't want to miss it. Keep it tuned to 620 CKRM or our YouTube channel and to 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi everybody, Haley Wickenheiser here, and very proud to be from Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Also very proud to be a champion of the Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, a group that's raising awareness around home supports for aging gracefully and well at home, keeping people out of the medical system, which reduces the burden on our medical system, at home with their family and loved ones, and in a place where they feel comfortable and secure.
Find out more about home supports and all SSM programs at skseniorsmechanism.ca.
Well, howdy! Wood Country Woody here. Now, you already know Vic West Metal Cladding's the very best cladding for your outbuildings, but did you know Vic West also makes for superior roofs and fences? Yes, sir. Durable hardware and comes in abundance of great colors and really just takes the whole darn cake. If it needs metal cladding, make it Vic West from Wood Country in McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Your home is your castle.
Shop online, wood-country.com.
With the Fendt Ideal Combine at Nick's Service, you do the fuel and labor, we handle the rest. Gold Star customer service comes standard with every Fendt Ideal Combine. That means 3 years or 1,200 engine hours, your Fendt Ideal Combine stays 100% Fendt. Services with genuine AGCO parts, $0 deductible, full machine coverage. Uptime all the time with Gold Star customer care. Turn downtime into dust with the Fendt Ideal Combine, available at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go long with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
October is turning out to be a busy month at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house. Our next sale is next week. Will be sale number 7 of the Wally Nelson Estate from Avonlea. We've got collector tins. We got some really neat antique furniture. We got odd and unusual items. Also coming up, we got another sale that week. We're going to have collector's signs and other pieces like that. October 29th is going to be our next equipment sale, and it's going to feature a bunch of nice classic cars, wagons, horse-drawn equipment, and other things like that. 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
At Flamin, you have room to grow and take space, just like Jerry, who's thriving in a new role.
My name is Jerry Valkamp. I was originally hired on as a parts and rentals associate, and I'm currently a part of the aftermarket support team here at Flamin. One thing I really like about this company is that there's always a wealth of opportunities to grow. There's always opportunity to move around once you're within the business, too.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and our current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
It's 3rd and short. Your team is on a roll. Remote in hand, chips and dip ready. Only thing left to do is flip the handle and get those feet up. High five to Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. They have an incredible selection of Lazy Boy recliners. Recliners built for comfort, built for relaxation, built for yelling at those blind refs. Make your next game day a Lazy Boy game day. Come down, sit down, kick back, and lay around with the best recliners in town. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
For the ultimates in ease during the busy spraying season, your friends at Spray Test Controls have the solution. Comatra Blue LED lights are easily mounted on the wing booms, close to the pivot, shining out to the end of the boom. The bright blue LED lights illuminate the nozzle pattern, and they only draw 1.5 amps each, so you can connect them to the light circuit or use a separate power supply. Learn more about Comatra Blue LED lights. See spraytest.com or call 1-855-859-1200.
Harvard Media has been the flagship radio partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders for over 4 decades. The rich tradition with the green and white continues. This is the Rider Nation pregame show, brought to you by the Cooperators, Western Ag Professional Agronomy, AGCO, Sask Lotteries, Johnston's Grain, SaskTel, Bayer Crop Science, Capital Auto Group, your Sask Party Caucus, Connexus Credit Union. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's game day, Rider Nation. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders host the Ottawa Redblacks in what's become even a more critical game now. Not that it wasn't before, but after the Hamilton Tiger Cats came back late last night, down from 16-0 in halftime to beat the BC Lions in overtime 32-29, because that means if the Riders win today, fellas, they can go into second place in the West Division. This is Setting the Stage, brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525. Luke, would the players be talking about that in the dressing room, that the standings have changed and there's an opportunity for them to leapfrog the Lions?
Yeah, I think that you always kind of walk into the locker room, and you've probably gone back and forth with your boys as things played out last night, understanding what situation you're in. But I think that you also have a very realistic view of the fact that there's a ton of ifs going on right now, but if you don't win this game, it's got nothing in it, right? So I really like the situation. I mean, this is potentially to be a classic here today. Both teams are very much in control of their own destiny. For the Saskatchewan Roughriders, not only do you have a bye still, right, 1 week before the last game, but you have the opportunity to literally kick guys out of the playoffs. You've got Edmonton, BC, and Calgary, and you have an opportunity to bury those teams right where they stand. We went through that in 2010 when we looked at the schedule in the last 3 games, and we saw teams like Edmonton, and we talked about it as a defense in that locker room, like, guys, let's treat this with playoff mentality, focus, because we literally have a chance to close other teams out. And that's the opportunity here for Saskatchewan starting today here against Ottawa. They're 2 teams with a ton of stuff to play for, so I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's got the makings of a great game, but also you have the opportunity to then look forward to burying your Western Conference opponents, and you're getting healthier.
Dave, what stands out to you about this one?
Well, the opportunity, and that's the key word, Luke. I don't know how many times you said it, but that's it. It's an opportunity for the home team, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, to, not that they've lost control of their destiny, but that 7-game winless streak really put them behind the 8 ball in a lot of ways, where they had some opportunities to distance themselves from the teams, getting help from others in the division and around the league. Now that they can go ahead and say, hey, this is our responsibility. If we want to have a playoff game, if we want to have a home playoff game, we got to do this, and now's the time. And so to me, the opportunity is there. And what I'm really curious about today, and, I'm just the guy that's got to talk. But I don't know about you guys, but my day was completely thrown off. I am a routine guy. How many players are routine guys?
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Spiro and Western Pizza and their brunch pizza happening over there, thanks, Spiro. But the whole day has been thrown off kilter with the first early start of the season for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Now, Ottawa, with time change, it's a 3 o'clock Eastern start. But you know what I mean? Like,
the Riders did have an early start in Winnipeg. That was the first CTV.
They're used to that game, though. Yeah. Listen, it's a great early starts for football are great. I mean, you got to remember that a lot of these guys are NCAA football guys, so you're used to playing at the 1 o'clock time periods, right? And quite frankly, night games, even though you got to get used to them as a Saskatchewan Roughrider, there's a lot of waiting around. There's a lot of trying to make you. So, for instance, in the night games, if this game was 8 o'clock, guys would be getting up. They'd be going for a walk, right? You get active a little bit. You might even go lift some light weights downstairs in the weight room. You have a big breakfast. You make sure you get some sleep. The other thing about this too is that we haven't mentioned is I talk a lot about breaking the season out into thirds. We've kind of become a culture that talks a lot about doing that now. But the key thing to the last third of that year is also getting yourself playing your highest brand of football because of the fact that the playoffs are right around the corner. So the other thing we haven't mentioned yet too is despite being able to close out the Western Conference here after Ottawa, is you also continue to build into playing your highest level of football going into the playoffs. And I think that, Dave, you and I both recognize that. There was a lot of signs of the resiliency that this team has had in it last week, for Calgary. For instance, Calgary would string a couple long drives together. They scored once, and the response was immediately go back down and score. So the more reps you can take building into your sense of urgency, creating opportunities to go through the scenarios that lead to you playing your best brand of football going into the playoffs. And now, like you opened the show, all of a sudden you've got a chance to do the playoffs here in the beehive that is Mosaic Stadium.
That would be pretty fun, man. A lot of people around Rider Nation, I'd say everybody in Rider Nation would like that to happen. So let's see what goes down today. It looks like it has the makings of a beautiful day for football. Your weather conditions brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Weatherman Dave Thomas, how's it looking?
You're right. It doesn't get much better than this. The final weekend of September, mainly sunny today. Wind southeast at 4. You don't even need that much sunscreen as the UV index. Look at me. UV index is at 2 today.
Watch out for this guy.
Not going to be bad. Temperature settles in right around 25 degrees. We'll stay that way through kickoff. So no wind, lots of sunshine. Beautiful afternoon for football.
Indeed, enjoy it. The Harvard Studio 620 Lounge is filling up. All kinds of green in here, Obsidian included as well. On the other side, betting the odds. We'll talk about the betting line for this game, the over-under total, and then Luc's 3 keys to a Saskatchewan Roughrider win. This is Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. Streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Your Cooperator's advisor can help find home insurance you feel at home in. Like the, our house is far from cookie cutter, so why should our insurance be? Plan. Talk to a local advisor today about home insurance that fits you as comfortably as your own home.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Hi folks, Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visit.healthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummock, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Rider Nation, it's game day, and you can feel the buzz and the energy inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder alongside. These two gentlemen beside me will have the call just after 1 o'clock live on 620 CKRM and on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com. Right now, it's time for betting the odds in this one. And we have the Rough Riders checking in 3.5-point favorites.
Whoa.
Indeed, Mr. Mullinder. The total over or under 51.5 points. If you want to just bet the money line, the Riders to win, it's around, minus 210, depending what your sports book is out there. But when you hear the Riders favored by 3.5, what does that make you feel?
We've been pretty good at these.
Wow. You have been pretty good at these.
We missed the last. We missed. I took Calgary. I thought the Calgary game. I thought we were going to win, but it was going to be a lot closer than it was. We got the point spread though.
Yep.
I'm going to go under 51 today. You got a big sense of urgency here, but you got it for both teams. I think this is a close one. potentially you've got a game-winning field goal maybe. So I'm going to go under I'm going to take the Redblacks plus 3.5.
In the hook.
Yeah, I think Saskatchewan's going to win, but I think that it's going to, it might be by 1 or 2, or as long as it's not a tie, I think everybody will be good.
No more ties.
Yeah,
we don't want that.
Yeah, this is interesting. And the sense of urgency is what you bring up. And I think that teams play their best when the sense of urgency increases. And teams that can respond and do that go from good to great. And in my estimation last week, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, they were more urgent than what the Calgary Stampeders were, and they were able to go ahead and inflict their will. Today, I think it's the same, that the Saskatchewan Roughriders have a higher sense of urgency than that of the Ottawa Redblacks. Ottawa just needs one more game to win, and they're into the playoffs. They've got a number of shots at it. The Riders, they've had an opportunity, how many weeks, to separate themselves from the West? I think that the green and white now know that the time is here, that if they want to go ahead and make a statement, that today is the day. So I see the Riders over that 3.5.
Whoa.
Here's what I'm doing. I'm buying the half point.
Okay.
Riders -3.
All right, cool.
Right on your field goal number.
Oh, you're just going to buy the half point.
Yeah.
You're going to buy the half point back.
Going to buy it back.
Okay, cool.
Don't even make that a thing. I don't want to deal with the hook. I got a good feeling about this one. The Riders, I think, have some positive momentum. Ryquell Armstead adds another dimension. You have the Redblacks, yes, starting Jeremiah Masoli, but he's not their starting quarterback. He hasn't been for the majority of the season. That's been Drew Brown. And it hasn't been really talked about enough. Darius Pickett, arguably one of the most impactful defenders in the CFL, definitely the most impactful defender for the Ottawa Redblacks, is out for the season. So I like Ottawa, but let's see what Luc likes in his 3 keys to the game.
Hold on. Before we get into that, I am totally changing my mind. I'm under the 51, and I'm now with you guys. I'm keeping the hook, though. I'm keeping the hook. Riders -3.5. I'm taking that. Not mortgage money, though. I'm taking my birthday money. No, it's my birthday money last week, so whatever I got in my birthday cards, I'm putting that on all of this. Yeah, there you go. 3 keys, though, man. Listen, I think that there's 2 really important ones, and then something that we really want to see continue to happen. I think that the first one with Jeremiah Masoli and the way they approached the Montreal Alouettes, they've had an entire week with Masoli now. You really have to make sure that you're disciplined on the furthest gap to outside. So anything outside of a tackle, which we call the C gap, or if there's a tight end, which we call the D gap, you've got to be incredibly disciplined with your eyes there, because Masoli is going to be a guy, they're not going to ask him to do much. I expect a lot of play action pass. I expect a lot of run pass option looks, right? And that's why, as long as you don't get Masoli outside of those season D gaps, and allow him to make plays downfield there, I think that you're able to have some success. That's the way I've seen him throughout his career, as long as you're able to keep him into that pocket. So we've got to have great C and D gap discipline from your defensive ends. I know that we don't have C.J. Rivas. So, for instance, DeMarcus Fields, he's got a really important job, because one of the things that we're very strong at defensively is utilizing that C gap blitz from that strong side linebacking spot, C and D gap. So DeMarcus Field has to come with it today. So that's the first key. I think the second key here today is you have to have good eyes in the secondary. We spent a lot of time with the color voice of the Ottawa Redblacks, AJ Jakubic, and they're really excited about Khalil Pimpleton coming back into this game. He was a massive figurehead in this offense before he got hurt, and I think that the reason why I got to say eye discipline and being honest with your eyes today is I think that if I am to hit a big play with Ottawa, one of the things I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to establish low things like low crossing routes, little hooks, especially if the Riders, which they've been known to do as of late, give a lot of space up front, whether they're in a match look or so. I would be careful, because I think you're going to see a lot of crossing routes, a lot of shallow routes. You don't want to get hooked on one of those things and then get beat over the top, right? So
don't let the pimple pop over the top.
I love that.
Quick, before you
gotta
get to
have
your
good
next
eyes.
key, we got to get the read in here. Luke's keys are brought to you for Pattison Liquid Systems, experts in liquid fertilizer distribution. Fertilizer's just better when it's wetter. Pattison Liquid Systems, expect the best. Continue, my man.
Well, in the last key, I think you've got to continue to have good run balance on offense. It was really good against the Calgary Stampeders. Ryquell Armstead went off. I mean, what was the final there? 25 carries for 207 yards. More importantly, what it does to teams. Now you're able to give that play-action pass look and suck those linebackers up a little bit closer because they're going to. And the other thing, too, is Ryquell Armstead, football players are prideful people, right? This is a team that basically gave up on him, right? And I remember after last week's game, him sitting on the bus, and Dave, you and I, we were a little bit farther back on the bus than we're used to being on the way to the airport. And I listened to Ryquell Armstead talk to his teammates and how passionate he was about, just getting back on the field. But I think there's a guy who's playing with a chip on his shoulder today. So don't try to do too much. You don't want to drop the football, right? But at the same time, I think if the Riders can continue to balance out their offense with the run, take that heat off Mark Mueller, continue to have access to all your playbook. There wasn't a ton of 2nd and 7+ situations in that Calgary game, and I think that they need to continue to try to do that. And I love the fact that Jacob Brammer is in today. I think that he, if anything, he's a guy that wants to be physical. So I expect to see a lot of guys getting moved on that right side. I'm excited about the game, but there's your 3 keys.
You mentioned Ryquell Armstead, and we still have coming up on the show a feature-exclusive one-on-one interview with Armstead, who details a number of stops on his football career that's led him to Saskatchewan. You don't want to miss it. But on the other side, injury report and starting lineup both have been affected by a game-time decision. Dave Thomas will bring that to you next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The Fendt 500 Vario is the right fit for your farm. Whether you have a large cattle or dairy operation, mid-sized grain farm, or hay production that defines your operation, the Fendt 500 has the ability to adapt to meet the needs of your farm to increase the bottom line. And that means more money in your pocket. See the Fendt 500 Vario at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
There is nothing quite like the friendly competition that football season can bring among family and friends. Lucky for you, SaskTel makes it easy to get in the game. Of savings, that is. Introducing our newest rate plan, VIP 70. Get 70 gigabytes of data and more for just $75 a month. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sastel.com/VIP70. Conditions apply.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
The Massey Ferguson 4700 series was designed for smart, ergonomic, and long-lasting operation. Heavier than the competition, a Massey Ferguson 4700 series tractor won't flinch when it comes to pulling larger implements and balers. Tested in the harshest conditions across the globe, these tractors can handle all the tough jobs you throw at them. Stop by Nick's Service in Emerald Park today or visit nickservice.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 4700 series.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new provincial budget makes record new investments in our growing province. There's a 9% lift in school funding, so our kids get the best possible education. A 10% increase in health funding, so Saskatchewan people get the care they need when they need it. And a 14% increase for cities, towns, and RMs, so our communities continue to be great places to live, to work, and to raise a family. The new provincial budget. Classrooms, care, communities.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
For the leanest, meanest prices in the crop input industry, call Johnston's Grain.
Johnston's offer the best prices in Western Canada on a huge range of products, including seed treatments, inoculants, glyphosate, pre-burn tank mixes, in-crop herbicides and insecticides, fungicides, plant growth stimulants, water conditioners, desiccants, and more. Johnston's has low overhead and top-notch logistics so they can deliver products at ultra-competitive prices. Call 844-324-7778 and ask to speak to an agronomist.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Welcome inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge, live on 620 CKRM, and also on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, live and in color. Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder with you. It's time for our pregame injury report, brought to you by the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association, which provides cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province.
Well, let's get to the injuries. First and foremost, there's a new one that we can talk about that isn't going to be on the board that you can see at sportscage.com right now, and that is Brian Cox Jr. He was a game-time decision. My understanding was that he was battling a cold or a flu throughout the course of the week, so he's not going to be able to go. Also on that list, new in the 6-game injury department, is Ajo and CJ Rivas. Corey Mace, we asked him point blank this week, will we see them again this year? And he said, I hope to see them in a helmet before the season is done. But by placing them on the 6-game injured list, and you do the math, there's not 6 games left in the season, we're going to have to wait and see. Now, Malik Carney also on the 6-game injured list. He was placed there last week. Peter Godber, we actually saw him moving around the facility a little bit this week. I don't think that he's close. Zach Fry, Jamarcus Hardrick, Philip Blake, Ryan Sevier, AJ Ouellette, all on the 6-game injured list. Again, Coach Mace asked this week, will we see AJ Ouellette again this season? He believes we will. Eligible to start practicing next week, so we'll see whether or not AJ will come back and do that. And then Mitchell Picton, who I wondered if they would try to rush back given the injury to Ajo, so they had another national receiver. Mitchell's not quite there yet, so they're going to have to go ahead and leave him on the 6-game injured list this week as he's recovering from that ankle injury.
Interesting note, these are the two teams in the Canadian Football League that have been hit with the most injuries, so that's another thing that these guys share, a commonality.
Indeed, they do. Let's get to the starting lineup, which is brought to you by Visit Minot in North Dakota. It's only 4 hours away is your easy getaway to family fun with a zoo, new children's museum, and more. Plan your trip at visitminot.org.
I'm not going to kid you. I was so excited about being able to use the stat that for just the first time this season, the Saskatchewan Roughriders will go 3 weeks in a row with the same offensive line. 5 guys in the same 5 spots. That's not the case, but this time I would submit that it's a good change because coming back into the lineup is Jacob Brammer. Of course, he was injured in practice earlier this year. He is back. He's going to take the right guard spot. That, of course, where Nick Jones was, who I thought was spectacular in Calgary last week. So he'll come into the lineup and getting his first career start along the receiving core. It will be Del Duncan Busby, of course, the draft pick of the Rough Riders. He's been relegated to watching quite a bit. Number one, he was injured tail into training camp, and number two, Ajo has just put on such a show this season that Del Duncan Busby hasn't had a real big opportunity to contribute. Today will be his day as the Riders get ready to go against Ottawa this week.
And listen, and one of the things Del Duncan Busby's got to come out and do today is make sure that he carries the mantle when it comes to physicality for this wide receiver group. They've been blocking at the line of scrimmage for our running game really, really well, and that's the one thing that this team loses outside of Ajo's playmaking ability is he was one of their better blockers, and he's, for such a young guy and a 7th-round pick, to be one of your better receiving guys that can block at the line of scrimmage. Those are huge shoes to fill for Del Duncan Busby today.
And I'm so glad you said that because I did ask Coach Mace about his blocking ability, and he said when we were scouting him prior to the draft, one of the things we did was we starred beside his name the fact that he gets out there and is physical. So they like that about him. Defensively on the starting side, Anthony Lanier II is back at the defensive end spot, which is good to see him back and healthy after recovering from the knee injury and, of course, spending 6 weeks on the injured list. However, the other end is going to be in flux as Brian Cox Jr. not going to start there, but it will be a guy who I thought played himself very, very well. Habakkuk Baldonado will start on that other end spot. Also, this is the one that I'm curious about. DeMarcus Fields is going to move from the halfback to the linebacking spot, the strong side. You know better than anybody what that means for an athlete. And DeMarcus Fields, I was kidding with him earlier about 3-4 weeks ago. I said, man, we never call your name. It's always quiet. Nobody's going after your guy. You don't have to do much in the pass game. Well, now he'll have more run responsibility, right?
Well, he's been a physical player, which is the one thing that you want out of a strong side linebacker. So him making that switch, that intent is there. But, again, it's going to be blitz timing. Corey Mace uses that strong side blitz a lot. And the other thing I love about, having Haba Baldonado out on one of those edges and Anthony Lanier back, one of the things that we can talk about on the Ottawa side is Jacob Ruby at the left tackle. I'm going to be honest with you guys. That is a weak point right now for the Ottawa Redblacks to move Ruby out to left tackle. That's desperation time because he was a guy that teams tried to put in at left tackle and ended up being a guard. So for Habakkuk Baldonado, who played really well last week, I agree with you, Dave, and then Anthony Lanier, there might be some stats lying out there today that we can leverage.
There you go.
So you want to read more about Habakkuk Baldonado, go to Google, type in Saskatchewan Roughriders spelled next man up, Haba Baldonado.
There you go.
And Dave Thomas's article will come up. Let's get to the quarterback comparison, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Well, on the screen, of course, at sportscage.com, of course, our YouTube channel, streaming on X. You can see the numbers for the two quarterbacks today, Jeremiah Masoli, Trevor Harris. 9th start of the season for Trevor. He's 4-4 thus far this season. Lifetime, career-wise, 7-4 against Ottawa. This is Jeremiah Masoli's 2nd start of the season. He's come in relief a couple of times as well. He's 2-5 all-time against Saskatchewan. So going to be interesting. These two quarterbacks know how they can protect the ball. They know how they can move the ball, and they know how to read a defense. I'm going to be interested.
Yeah, and with Jeremiah Masoli, you get a guy who reminds you a lot of Jared Goff in the NFL, right? They're going to ask him to manage this game. They're going to ask him to make the manageable short throws, especially the ones coming across over the top in that 5 to 6 yard range. And then eventually they're going to ask him to take a deep shot at some point, which is why one of our keys to the game is having good eyes in that secondary, because he's not a quarterback that has been known to be able to beat you with the deep ball consistently. He's a guy that's going to have to get your eyes moving. He's going to keep the linebackers down by giving you run-pass option looks and a lot of play-action pass. So, again, I think it's two different quarterbacks as well, because I think TH7 is playing the quarterback position really well. We've got some clips of him making, as Tom Brady calls it, A-plus throws all over the field.
We'll let you guys get to it and get set for kickoff and to call the game. On the other side, we're going to line up with Ryquell Armstead for our exclusive one-on-one, in-depth feature interview. Don't go anywhere. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The new Case IH Steiger 715 offers power with purpose. Tackle rough terrain and any field challenges with the new Case IH Steiger 715 tractor. With an impressive 778 horsepower, new hood design, enhanced lighting, improved visibility, and hands-free steering you've come to rely on. See your local Redhead Equipment dealer for details. RedheadEquipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
Hey, want to grab a burger?
A what?
A burger.
What's that?
A hamburger.
Sorry, I'm a little lost.
A hamburger.
Maybe if I saw one?
Bread with meat in the middle.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Like a souvlaki pita wrap.
No. Win free OPA for a year and you might just forget what other food is. You could win one of 3 grand prizes of OPA for a year or instantly win wraps, fries, and more. Enter on the OPA app or at opaofgreece.com.
At McDougall Auctioneers, we're not just selling heavy equipment, we're powering progress. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. Our online auctions bring together the best machinery and the biggest network of buyers. Whether it's construction marvels or industrial giants, we sell with expertise and a commitment to value. Choose McDougall Auctioneers for auctions that move as fast as your business does. McDougall Auctioneers, 1-800-263-4193, or visit us at McDougallAuction.com.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means?
lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasslotteries.ca.
Elevate your bailing experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed bailing, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at AgriLink Equipment in Moose Jaw and Brownlee.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Justin Dunk with you live inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. Redblacks taking on the Riders today. That would be Ryquell Armstead's former team in the house at Mosaic Stadium. Fresh off Armstead going for 207 yards, a CFL record for a player making his debut with a new team. He did that last week in Calgary. I got the chance to go one-on-one with Armstead to talk about his football career and how he's ended up in Saskatchewan with the Riders.
I want to go through your football career. When did you first start playing?
I first started playing football when I was 6 years old. And it was a fun little league. I was playing Bristol, New Jersey. Moved to Millville when I was probably 9 years old. And that's when, football became fun. We had days where we shouldn't have been outside, no lights. All parents, pull their cars up, cut their headlights on. So we had a lot of fun, but that's when I, fell in love with football.
And when did you get slotted in that you wanted to be a running back?
I played running back my whole life, so since 6 years old, that's the only position I played in, linebacker. And then as I ventured out to high school, I was good at running back and safety, and I noticed that teams wanted me, they were writing me down as an athlete, so they wanted me to play safety. So what I did my senior year was I put all running back highlights, so they had to put me a running back when I got into college, and that's how I got my shot.
Matt Rule, former NFL coach for the Carolina Panthers, who has had multiple successful stops in the NCAA, recruited you to go to Temple University. Yeah. What was that recruiting process like for you?
Oh, man, it was so smooth. It was so easy. I had a coach in high school that believed you can't decommit, and once you commit, that's where you are. So for me, I also played with another running back. He played on the USA team since 8 years old in Texas. His name's Rob Ennis. So I was always the backup. He got hurt for 2 weeks. I ran for like 400 yards and 10 touchdowns in like the 2 weeks he was hurt. And so we started getting recruited together by a bunch of colleges in Temple, Matt Rule and Fran Brown. They were the first college to basically call me my junior year, and they offered just me. They wanted just me. So that was the biggest difference with the recruitment as a whole. Like I said, I got recruited with another running back. We both played the same position. Everyone recruited both of us, and Temple just recruited me. So I was sold on that aspect of Temple University. I looked, it was 40 minutes away, so that was another, plus. And their academics were good. I was stern on that. And, their back was a little older, and he was about 240, so I said, yeah, I definitely could play here.
How many 200-yard games did you have in high school?
Ooh, high school? Man, I broke the state record. I ran for, 338? Woo! Like 5 touchdowns. I know that, but I'll probably say at least 3 or 4, yeah.
So this is like a regular thing for you?
Yeah, I had about 2 or 3 200-yard games. Ran for 211 against USF my sophomore year in college. And in my senior year, I ran for about 211 against Houston, 6 touchdowns. Set a NCAA record, AAC record for touchdowns in the single game.
What was your progress like at Temple, making the transition from high school to the NCAA?
Yeah, my progress was really well, and I definitely give credit to Matt Rule, man. He molded me, and he made me into a man. I I wasn't the smartest or the sharpest coming in. They definitely did a good job at developing us mentally at first, first couple years, and then venturing out, give you the job, give you your opportunity, and then just being behind you 100%. So definitely Rule molded me well, and Chris Wiesenhan, I'll never forget. He was my coach my second year. He was our O-line coach freshman year. Sophomore year, he became a running back coach, and man, he taught me the whole run game schemes. He challenged me every day. He made me draw up single, doubles, triples, every block, every assignment that the line had my sophomore year, and that's what really took my game to the next level.
And you were able to do that in terms of the next level, getting selected in the NFL draft by the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah. What
was that whole NFL part of your career like?
Oh, man, the NFL part of my career was very stressful, very focused, but, it taught me how to be a pro. You only get 1 or 2 opportunities a day. You make a mistake, you can't be more than once or twice. So for me, it kept me sharp, it kept me detailed, it kept me focused, and it was amazing. Sometimes you don't even know those are the highest of highs of your life or career, and there's always opportunity to get it back. But what it definitely taught me was to, just continue to go where you loved and wanted with football. And, once those moments and times were done and, I got injured and didn't get the same opportunities, I was, more than ecstatic to move forward with my life and to, pursue other things, whether it was the XFL, CFL, or, football as a whole.
And there were some other influences, let's say, as to why you moved on from the NFL. Can you share those?
Yeah, so for me, my second year, worked hard, really hard. First year, I played behind Leonard Fournette, played all 17 games. And year 2, I worked really hard in the offseason, came back in camp, in shape, competed with Leonard. And, I actually won the job. They ended up releasing him. And, 2 weeks before the season, I got COVID. And then from COVID, I ended up getting myocarditis, which is inflammation to your heart. So I was on hard pills, took 3 different pills, morning, lunch, and night. I had ulcers in my stomach that were bleeding, so I lost 30 pounds, so I was on stomach pills. I did that for 8-9 months. I got close with God, got close with my family. I got to slow down life. All I did was football, workout, and I got to just see life for what it was. So I was away from the game for about 2 years. But after 9 months, I got cleared, by the grace of God, I got released because of my injury. And yeah, I bounced around for a year. I was where was I? I was with the Saints for a month. I was with Green Bay for 2 months, and then Jacksonville re-signed me the last 3 games. So I was able to get a pension in the NFL. So very fortunate. And once I accomplished that goal for my kids' sake, I started just venturing out and trying to find myself again.
What was it like for you to make the decision to go from playing in the NFL to coming up to the CFL? And I say that because I feel like there's a lot of guys in the States that might not respect the Canadian Football League for the level of talent that's in it.
Hey, for one, I will say, man, the Canadian Football League is amazing. People say I disrespect the Canadian Football League, and I want people to understand, man, I love this league. I love the opportunity, and like I said, you got to go where you love and want it, man. These fans in SAS, fans in Ottawa when I was there, man, they loved me. I felt wanted. I felt that was my purpose. So the Canadian Football League is definitely challenging. I say it's the hardest camp I've had, out of the NFL, XFL, all of these. But it definitely just keeps you on track. I'm so focused, man. I love everything about the league, but I just think the league is doing a good job. And I also love that, 45% Canadian. They don't let us come in here and just take over their league. I love you guys. I just love a lot about this league, and I just want people to understand that I'm very thankful for this opportunity. I'm very grateful for, my situation. And without the CFL, we wouldn't be talking about another story of rock. I ended, like I said, with a heart problem in the NFL. And so for me, I just wanted to play football again, but just prove to myself that I could, do this at a high level. And, man, the season I've had, being able to, go put up yards, haven't ran for, I ain't even gonna talk about it, but being able to put up yards and, just do my thing, that's the purpose, that's the greatness that I look for when it comes to football.
And you showed that by your debut with the Riders, rushing for 207 yards, a CFL record by a player in a debut with their new team. Yeah. How did that happen?
Oh, man, these guys have a great scheme here, genuine, happy, positive guys. But like I said, they got a great scheme. They drew it up, and I was just doing my job. What we needed was me to run 25 times for 207. I just also want to, implement that. That hasn't been done since 2004. I looked up. So like I said, man, I respect this league. I love this league, but I just want people to enjoy and understand that I'm giving back to the game, and I'm giving back to, the city and just everyone from, my play and my level of what I'm bringing. So I'm going to just continue to keep doing that, but it definitely happened with a great game plan and, not being able to put these guys away. It was a shootout last week, so that's what we needed.
Our feature-length interview live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. I want to give a shout-out to Blake from the Riders, who gave us some epic-looking video from Ryquell Armstead's debut with the Riders last week. On the season, he's played 12 games, has 150 carries for 830 yards with 3 touchdowns, so he's approaching that 1,000-yard plateau. On the other side, we ask head coach Bob Dice of the Ottawa Redblacks what it's going to be like going against Armstead in this football game at Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
There is nothing quite like the friendly competition that football season can bring among family and friends. Lucky for you, SaskTel makes it easy to get in the game. Of savings, that is. Introducing our newest rate plan, VIP 70. Get 70 gigabytes of data and more for just $75 a month. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sasktel.com/VIP70. Conditions apply.
Crisp, cool, defined. That's the fall season. And that's Colin O'Brien. It's time to layer up this autumn with darker, richer colors that shut out the elements without compromising your style. Sweaters by brands like Bugatti, Patrick Azaraf, Paul & Shark, crafted with the highest quality materials for functionality that matches their appeal. Meet fall with confidence. Colin O'Brien Man's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. 1825 Hamilton. ColinO'Brien.com.
Hey Rider Nation, this is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. I am so pumped to be here in Regina. I am pumped to be with the Riders, and I am pumped to be dealing with Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Regina. These are awesome dudes to talk to if you want a truck, car, or Jeep. Anything to get you down the road. When you want a new ride, deal with the team Thor deals with.
Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummick, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Your Cooperator's advisor can help find home insurance you feel at home in. Like the, our house is far from cookie cutter, so why should our insurance be? Plan. Talk to a local advisor today about home insurance that fits you as comfortably as your own home.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Justin Dunk with you live inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. Redblacks against the Riders. The star of the week has been Ryquell Armstead, and he alluded to the state record that he set there when he played high school football in New Jersey in his senior year. He's right. 337 on 27 carries and 5 touchdowns during that senior season. And in that year, he had another 300-yard game, 321 yards on 28 carries and 4 touchdowns. In total, during 9 games in his senior high school season, Ryquell Armstead ran the ball 185 times for 1,488 yards. That's 8 yards per carry. Unbelievable. And oh, by the way, 18 touchdowns. He plays his former team today from the CFL, the Ottawa Redblacks. I asked Bob Dice what it would be like for his team, the Redblacks, to go against Ryquell Armstead in this game.
Well, we make decisions every single day. We look at our personnel and we look at what's best interest in the team. And at the end of the day, we looked at and Ryquell worked hard for us. He had some great stuff on the field. We just felt it was best that we go in an opposite direction. It was best for the team, and that's a decision we make. And wish him the best in the rest of his career.
What's it like for you to watch him in his first game with a new team rush for 207 yards?
Well, at the end of the day, you want nothing. These guys are warriors. You want nothing but success for them. So that Ryquell rushed for 207 yards, hey, that's fantastic for him. Our job is to make sure that doesn't happen tomorrow.
Do you get that sense that when you go against players that were with you but are now on the other side, let's say Ryquell in this instance being with the Riders, that they could have a little extra juice going against you, maybe something to prove?
Just in this league, I've been in this league 22 years now. You're always coaching against somebody who's been with you, you know what I mean? A lot of the players have been on numerous teams, and so at the end of the day, I like to believe that they're bringing their best every game no matter what. It's not, I'm playing against my old team or I'm doing this. They're bringing their best, and they want to be their best every single week no matter who the opponent is. So I don't know that they have extra juice to give.
See if Ryquell Armstead does have some extra juice to give his former team today when the Riders host the Redblacks. On the other side, head coach Corey Mace's commentary, and we also hear from the quarterback, TH7, Trevor Harris. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live and in color on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visthealthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
What's Gleaner's secret to harvesting? Actually harvesting. Because if you're in need of maintenance, you're not harvesting. And if you're not harvesting, you're losing time and money. That's why Gleaner makes the industry's most reliable combine. Year after year, it gets the job done no matter what. Be ready to actually harvest. See the Gleaner S9 combine at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Your yard this summer with your friends from Windsor Plywood with locations in Regina, Prince Albert, Yorkton, and Saskatoon. From fiber-on and TimberTech decking to beautiful and modern Vista railing, Windsor Plywood has it all. Don't forget about the huge selection of treated lumber for all your outdoor projects. See the pros at Windsor Plywood, Regina, Yorkton, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon.
Windsor, the experts you need to know.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. Right now, life is just too damn expensive. That's why, as Premier, I won't raise your taxes. In fact, I'll cut taxes, making it cheaper to gas up your vehicle and buy winter clothes for the kids. And I'm the only leader in this campaign who can say that. It's time for a change in Saskatchewan. I'm Carla Beck, and I approve this message.
Authorized by the Chief Official Agent for the Sask NDP.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
We are minutes away from your Saskatchewan Roughriders kicking off against the Ottawa Redblacks at Mosaic Stadium. Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder standing by. They'll have the call of all of the action live on 620 CKRM and on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com. But right here, right now, we hear from quarterback Trevor Harris. I asked him what he's expecting from Ottawa, considering his backfield mate there, Ryquell Armstead, is coming off a 25-carry, 207-yard performance 1 week ago.
They're a good defense. They've been doing a great job all year. They're physical, they're fast, and they have really, really good pass rush. But it's on us to make sure that we're, like I always talk about, stretching the field horizontally and vertically, moving the pocket, moving in the run game, play action pass, doing all those sorts of things. And if we do that and make sure we're just executing one play at a time, I don't anticipate them, playing 7 in the box. If they do, that'd be incredible. But I haven't gotten that sort of treatment since maybe 15. So.
There's a big addition to the defense for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Anthony Lanier is back off the 6-game injured list. He missed the last 7 games while recovering from a knee injury. The Riders wanted to make sure he got back to 100% before he was put back on the field. Corey Mace, the head coach for the Riders, was asked about Lanier returning to the lineup for Saskatchewan.
Just disruption. I mean, he is a disruptive guy. It's exciting to get him back. Obviously, his personality, being out there every day, certainly it changes the dynamic of our practices. But having the ability, he's played some games inside for us. He's played some games outside for us. Having him to be able to swing outside, specifically this week, helps us a lot. And he's a load out there, man. So I expect him just to be disruptive to help push our defense forward.
Corey Mace's commentary brought to you by Saloon Tire. Cars, trucks, or SUVs, Saloon Tire has you covered like a championship-winning defense. League-leading value and performance you can count on. Mace knows he needs an elite performance today from his defense going up against Redblacks quarterback Jeremiah Masoli.
He's been certainly, as you spoke to, he's seen a lot, from the pocket in his time, and he's comfortable with the play caller and Tommy, right? So we just got to make it tough on him, whether that's through 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-man pressure, or if it's coverage disguises or different kind of zone blitzes. I mean, we gotta keep him guessing a little bit, with veteran quarterbacks. But I'm sure there's gonna be plays out there that he's gonna execute. We just got to make sure that we get 1, 2 more.
The Riders looking to get at least one more point than the Redblacks today to make it a trend and start a winning streak. You look at the standings after Friday night's games, especially the one in BC in the West Division, has opened up for the Roughriders. They control their destiny in terms of a home playoff game. Meanwhile, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have clinched a postseason spot. They're 9-6 on the season overall. Meanwhile, the Riders have a 94% chance of making the postseason entering this game against Ottawa, but they're looking for more than that. They would like to book a home playoff date at Mosaic Stadium, and because the BC Lions lost on Friday night at BC Place in overtime to the Hamilton Tiger Cats 32-29, if the Riders win today, they would jump over the BC Lions and be in possession of second place solely in the West Division. So lots of playoff implications for this one. And as the Roughriders finish the season with 3 of their 4 remaining games at home at Mosaic Stadium, an ideal setup for the Riders to finish the season with a bye week in there between the games against the BC Lions and Calgary Stampeders to finish the season at home. But right here, right now, it's about the Redblacks and Riders at Mosaic Stadium. On the other side, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder have the call of this one. I'll talk to you after the game on the post-game show. Enjoy it and soak in this beautiful weather, Saskatchewan. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's time to field your best. Here comes Salford's Spinner Spreaders, gridiron gladiators charging onto the field with a lineup of various sizes and models. Salford Spreaders are constructed with stainless steel and complete the pass with pinpoint accuracy. Select models go long with application widths up to 120 feet. Field your best with Salford.
See them at Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn, and Mazer Group.
Hey, want to grab a burger?
A what?
A burger.
What's that?
A hamburger.
Sorry, I'm a little lost.
A hamburger.
Maybe if I saw one?
Bread with meat in the middle.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Like a souvlaki pita wrap.
No. Win free OPA for a year and you might just forget what other food is. You could win one of 3 grand prizes of OPA for a year or instantly win wraps, fries, and more. Enter on the OPA app or at opaofgreece.com.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
Attention farmers, get a sizzling deal on the highest performing DeKalb canola lineup yet. Save up to $45 a bag on DeKalb TrueFlex and DeKalb Liberty Link canola, and up to $65 a bag on DeKalb TrueFlex Liberty Link canola when you book a minimum of 500 acres by October 11th. Visit your retailer to book now or dekalb.ca/SK. Always read and follow label directions.
Saskatchewan, we're built for seeing the sunrise and for days lasting past sunset. We're built for trials, tasks, and tough times. Redhead Power Sports in North Battleford offers you your next ultimate off-road experience. From Can-Am off-road vehicles, Sea-Doo personal watercrafts, or Ski-Doo snowmobiles, let us take you on your next ultimate off-road experience. Choose your next adventure with Redhead Power Sports. redheadpowersports.ca.
Rider Nation, it's game day. Saskatchewan Roughrider football is brought to you by Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Salford Equipment, SegaPlayNow.com, Quality Tire, Redhead Equipment, McDougall Auctioneers, Claws of America. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Time now for the first quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Well, they've just brought him out. Now, you've heard of 50 Shades of Grey. Come on, I'm not talking about the book or the movie. I'm talking about the less than black and white playoff picture in the Canadian Football League. Well, today's combatants have a full color palette when it comes to playoff possibilities, but a few of those hues will be eliminated with today's outcome. Good afternoon, Rider Nation from Mosaic Stadium. I'm Dave Thomas with Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder to my right, Statsman extraordinaire John Hoffman to my left, Derek Bidwell down to the sidelines, and producers and engineers Craig Hemingway, Mosh, Mash, Curtis, all having my back with Colson hitting the switches downtown. The green and white Saskatchewan Roughriders were seeing red following an August 8th tie between these clubs, an outcome that took them 5 weeks to recover from. That recovery came in the form of a pair of golden cleats, one worn by Ryquell Armstead, who turned in the fourth best rushing performance in franchise history and put the team back into the win column. 2 points that have them back in the driver's seat for a playoff spot. Meantime, the Redblacks were seeing black and orange. Their cheers for BC to beat the gold and black of Hamilton went unheard last night, making them blue, as a Tiger Cat victory would have secured Ottawa a playoff berth. Instead, the boys from the nation's capital need a win today to secure their first playoff appearance in 2018. Won't be easy, though, as they know they need to throw up a red light to stop their former white-hot teammate Ryquell Armstead from finding his groove, despite a banged-up linebacking core. 2 key points are up for grabs on a day that we are all respectfully ready to wear orange. Hello, Saskatchewan. It is time to take a moment and pause for the national anthem here at Mosaic Stadium.
Region celebrating 99 years of service to our country and represented by Regina branch number 001. Today's cadet flag party consists of air cadets from 41 Hercules and 703 Optimus squadrons of Regina. Joining them today are Lieutenant Bobby McStay and firefighter John Messina from the Regina Fire and Protective Services. Also accompanying our anthem party today are members of the Saskatchewan First Nations Veterans Association. During the Kiss Saskatchewan game, we're proud to have flag bearers from several of the treaties that make up our land join us for this afternoon's anthem. Holding a Treaty 4 flag is Chief Jonathan Passap, representing White Bear First Nation. Also holding a Treaty 4 flag is Genova Pasqua, representing Pasqua First Nation. And holding a Treaty 5 flag is Chief Renee Chaboyer, representing Cumberland House Cree Nation. Please stand if you're able and remove your headwear as 620 CKRM presents today's anthem singer. Being performed in both English and Cree, please welcome Tegan Little Chief.
Oh, Canada, Nigananita Skinan, true patriot love in all of us coming. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true, no strong and free. Ottawa Chenetesco, Casitus Gatina. No talinan canoeita. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for
Tegan Little Chief with an amazing rendition of our national anthem as we get set to go between the Saskatchewan Roughriders and Ottawa Redblacks on a picture-perfect afternoon for football. Joining us on the sidelines, his reports brought to you by Ritchie Brothers. We love CFL football. Enjoy the game. Call Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers for all your buying and selling needs. Visit rbauction.com. It's Derek Bidwell. Bidsy, I hope you got the sunscreen ready, my friend.
I have it on, and I'm ready for it. You talked about a picture-perfect day for football. It is indeed that, Dave. Beautiful blue skies over us here at Mosaic Stadium. It is around 22, 23 degrees right now. That is, outside of the stadium. Down here on the turf, which is about 4 stories below grade, and on the turf with those rubber pellets there that absorb all the heat, it is about usually between 5 and 8 degrees warmer. So that has us down here on the turf at about 30 degrees. We'll talk to you a little bit later as I spoke with one of the trainers here with the Riders about these players staying hydrated, especially the big boys.
That is very true, as Luke is nodding his head saying, yep. it's a picture-perfect day, but it's a tough one for the big guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for the big guys. First of all, before we get rolling, I want to acknowledge my Indigenous brothers, sisters, and relatives from the First Nation, from our First Nation to our Métis Nation partners. Hello, everyone. What a great day this is. You're right. You've got to get your fluids in today. Everything's a little bit easier for the Hoggies and the defensive linemen when it's nice and cool. But when you're out here, you need the wet towels. Sometimes you need the fan. But I think today, the adrenaline that everything in this game represents can carry you through those high humidity moments.
So the Quality Tire kickoff. We had a little fumble on the toss. Oopsies. But we're okay now. Ben Major handed the coin over. The Ottawa Redblacks called it in the air, and the Redblacks have won and are choosing to defer. So the Saskatchewan Roughriders have decided that they are going to take the end zone to the north. So that's the end zone that the Riders are going to be attacking, as they will receive the opening kickoff. Again, Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
Shout out to the north, too. We got some folks from South End, Sandy Bay, Deschambault, Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation with us as they handled their communities when they needed to evacuate this summer. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders always make sure that they can support their Indigenous partners whenever they do evacuate. So it's nice to see some of the staff and volunteers get recognized with tickets today. And like you said, Dave, this is shaping up to be a really interesting game. Both teams have the chance to close out their conferences after this game, but this game specifically means so much for both organizations as well.
Absolutely. And we talked about it in the opening downstairs in Harvard Studios 620 about the sense of urgency, and both teams have to have it. Of course, I would suggest that it's maybe more on the Riders' side, and the fact that they've got an opportunity to take a big step forward in the West Division standings.
Well, and they were so excited today. I mean, I normally observe our coaches coming out, but I mean, there was a little bit of extra energy during the pregame hugs and high fives today on the sideline. Hopefully that carries over, but there's a lot to do today if you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We talked about our 3 keys to the game. You got to have a lot of gap discipline, got to have a lot of eye discipline, and let's hope we can continue to come out and run the ball like Ryquell Armstead and his offensive front managed to do last week versus Calgary.
Well, we're not going to have to wait long. The Riders wearing all green today. Yes, green jerseys, green pants, green socks, along with the white trim and the Indigenous logo emblazoned on either side of their helmets. A great creation from one of the members of the Pheasant First Nation here in our province. The Ottawa Redblacks are wearing an Indigenous logo as well, with the R that's on either side of their helmet. They are wearing white jerseys with red trim on the shoulders, black pants, and red socks to start things off. The Redblacks will move from left to right as we see it here in Mosaic Stadium. The Riders, of course, will be attacking the north end zone as we get set to go this afternoon here at Mosaic Stadium. It'll be Richie Leone putting the ball on the tee, a 60.5 yard our kickoff average. Set to return Mario Alford, number 3 in return yard average on kickoffs in the Canadian Football League. He's flanked by Thomas Bertrand Houdon as we get set to go on a sunny Saturday here in Saskatchewan as Leone will approach. The Quality Tire kickoff is in the air, and we are underway in Riderville. It's Mario Alford taking the opening kickoff at his 19-yard line. He'll scamper towards the right, has some blocking in front of him, and will make it all the way out to the 39-yard line before he's tripped up there. And here comes Trevor Harris to make his 9th start of this season. He's got a 4-4 record thus far. This is his 12th start against the Ottawa Redblacks in his career. He is 7-4 as we get set to go after a 61-yard kickoff and 20-yard return.
Going to be interesting. Again, we talked about the run game, but Ottawa comes with 2 of the best defensive tackles in Mike Wakefield and Cleon Lang in the league, and our guys Noah Zer, Logan Furlan, and Jacob Brammer, they got a tough task here moving those 2 out of the way if possible today.
Well, Riders started with an empty set. Now Armstead moves to the right of Harris. Fake the handoff to him on first down. Throw it out far side. That ball complete to the 45-50 of Saskatchewan. Twisting and turning out across near the 51-yard line. Big catch by Kian Schaefer-Baker. That'll move the sticks for our first Bazandowski Agency's first down of the day.
Yeah, and right away that run-pass option look froze the middle linebackers, Tyrone Brady and Davion Taylor. So you can tell that Ottawa's come out here with the intent to stop the run. As soon as they saw that fake, both linebackers stepped up. Fortunately, good quick release from Saskatchewan's quarterback to get to the sideline.
First and 10, Saskatchewan, ball on their own 51-yard line. Just underway this afternoon. We're scoreless in the opening quarter. 5 receivers set. Handoff goes to Armstead. He'll bounce it to the outside. Gets across the 50, up near the 53-yard line for just a gain of a couple as the Redblacks converge on him quickly. It'll be second down and long.
This is a good tackle by Davion Taylor. And one of the things that Ottawa really struggled with last week against the Montreal Alouettes was tackling. The screen game killed them, but it was because of shoddy tackling. There, they actually get some pretty good blocks up front due Saskatchewan on the Redblacks D-line. And if not for Taylor's efforts, that might have gone for a lot more.
They'll credit a gain of 3 on the play for Armstead, so it's 2nd and 7 for the Riders, who are number 5 in the CFL in second down conversions. This time, 3 receivers to the far side of the set for Harris. He's back to pass, looks near side, has Johnson in the flat, and he's open with room to run to the 45-40, slips up a little bit, then is forced out of bounds at the 31. If he doesn't slip, he could have gone a lot longer, but it is a Rider first down.
Ottawa doesn't blitz a lot from the 35s. They save their majority of their blitzes for when teams get near the red zone. Here they send a strong side blitz, though, and it's picked up really well by Trevor Lead and company, and that's how Trevor Harris gets the ball quickly out to Keyshawn Johnson. Quick little spin move to the outside and upfield. Again, Ottawa struggled last week, all week, with one-on-one tackles.
26-yard reception for Johnson. Lots of YAC auctions, yak yards at the end of it. First and 10 for the Riders at the Ottawa 30. On the left-hand hash, handoff goes to Armstead, and he tried to bounce around a couple of would-be tacklers, but he stopped up. As coming up to fill the hole right away for Ottawa was Bennett Williams, and it's a gain of just a yard.
Well, Bennett Williams comes off the Riders' right side of the offensive line, and Keenan Schaefer-Baker's the guy that needed to block him, and Williams just got underneath Schaefer-Baker's pads and kind of carried him to the action to stop that. This is a good job by the Ottawa front. 2nd and 7+ here in 2nd and 8.
Ball just inside the 30 of Ottawa on the left-hand hash for Harris. He's got 3 receivers on our near side. Emelis in motion, moves into the backfield. Harris back to pass, looks far side, swings it out. That ball is complete to Armstead out of the backfield. He's not going to have much as he's down around the 27-yard line for a gain of just a couple.
Well, listen, obviously you want to score here in your first drive, get some momentum going for your squad. Still a win for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, bringing the ball out of their territory, getting loud. They're in position to kick an easy 36-yarder, but I say that cautiously because nothing this year has been easy for our field goal kicker, and it's actually 35, so I shortchanged them.
So Lother, 76% proficiency in nailing it through the uprights. His long of the season is 55, as you mentioned, Luke. This from 35 on the right-hand hash. Corsack out to hold, clean snap from Hughes. The kick goes up, and it goes through the uprights. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders take an early 3-0 lead thanks to a Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal off the leg of Brett Lother. 11:25 to go in the opening quarter. Back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
From right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world, we're helping feed the future. That's something we're celebrating. Over the last 65 years, Nutrien has become the largest producer of potash in the world and the largest private sector employer in the province. Join us for this milestone, one that's only possible thanks to the people of Saskatchewan. Nutrien, from Saskatchewan to the world for 65 years. Nutrien.com/celebrating65.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals bring you Saskatchewan Roughrider field goals this season, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 50 years with short-term, flexible contracts. Call 522-5866. Brett Lother's 35-yarder has got the Riders in front 3-0 early here, Luke. 11:25 to go in the opening quarter.
And now we see the Ottawa Redblack offense for the first time here. Quarterback by Jeremiah Masoli. Again, what we're going to have to worry about in terms of Masoli and what he brings to the table. Probably going to see a lot of play action looks. Obviously, Ottawa's going to want to run the football. A lot of run pass option looks. majority of the goal here for Saskatchewan today, especially early on. Just keep Jeremiah Masoli contained between the tackles. You got to be disciplined. Can't get outside in the C or D gaps because that's where he makes the majority of his plays.
The Ottawa offense DNA, if you will. Number 7 in the run game. Number 2, though, in the pass game is the backfield empty. He's going to swing it out near side for Laybourne. That's complete. He'll make the first man miss. Then A.J. Allen comes up to make the tackle after a gain of a couple to the back, Callan Laybourne, and it's going to be a gain of 3, maybe 4, 2nd and 6 upcoming.
Amari Henderson's playing the strong side halfback position. He misses this tackle, but it's a good miss. And the reason why I say that is because he misses to the outside, forces the ball carrier back in, and that's where we can clean it up. 2nd and 6, but I told you, they're going to try to get the ball out of Masoli's hands early today.
2nd and 6, as you mentioned, ball on the 44 of Ottawa. Right-hand hash moving into the sun here at Mosaic Stadium as Masoli calls his receivers to the line. 4 of them outside. Here comes the rush, and he takes a hit, and it goes incomplete as Jameer Thurman and Adam O'Clair both able to get into the backfield, and it'll be a 2-and-out for the Red Black offense.
Well, the Riders have shown that they've blitzed the linebackers a ton this year. Thurman and O'Clair both coming, one in the A gap, one in the C gap, and Callan Laybourne actually moves too far to the inside initially, and he misses Jameer Thurman, and that's what causes the pressure. Masoli's unable to get it to anybody, and we're punting.
Richie Leone, number 3 in punt average in the Canadian Football League. A high spiraling kick. That's going to chase Mario Alford right to the sideline. He tries to dance around it, can't. Steps out of bounds right at the 19-yard line, and that's where Trevor Harris and the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense will go to work with 10:27 to go here in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan leading Ottawa 3-0. We'll come back with that offensive possession in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
There is nothing quite like the friendly competition that football season can bring among family and friends. Lucky for you, SaskTel makes it easy to get in the game. Of savings, that is. Introducing our newest rate plan, VIP 70. Get 70 gigabytes of data and more for just $75 a month. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sastel.com/VIP70. Conditions apply.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with playnow.com/green200. Playnow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit playnow.com/green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
47-yard punt by Leone leaves no return for Mario Alford on the E. Barassa & Sons punt returns. Ready, set, inspect. Triple check inspections are on at E. Barassa & Sons, booked by November 29th at ebarassa.com. So the Riders will start way back at their 19-yard line for their second possession of the football game.
They've been a lot better over the last few weeks getting the ball out of their own zone, right? When they've had their backs against their goal line, it seems they've been driving the field. Last time they didn't start this deep, but they still came up with points, and that's what we talk about, continuing to string first downs together, continuing to get momentum, and hopefully here continuing to solve, because the Ottawa Redblacks did a really good job in that first series, hopefully getting to get this run game going. I know it's only the second drive, but it's incredibly important.
So 1st and 10 Saskatchewan. Armstead, the lone back in the backfield for Trevor Harris, who signals his receivers to the line. You got a trips formation to the far side, and Samuel Emmel is isolated on that right side as well. That's where Harris is going to go. He'll complete it far side. That's up near the 29-yard line. Nice catch by Shawn Bane Jr., who hauls it in, and that'll be close to the first down stripe. And indeed, it will be a first down for Bazandowski Agencies. Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance.
We've gone wide a couple times here, and That allows us to talk about potentially a great matchup. I'll tell you what, Damon Webb's been playing at a most outstanding player level for Ottawa as a halfback. The other halfback, DeAndre Lamont's good. And that matchup between Bane Jr., KSB, and Emilus, and those two guys is going to be something to watch this week.
1st and 10, Saskatchewan. Ball now up at their 29-yard line. Pitch it out to the near side for Armstead. Has a bit of a hole, finds some contact, and then gets out across the 35 for a gain of about 6.
Well, he gets
Armstead.
He gets a good initial block by rookie Del Duncan Busby on the left side, and then he's able to, that was Kean Schaefer-Baker, and then what he's able to do is he's able to just get to the inside shoulder of Schaefer-Baker and upfield. But here you're at 2nd and 3, so a really manageable down, especially with the first few plays here with Harris throwing to the sideline quickly. They've gotten 6, so one would say all you got to do that again and you'll have a first down.
5 receiver formation for the Riders on 2nd and 3 at their own 36. 3 to this near side. That's where Harris looks. Has time, throws it off. That's complete for the rookie. Del Duncan Busby drops the football, but able to cover it up, and it'll be good for a first down for the Riders.
Del Duncan Busby's the widest of 3 receivers to the left side of Harris, and he just gradually comes inside after running up the field for about 5 yards. I like the pace he comes at. He goes slowly because you don't want to run yourself into coverage, especially with Ottawa being convoluted near the hash marks of the field inside Busby. So that was a good smart play by a young player and a good conversion for another first down.
Getting his first start for the rookie out of Bemidji State, filling in the spot of Ajo, who was placed on the 6-game injured list this week by the Riders. 1st and 10 for Saskatchewan. Ottawa loads up the line. Harris looks to throw, has Keyshawn Johnson, but he just missed him just beyond his outstretched arm. It's incomplete. It'll be 2nd down.
Yeah, well, Trevor Harris has got to get this up in the air because what he's got is Davion Taylor just dropping back in a little bit of a zone, and Davion Taylor's presence about 8 yards beyond the Rough Rider line of scrimmage is what forces this ball a little bit up, because if Harris puts it on a dime, it gets intercepted. So that's why it was a little bit too high and a little bit too far in front of the intended receiver.
Pick it on C.J. Colden, number 36 on the corner, making his first start of the campaign for the rookie. Here comes the blitz for Harris on 2nd and 10. Loads it up, looking for Kean Schaefer-Baker, but he couldn't come down with it as Schaefer-Baker cut to the inside instead of going outside, and Meshandrick Hunter in coverage, the safety. It's incomplete. 2 straight incompletions are going to force the Riders to kick the football.
Yeah, Trevor Harris puts it in a great spot. Kean Schaefer-Baker just goes in the wrong way because he's got a low player down at about 5 yards and nobody towards the sideline in one-on-one coverage. So if Schaefer-Baker cuts this to the outside, this is an easy big play. Unfortunately, he went into the only place that Trevor Harris didn't want him to run.
Corsack on to kick the football away. 47.5-yard average for his punts this season. That's number 5 in the Canadian Football League.
So what we've seen defensively, Dave, from the Ottawa Redblacks, 2nd and 7+ situations, they've blitzed.
Tobias Harris on the return for the Redblacks. He'll be pushed out of bounds at the Saskatchewan 31-yard line. We've got extra whistles at the end of the play, but it will be Ottawa football with 7:25 to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan in front of the Redblacks, 3-0. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
for big fans like you,
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And go Riders!
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive around Saskatchewan, you may run into a lot of highway construction. That's because your Saskatchewan party government is fixing a lot of highways. We've already repaired over 19,000 kilometers of highway, and we're improving another 1,000 this year. So if you're driving home from the game or traveling on our highways for any other reason, watch out for the orange zones and slow down so that everyone can stay safe. Safer highways, that's growth that works for everyone.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
42-yard punt, 6-yard return for the Ottawa Redblacks means that they'll start at their own 30-yard line. 1st and 10. Rider Nation, we love hearing from you. Wherever you want to check in from today, we want to hear from you. Souris Valley Industries bringing you the text line at 306-936-6262. Souris Valley Industries in Weyburn, supplying Saskatchewan with precast concrete products for over 40 years. Call 306-842-5754 or csviprecast.com. Well, I don't think you could ask for a much better start for the Riders. That second drive, they took a couple of shots. They had them. They just didn't execute them, but so far so good. And the Ottawa offense is only at 2 plays.
Yeah, it was a quick 2 and out, and one of the things that we did right away really well is just play Masoli for what he is, right? They had a second down situation. They blitzed him. Good job containing him, making sure that he stays in the pocket during the blitz. Running back had trouble figuring out who to go to. Get off the field.
1st and 10 for the Redblacks. They're going to hand the ball off to Laybourne, and he'll get met right in the hole. Nice job by the Riders to get penetration at the line of scrimmage and stop the run after maybe 2 yards. It'll be 2nd and long as Nelson Lacombo was up from his spot to make the tackle.
Well, the guy who makes this all happen is Micah Johnson. He absorbs the double team from Darius Bladdock and Eric Starzala, their center on the left side, and there was absolutely nowhere to go for LeBron. Might see another blitz here.
Riders show it with 5 people in the box, and they'll drop into coverage. Pass comes near side for Hardy. He's met right away. Is coming up make the stop was Deontay Williams, but he should have enough for a first down. Justin Hardy leads the league in receptions, number 2 in yardage, gets more there, and moves the chains for Ottawa for the first time.
Yeah, he's really quietly had a great season. Also a guy that they're excited about bringing back into the fold. We haven't seen him yet is Khalil Pimpleton, and he was doing extraordinary things for the Redblacks before he got hurt. 1st and 10.
Yeah, he's missed the last 6 games since Pimpleton. It's 1st and 10 for the Redblacks. Right-hand hash of the ball. Handoff goes to Laybourne. He's got some room across the 45, near the 46-yard line for a gain of about 5 on first down for the Redblacks.
The problem here is Eric Starzala does a good job against Micah Johnson. This time, no double team. Moves him just a little bit, and LeBron's able to just attack directly down the middle. Redblacks get somebody up front on Jameer Thurman, and you got a running back able to make his first point of contact on the 2nd level versus the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 4. Curious to see the Riders approach this.
4 receiver package for Ottawa with Pimpleton and Hardy near side. Hardy stays into the backfield. They'll bring it up, and they're going to dump it off underneath. Well, Ottawa to Hardy, room to run to the 50 midfield stripe, and he'll finally be brought down inside Saskatchewan territory at the 53 on the far side.
Yeah, a lot of the times when you dial up a blitz, somebody is always responsible for the running back when he does leak out. Here it looks like an assignment bust because nobody goes with Kalen LeBourne once he does break out against this blitz, and he's got a ton of room to run and not many defenders.
Ottawa 1st and 10 at the Saskatchewan 53. 5 minutes to go in the opening quarter. The Riders in front 3-0. Masoli back to pass. Quick drop. Dumps it off underneath. That ball is complete to Jalen Acklin. And Jalen Acklin should have a first down inside the Rider 40 near the 38.
Again, we talked about Jeremiah Masoli being in his Jared Goff era. He's just going to manage this game away. They're going to get the ball out of his hands. You're going to see a lot of RPOs, a lot of play action today. So far, so good for Masoli. He's been dinking and dunking, and they find themselves down on the Rider 39 because of it.
1st and 10 for the Redblacks. 4:28 to go in the first quarter. 3-0 Saskatchewan leads as Ottawa breaks the huddle. 3 receivers near side now. Acklin and Hardy will move to the far side of the formation. That's where 3 receivers settle. Fake a handoff now, swing it out far side, and that's complete. But Amari Henderson comes up to make a tackle as he was able to fend off the block and then get right into Jalen Acklin's hip pocket and brings him down.
Yeah, this is a good job film studying by Amari Henderson. He knows this play is coming right away. What he does is he sees number 7 for the Ottawa Redblacks gradually coming over towards and setting up the screen, and as soon as he recognizes, he just starts charging. He busts through the block, and he's able to take the ball carrier, in this case Jalen Acklin, down easily. 2nd and 11. I'm wondering if the Riders throw some pressure here like they did the last time that Ottawa was in a 2nd and 7+.
3 receivers near side, backfield empties. Here they come. Masoli though gets it away far side, complete to Ackland, but the Riders secondary do a terrific job wrapping him up for a loss of a couple. Roland Milligan Jr. in to make the tackle on Khalil Pimpleton.
So we talked about the blitz coming, and now you can see both defenses really want to add pressure to the situation for each quarterback on these 2nd and 7+ situations, because Ottawa's done it twice now, and Saskatchewan's done it a couple times too when Ottawa's been in that same situation.
So Lewis Ward, who's connected on 90% of his field goal attempts this season, looks like he's going to settle down for a 46-yard attempt. Should be well within his range.
Yeah, you know, in the past, I know I've been hard on Lewis Ward just because of his height. It's easy for tall guys like me to make fun of small guys, but I'll tell you what, man, he has been absolutely money this year for them.
No, but he
goes and misses.
Yeah, to the right, and here comes Mario Alford. Got a return. Turns on the Jets. Up to the 25, 30 of Saskatchewan. To the 40. Gets by the kicker. Now to midfield. Cuts back to the 45 of Ottawa. Mario Alford on the field goal miss return sets the Riders up in red-black territory. They'll have it when we come back. 2:36 to go in the first quarter. Saskatchewan in front of Ottawa, 3-0. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the red zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Well, the Opa Souvlaki stat, 1 for 1. Luc Mullinder on the announcer's jinx.
Yeah.
As the 46-yarder goes wide to the right.
Well, if we had known that all you had to do is compliment Lewis Ward on his kicking ability, he's going to miss. We're just going to do that for the rest of the day. But you always leave yourself vulnerable on those long field goal kicks. And I was actually surprised that Ottawa, because of where the ball was being kicked, didn't put in their long field goal team. They kept in their main field goal kicking unit, which is comprised of the majority of offensive linemen. So, or at least that's what it looked like from here, because we didn't really start. But either way, Mario Alford makes them pay. A great field flip opportunity here for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Absolutely, as the Riders will start down at the Ottawa 43-yard line. 2:36 to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan in front of Ottawa 3-0. Fans are out fanning themselves. A little bit of heat here in the stands today, as you heard Derek Bidwell on the sidelines earlier saying it was about 25 degrees come kickoff weather and no wind at all. Not even a whisper after a couple of windy days in Saskatchewan. So the 77-yard return for Mario Alford has got the offense set up. It's 1st and 10. Trevor Harris comes out with an extra body in along the offensive line. 3 receivers to the near side. Armstead, the lone back in the backfield. Harris signals them to the line. Going to hand it off to Armstead. He'll go to his left. Gets across the 40 down to the Ottawa 38-yard line for a gain of about 5.
It's a good job just attacking downhill. Alberto watches the tight end. He got a good block. We've got our left tackle, Trevor Reed, Noah Zur working hard on the left side, getting guys off the line of scrimmage. You're at 2nd and 5. Again, one of the more manageable down and distances in the Canadian Football League.
2nd and 5, ball in the 38 of Ottawa. Left-hand hash for the Riders, moving towards the end zone to the north. Our broadcast left. 3 receivers as Shawn Bane Jr. makes it a 4th to go to the wide side of the field. Harris back to pass. Looks. Going to pull it down. Now going to flip it underneath. That's caught by Keyshawn Johnson, who's going to dive ahead, and he'll be very close to a first down, as it looked like Harris was going to take off before he shovels it underneath to Keyshawn.
Well, it's a great job by the Saskatchewan Roughrider interior keeping Mike Wakefield off of the stat sheet here. He's trying to pressure Trevor Harris. Trevor Harris does a good job navigating the pocket as it closes down, and it just so happens that Keyshawn Johnson, who's running a crossing route really shallow, for Trevor Harris, runs right in front of him at the same time to keep Harris from needing to run the ball, and Keyshawn Johnson puts his head down and goes for it. You're at 3rd and 1. Definitely a situation where you want your short yardage team and Shane Patterson in the game.
Well, interestingly enough, they're not going to measure this. I thought that they were, so instead it'll be a Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble.
Yeah.
And here comes Shea Patterson. What a great conversation I had with Shea after practice earlier this week, talking about the nuances of short yardage situations. And I said, just man on man. He said, no, watch the footwork that goes into it. He's got to make a read, has to understand where he's going to go pre-snap. And right now he's under the center making that read. 3rd and short. He'll go ahead standing up, but should have the first down and then some for Bazendowski Agencies.
Yeah, at some point the Saskatchewan Roughriders are going to get comfortable enough in this set, which is your large tight end set, to either pass out of this a little bit more or go quick huddle, get Shea Patterson back into it, and just run a regular playoff. That really throws off defenses if you're able to do that, and that's where I'd like to see them graduate in terms of their short yardage team.
Well, they don't have a lot of opportunities. The Riders, number 8 in 3rd down and short conversion, so less than 2 yards, but they've only done it. That was the 13th time this season, so less than once a game. We can debate the nuances of that coming up, but first and foremost, it's a first down for Saskatchewan at the 32 of Ottawa. Going to pitch it near side for Armstead. He makes a man miss in the backfield, looks to cut it back, now goes straight up, and he'll just dive ahead near the 30-yard line. So he ran about 20 yards to gain 2, but miraculously he wasn't cut down in the backfield.
Well, DeAndre Lamar comes into this game with 70 defensive tackles, and that's one of the reasons why, is he recognizes the attempt of Armstead coming outside, trying to get to the edge, and he immediately asserts himself into the fray. He doesn't make the tackle initially, but he does enough to force it back inside to where all his teammates are able to come and help him. And now the Riders in 2nd 8. Is this where the Red Blacks blitz again?
Well, we'll see. 4 down linemen now. Now they show a 5th. There was movement along the line. No flags. Harris to pass near side as a man. That's complete up to the 12-yard line. And it's another Rider first down. Is hauling it in. Shawn Bane Jr. with his 2nd reception of the afternoon.
So true to the game approach, the Red Blacks blitz on 2nd and 7+, right? But the Rough Riders with a false count get them to show where they're blitzing early. And that gives everybody a chance to adjust and slide. You got 5 on 5 essentially, and an easy throw to Trevor Harris, knowing where his outlet was for the first down.
13-yard reception for Shawn Bane Jr. and the Riders on the Quality Tire scoreboard are leading 3-0 through the opening quarter of play. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hey Rider fans, AJ Ouellette here, running back for your Saskatchewan Rough Riders. To be the best, you have to put in the hard work. And at Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina, they work hard every day. They're the #1 GMC dealer in Saskatchewan, always offering the best selection of GMC trucks and SUVs for prices other dealers wish they could match. Whether I'm up early for Breakfast Club workouts or staying up late watching film, I know the team at Capital GMC is always ready to help. They drive Rider Nation.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, brought to you by the Cooperators, Western Ag Professional Agronomy, SaskTown, AgCo, Capital Auto Group, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, Sask Lotteries, Redhead Equipment, Quality Tire. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. And now, the second quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Saskatchewan Roughriders start the second quarter in the red zone. Brought to you by your Saskatchewan Windsor plywood locations. It's 1st and 10 on the 17-yard line of Ottawa. The Riders now moving to our right to the south end zone. As Harris calls out the cadence, looks towards the goal line. It's complete. What a catch, and holding on for dear life at the end of it was Kean Schaefer-Baker down at the 5-yard line. He's going to take a knee as he took one heck of a hit at the end of that.
This is a monster hit. Kean Schaefer-Baker is used to taking big hits. His touchdown pass over the middle last week involved a monster chuck stick hit opportunity for Calgary's safety, and here the Red Black defensive back makes him pay for it, but he's willing to pay the price. He can catch the ball in a tough spot. This is a good hit, good clean hit, more importantly, from the Ottawa Redblacks defensive back as he comes over the middle here, and I think he'll be all right, but if he's not, you're going to be forced to see Colton Hunchak get some playing time here in a situation where he pretty much just got into Regina.
Well, I tell you, Kean Schaefer-Baker took that right in the sternum.
Man, it looks like he's winded. It would definitely wind me.
Yeah,
look at that. Boom.
Just looking at that hurts. Is coming across. That was Monshadrick Hunter, the safety, 6-year pro, second year with the Red Blacks. And Kean Schaefer-Baker, of course, injuries this season are brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everybody's responsibility. Let's make Saskatchewan workplaces the safest in Canada. Workplace Safety Saskatchewan. So Schaefer-Baker getting some assistance down on the 5-yard line.
Well, more importantly, not more importantly, safety is obviously the thing that we want here, but they called it an incomplete pass.
Oh, they did.
So now you're still sitting at 2nd and 10. We know that Ottawa likes to blitz in the red zone, right? When teams have the ball in this situation, you know that today they've come in and in the second 7+ situations, they've said they want to blitz. So chances are here we're going to see a blitz. So Trevor Harris is probably talking through that potential right now, right? But there's also the key is despite seeing tendencies, you also can't rush yourself, right? You can't go in there saying this is 100% a blitz coming up because you don't want to rush any throws. They might give you a blitz look and drop back out in the zone and make you throw a quick turnover if you're trying to rush it.
Well, interesting matchup. Riders have the 3rd best offense in the red zone. 61.5% of the time they score touchdowns. The Red Blacks have the 2nd best red zone defense. It's 2nd and 10 from the Red Blacks 17. Ottawa has 4 down linemen, going to drop back into coverage. Harris dumps it underneath. Armstead has it, spins away from the first tackler, but was stable to not get away from him entirely. Goes down at about the 14-yard line, and the Riders have a decision as 3rd and 6 upcoming, and the decision's been made as Brett Lather trots out onto the field.
It's a really solid tackle here by Elijah McGee, their strong side cornerback, so he's to the wide side of the field, and they're actually just playing a little bit of a zone look, right? And they get the look they want from the Riders because the ball is thrown low, and the reason why I say they want that look is because that allows more guys to just collapse onto the ball carrier, right? This is essentially a chip shot here for Brett Lather at 21 yards.
Lather 101 in the afternoon for Reliance Heathwater Heater Rentals. The first one from 35. This 21-yarder is up. No doubt about it. It goes through. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders increase their lead to 6-0 with 13:27 to go in the second quarter. Back with more from Mosaic in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
There is nothing quite like the friendly competition that football season can bring among family and friends. Lucky for you, SaskTel makes it easy to get in the game. Of savings, that is. Introducing our newest rate plan, VIP 70. Get 70 gigabytes of data and more for just $75 a month. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sasktel.com/VIP70. Conditions apply.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485-bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Well, the Riders had to settle for 3 instead of 6. However, there is some concern at the end of the drive as Kean Schaefer-Baker was helped off the field. Derek Bidwell, any more on that?
Well, Kean Schaefer-Baker, as you mentioned, helped off the field. He's just on the sideline here about 10 feet away from me. He seems to be in pretty good spirits. Teammates have come up to him, patted him on the shoulder, asked him how he's doing. He seems to be just taking big breaths, and he's feeling kind of around his sternum area where he took the big pop. So, as you mentioned, Luke, it seemed like he probably just got winded. That is what it seems like on the sidelines right now. He's nowhere near the observation tent on the sideline. He's just over to the side, just taking deep breaths, and it looks like he should be okay to return. Hopefully, knock on wood, fingers crossed.
You know, as a defensive player, when that would happen to a route wide receiver like Andy Fantus or somebody that I played with, I would go over, and first thing I would do is I would say, yo, you all right? And as soon as they said yeah, then you know what I'd say? I'd say, okay, good, next time catch the ball. Because that's what you got teammates for.
And that's why your teammates love you. 1st and 10 for Ottawa. They'll elect to scrimmage the ball from their 40-yard line following the field goal. And Masoli going to fake a handoff. Sprints out near side, loads it up, looking deep down the sideline, and it's intercepted! Riders have it. It's an Olympic RTM's turnover, and Saskatchewan's got it. Who else? Roland Milligan Jr., his league-leading interception. That is number... Wow, hold on to the phone for just a second. That's interception number 7. So, yes, it is league leading in the CFL.
Well, our second key of the game was good eyes in the secondary, because you knew that Ottawa was eventually going to try to take a shot. They were going to play action pass you, they were going to RPO you, and then they were going to take a shot. And you had to have good eyes. You couldn't get caught low. They tried to get Roland Milligan's attention underneath with the crossing route. He didn't bite, and as soon as they went over top, he essentially played this like a Major League Baseball outfielder. You know, it's nice he had his 4th kid. Agent Zero's back on the field and picks up right where he left off, his 7th interception. And for the Riders, as most outstanding players go,
gets your vote. Handoff goes to
him.
Okay. Armstead gets the handoff on 1st down. He's going to crash through the offensive line for a couple. It was intended for Dominique Grimes, pardon me, and Roland Milligan Jr., that's his 2nd interception of the season against Ottawa. However, it also breaks a little bit of a dry spell, if you want to call it, for Roland Milligan Jr., as he hasn't had an interception in the last 4 games, but he changes that now. Yeah.
4 games? What are you doing, Roland?
Come on.
Well, he also missed
he missed one.
And again, I'm not going to judge him today.
There you go.
On whether you miss a game having your 4th kid. You definitely miss a game having the 1st, but it's up in the air if you miss a game having the 4th.
2nd and 7 for the Riders from their own 20. Here comes the blitz. Harris loads up, going to throw it over the middle, and it's incomplete. He had a man streaking through the middle, but again, another hard hit from the Ottawa secondary, and the receiver is down in a heap at center field. I think that might be Keyshawn Johnson. We'll take a look here in a moment.
He took a helmet or a shoulder pad right to the knee, and I have a feeling that we're going to be concerned about this. I mean, he takes the back of the helmet right to the knee from Montchadrick Hunter, who, to be honest with you, could have made this a lot worse if he had just timed it and contacted him up top. So I don't think that there was a safe way to approach this. Yeah, but he looks like he hyperextends that knee, and he's up quickly, so hopefully I'm wrong.
A lot of concern from his teammates right at center field. As we'll take a break and come back with more. It'll be 3rd and 7 for the Riders with 12:05 to go here in the opening quarter, or second quarter, pardon me. Saskatchewan in front 6-0. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It was Shawn Bane Jr. that was injured for the Saskatchewan Roughriders in that last play. Didn't put any weight on his left leg as he came off and went straight to the injury tent on the Roughriders sideline. So the incompletion at the end of it all will make it a 3rd and 7 for Saskatchewan from their own 20. 2 plays after the interception by Roland Milligan Jr., his 7th of the season. So Korsak to kick this one away. No wind here at all today at Mosaic Stadium. He does have the sun in his eyes, if that matters, as he'll stand back at his 6-yard line to launch this one away. Tobias Harris back to return for the Redblacks. Hughes on the snap, gets it back to Korsak. Low spiraling kick.
Jeez.
That's going to go right to Harris like a line drive. He'll step out of bounds at the 54-yard line, and the Redblacks will have some terrific field position to start their drive, trailing by 6 with 11:42 to go in the second quarter.
We really see a poor kick from Korsak, and I'm not sure if it qualifies as a poor kick. It was just a line drive, Shohei Ohtani style, directly at. So the Redblacks are going to start this exactly on the 60. 55, excuse me.
47-yard punt, 12 yards on the Eberas and Sons punt return.
Yeah.
So Masoli in the Ottawa offense, like you say, go to work at midfield. Luke, ball left-hand hash for Masoli, one back in the backfield. 3 receivers go to the far side. Riders load up the line as the handoff goes to Laybourne, who's going to get back to the line of scrimmage, but not much more. Jameer Thurman, along with Lake Corte Moore, in on the tackle.
It was a fantastic job, by Lake Corte Moore, extending the D gap, and then a great job scraping and recognizing where the run's going by Jameer Thurman. Really nice job here, just figuring it all out from that middle linebacker spot. 2nd and 9. Now, the Riders, just like the Redblacks, have blitzed a lot in this situation so far. So, what do we see here, tendency-wise?
Riders 4 down linemen. They'll drop everybody back into coverage pre-snap. 5 receivers set for Ottawa. 3 to this near side for Masoli. Back in the gun, looks far side. Gonna throw it up, and it's intercepted. Riders have it. They'll bring it back the other way to their own 35, to the 40. Bouncing around, trying to find some room. Still going, turning, twisting, finally coming up with it. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders get another interception. It's Marcus Sales.
Marcus Sales has been so good at that strong side. And this is a zone look the entire way. And what really helps is the pressure from Haba Baldonado in front of, or maybe it was Lake Corte Moore. Either way, we won on the outside right, and I think it forced Masoli into a poor throw. 2nd interception, and you know what we say, Dave, 2 we're in it, 4 we win it, and the Riders are halfway there. And by the way, I'm also glad you and I took the under on the 51 points.
Marcus Sales' 4th interception of the season has the Riders with the football with 10:37 to go, starting 1st and 10 at their own 48-yard line. 43-yard line.
So if Masoli throws another one, do you put in Dustin Crump?
Ooh. 1st down. Handoff goes to Armstead, trying to bump it outside. He'll strip arm a man, get around the corner again, up near the 45. Not much more. Nice job by the Redblacks as chasing him down from behind Elijah McGee, and it's going to limit the gain to a couple.
You know what? They're not getting him down on the first tackle attempt, but what they are doing a good job of just rallying to the football, backing their guys up who are missing these tackles. 2nd and 8. Now, so let's go back to strategic thinking. This, I think it's been probably 85% Ottawa's blitzed on 2nd and 7+. So what do you see from a team that now you're starting to think, hey, we need to turn over as well. We need to start matching the Saskatchewan Roughrider effort. We came in here at -8, I think it was, and they came in at +15.
Well, the good news is Kean Schaefer-Baker is back. Shawn Bane Jr. still under the tent on the Riders sideline. It's 2nd and long. Harris near side, complete for Samuel Emelis. He'll get up near the 50, and that's going to be about 3 yards shy of the 1st down as he couldn't break break the tackle from Hunter, the safety, and it'll be a third down situation for the Riders at about their 51.
Okay, so the Red Blacks don't blitz here. Good job by the Ottawa crew of secondary. I mean, this is another, you're not getting them down on the first one, but because you're rallying to the football, you're getting them down on the second and third attempts, and here they continue to force a punt from Korsak.
And look at this, Ottawa going to send 2 returners back for this Adam Korsak kick, as Khalil Pimpleton will stand on the far sideline just in the shadow at his own 10-yard line. Korsak will launch this one from approximately his 38-yard line. Red Blacks do show some pressure along the line. Good snap, though, from Hughes. Korsak going to get it. High spiraling kick. That'll chase Harris back inside his 10 down to the 6-yard line. He'll start forward now, looking to get to the outside. Flags fly as he gets near the 10. Flags and tape and everything else comes flying off as he's tackled across the 15 at the 17. We've got more bodies flying post-whistle, but the Red Blacks will be deep in their own territory with flags down all over the near side of the field.
An illegal block on the back on Agent Zero. Agent Zero, Roland Milligan's rolling down the field. He's essentially the arrow to this. If this get is returned on Ottawa's left, he's going to be the first guy there, and that's who the penalty is on, because they had to knock him down from behind to get him out of the play.
As Derek Bidwell's on the sidelines, let's go down to him. Derek, you've got an injury update?
Yeah, you talked about Shawn Bane Jr. being in the injury tent. Dave, he just popped out, and he cannot put any weight at all on his right leg. He hobbled onto the bench. Trevor Harris came over, gave him a hug. They talked a little bit. He cannot put any weight on that right leg, as I mentioned, so does not look good for Shawn Bane Jr. to return.
Well, they're bringing the card out for Bane Jr. They'll get him loaded up and back in the locker room where they can look at it a little bit more.
1st and 10, Ottawa at their own 5 after penalty. Masoli swings it out near side. That's complete to the back out of the backfield across the 5, up near the 7, and not much more for Kalon Laybourne, and it'll be 2nd down for Ottawa.
And again, play action and a really good job by Haba Baldonado. Laybourne is the guy going to get the ball, but he comes through, and Haba Baldonado, as Baldonado starts his pass rush, just bumps into him. And what it does is it forces him to deviate where he's going. Masoli actually has to hold it for a split second more and then get it to him. That's what allowed all the Rider ball defenders to rally on that football. 2nd and 7. I'm wondering if I throw a blitz in here if I'm Corey Mace. Probably doesn't look like it, though.
5 receiver set ball in the Ottawa 8. Masoli back to pass. Has time. Slings it near side. That's complete up near the 14-yard line, which is about a yard shy of the first down, as I think it was Rhymes that pulled it in front of Milligan, and it'll be a kicking situation as here comes the punt team for Ottawa.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, so far the Red Blacks have been outplayed by the Saskatchewan Roughriders, but the Riders haven't managed to get actually across the goal line with the football. So this game is still relatively close. It's only 6-0. I mean, Ottawa just needs to continue playing solid defense like they have been.
Leone on to kick, standing at his goal line with 7:12 to go here in the second quarter. Riders in front 6-0. Leone on a good snap, going to put this ball up. It's a spiraling kick that'll be taken by Mario Alford just on Ottawa's side of center. He'll elude the first rush and then step out of bounds at the Ottawa 51. That's where the Riders will have it when we come back. 7:01 to go in the second quarter. Saskatchewan leading 6-0. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hey, this is Trevor Harris, quarterback of your Saskatchewan Roughriders. When I'm not on the field, I trust Capital Ford Lincoln for all my vehicle needs. Whether it's buying a new or pre-owned vehicle, getting service, or finding the right parts and accessories, Capital Ford Lincoln has it all. They're also great supporters of the Roughriders and Saskatchewan. That's why I'm proud to be part of their team. So if you're looking for an amazing experience, visit Capital Ford Lincoln. You'll be glad you did.
Capital Ford Lincoln in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
For 65 years, we've sown the seeds of Saskatchewan's innovative nature. We have supported farmers here at home and around the world and helped feed the future together. Today, Nutrien is the province's largest private sector employer and the largest producer of potash in the world. Join us as we celebrate 65 years of potash production, as well as the hard work and dedication of the people of Saskatchewan. From Saskatchewan to the world for 65 years. Nutrien.com/celebrating65.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hey, you and I were at the Regina Thunder dinner on Thursday. Luke, terrific job, an amazing presentation, all, of course, benefiting young football players in their pursuit of academic achievement. Congratulations to them, and a big thank you to the Saskatchewan Roughrider Football Foundation for supporting minor football. $62,000 check presented to the Regina Thunder on behalf of the Rider Football Foundation, all from proceeds of the 50-50.
Well, and the other thing, too, I think that if I can remember correctly, it was Craig Reynolds who said they had donated, the foundation had donated through the Roughriders like $1.3 million into the community. And it's just, it's fantastic because you think about it, $63,000 to a junior football club is fantastic. But, you know, overall, $1.3 million in a province where there's just over $1 million, you know, given away by one organization is a fantastic effort.
Well, right now, the $145,000 50-50 jackpot, half of that would go to you, half of that would go to football in our province. Get your tickets now on the all-new Rough Rider Foundation 50-50. Again, go to riders5050.ca to get yours. 1st and 10 for the Riders, who take over on a hard count from Trevor Harris to open up their drive on the Ottawa 51-yard line. Clock is counting. Harris is back to pass. Looks to the far side. Throws it complete down inside the 35 near the 33-yard line. Del Duncan Busby comes up with it for the Riders.
Really good job and a super throw here from Trevor Harris. First of all, he knows that they're going to see man defense. And the reason why he knows that is because he does the hard count. He gets the Ottawa Redblacks to show where they are assignment-wise, and then he puts a low ball about 10 yards down and in for Del Duncan Bubsy so he can catch it but also get down and avoid taking a big hit like a couple of his other receivers have today.
18-yard gain. Bazendowski Agency's first down. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders on the Ottawa 33. Redblacks load up the line. Handoff goes to Armstead. He'll stutter step his way up near the 30 for just a gain of 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7.
It was a good job, and again, it wasn't going to be easy for the Saskatchewan Roughriders today because you got Cleon Lane, Daniel Okpako, Mike Wayfield, Talea Blessman. I mean, they got a strong, solid defensive interior, and that's where Armstead tries to go. And I think it's one of those deals where he might break a long one, but they're going to have to keep chipping away at that rock in order to do so.
So 2 yards on the gain officially. The 2nd and 8 ball on the Ottawa 31. There's 5:42 to go in the second quarter.
Yeah, you're on the 31. Last time you were in this, you didn't blitz. You actually showed some zone behind it. Looks like you'll blitz now. 5 linemen, and here comes the pressure from the outside. Free play for Trevor Harris. All kinds of time. Throws it near side, but it's dropped. He had an open receiver right at the 18-yard line in Keyshawn Johnson, but he dropped it. But the Riders are going to get a free play out of it, and it'll be 2nd and 3 after the 5-yard offside. Yeah, Keyshawn Johnson, it's funny, as you can tell, he was trying to figure out a way to avoid these oncoming tacklers as soon as the ball hit his hands, and forgot to take the ball with him as he was avoiding them.
This Ottawa secondary has been absolutely punishing today.
Yeah.
A big hit on Kean Schaefer-Baker earlier, one that's put Shawn Bane on the sideline. They did send out the card for him, but Bane refused the ride. So,
well, listen, I mean, here's the thing. You're really playing into Trevor Harris's advantage here, being 2nd and 3, especially on this part of the 25. You've essentially got 50 yards here for 3 downs.
Ball left-hand hash. Ottawa loads up the line, fake the handoff, sling it out far side. That's complete, and no, it's dropped. The Rider receiver on the far side had it, but that was Colton Hunchak who tried to bring it in, but it bounces off him as he couldn't survive contact. Incomplete, 3rd and 3.
So the reason why I said you had 50 yards to get 3 is just because of the way you could play this, and they played it right. They went low, and unfortunately you just weren't able to keep a hand on it if you're Colton Hunchak. Right, you got Lowther out here to make another field goal now, but man, you really had just a lot of options and some really deep threats you could have done to try to get something low.
So another Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal attempt, this time from 33. Brett Lowther, good snap. High end over end kick, sails through the uprights, and it's 9-0 Saskatchewan with 4:47 to go here in the second quarter. As Lowther has been good from 35, 21, and 33, but you know the Riders' offense a touch frustrated, wanting to turn those 3s into 6s. As we take a moment and take a look at the text line. Of course, the text line at 306-936-6262, brought to you by Souris Valley Industries. Hey, we love hearing from you, Saskatchewan. Text us in. We've got folks from across really the world that are listening in today. We've got Graham out on the combine around Kuroki. We've got Shink in Tuscaloosa. Norman Ronda still on the combines around Weyburn. Keeping up those good times as Kurt wrapping up Canola, South of Regina. Producers were cheering you on, enjoying the day, and hopefully you are too, as it's 1st and 10 Ottawa with Masoli back to pass on first down. He's got time, slings it near side. Big collision at the end of the play, but hauling it in was Laybourne, who holds his hand out after surviving the contact by the Riders and Deontay Williams.
Well, good job by Laybourne just continuing to hold on to this ball, and even better job by Deontay Williams coming out of his his defensive back spot on the strong side, making some nice contact. You're 2nd and 7+ here. You got the whole defensive playbook. Doesn't look like they're going to bring the blitz here.
4 down linemen for Saskatchewan, but 2 others are crowding the line. Here comes a 5th rusher as Masoli is back. Slings it underneath. The ball is complete up to the Saskatchewan 49-yard line. Pending the spot, this will be close to a first down.
Incredibly close right here, and helping them out there was actually not bringing the blitz, because what you got is you got defenders low, and was that Laybourne who caught the ball again there, Dave?
I believe it was, yeah. And it's going to be 3rd and short. A long yard, too.
This is a really long yard.
So here comes Masoli. He's going to stay in the game. He'll rush right under center. They load up the line. Masoli tries to go over the top. We've got flags down on the play, though.
Yeah.
Likely somebody lined up offside, and it's Saskatchewan that did. So the Riders will be penalized.
It's Baldonado. He just had his helmet inside that 1 yard area where you got to be. And that's the thing before you started your commentary, the thing I was going to say was you got to be onside here, right? Like, because I think that they actually had a chance.
Offside, Saskatchewan, number 95. It's a 5-yard penalty. Makes it a first down for Ottawa.
They actually had the chance there on Masoli. It didn't look like he got that yard that he needed, but again, got to stay onside. Baldonado's obviously frustrated here.
So 1st and 10 for the Redblacks, who advanced the chains thanks to penalty. It's right on the S of Mosaic. At midfield is the football. 5 receivers set for Ottawa. 3:04 to go before halftime. The Redblacks trail by 9. Masoli in the gun. Drops back to pass. Going to look far side. Going to sling it out. Got a man wide open. It's Hardy to the 30 of Saskatchewan. Tripped up, and he'll land at the 24 as Justin Hardy was able to work his way free into the secondary. And a big strike there from Masoli. Biggest offensive play of the day for the Redblacks.
I really like this route scheme here. So what they did, they started Hardy out as the widest receiver to Masoli's right. And on the snap of the ball, they brought him inside of their first receiver. I believe it was Nick Mardner. And then essentially he trailed him and broke to the corner. And what it did is it forced our defensive backs to pick a deep route. They picked the first one, which is probably a good decision in this regard, but they were able to find some space underneath that initial long route to Hardy, again, who's having a decent game so far.
20-yard reception for Hardy. First down for Ottawa. They've got it at the Rider 25 when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at healthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
For all your grain brokerage needs, call Johnston's Grain. They're hyper-focused on finding growers the best price in the market. Johnston's will deliver the best bids in Western Canada on special crops, milling oats, malt barley, feed grains, damaged grains, and much more. When you think about marketing, think Johnston's. Their expertise helps farmers secure the highest prices while avoiding risky buyers. They'll help you structure your contracts in a way that is good for your farm. Call 844-324-7778.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
3-minute warning brought to you by Brett Young. Get the seed selection you need from a brand you can trust. To explore our wide selection of canola hybrids, visit brettyoung.ca. 1st and 10 for Ottawa, down at the Saskatchewan 25-yard line on the right-hand hash. 2:53 to go before halftime. Saskatchewan leading 9-0. And Jeremiah and the Ottawa Redblacks set to go as they break huddle. Little stop motion. Riders don't declare. They actually don't move anybody. And now Justin Hardy moves in motion for the Redblacks. Far side of the formation. Handoff, though, goes to Laybourne. He'll get across the line and up around the 21 of Saskatchewan for a gain of 4.
Good job here by Jameer Thurman. He stays at the linebacker level. Darius Bladuk, their right guard, has to pick between him and Auclair. He goes to Auclair, and as soon as he does, Jameer shoots the gap and makes a tackle.
So it's going to be 2nd and 6 for Ottawa. Ball on the Saskatchewan 21-yard line. Right hash. 5 receivers break the huddle for Ottawa. 3 come to the near side. 1 lines up as a tight end. Is Laybourne the lone back in the backfield for Jeremiah Masoli, who's in the gun, calling out the cadence. Backfield empties. Masoli feels the heat. He gets spun around, and here it comes. A Quill Plain sack. Saskatchewan, as the Riders get home. It's Caleb Sanders, a little dance in the backfield with Hava Baldonado, and the Riders stop the Redblacks in their tracks.
Yeah, this is a good job by Hava Baldonado with the initial pressure. Can't bring Masoli down, but Caleb is coming from his defensive tackle spot inside, gets off the block, and manages to bring down Jeremiah Masoli, and it puts Lewis Ward into a little bit of a longer field goal situation, but nothing that he can't handle.
Yeah, he's really good. He's been great.
He's really
all
good.
year.
He's the best
Fantastic,
kicker ever in the history of the Canadian Football League.
That's what I thought you were saying
Last
before,
time we complimented him, he missed. So right now, guys, just send all your positive thoughts Lewis Ward's way, and it should work out to where he misses it.
47-yard attempt. Last one was 46, and he was wide right. This time the ball is once again on the far hash mark. He'll put his foot into this one, and it'll go through no problem.
What the hell,
stop
Lord?
your cards and letters as he'll nail that one through. And get Ottawa on the board, now trailing by 6.
What a jerk. You know, the last time out, the Riders blocked 2 of his field goal attempts, right?
They did,
he's
you're right.
such a small guy. They managed to get hands up in the middle where, and if those kicks this game continue to get longer and longer, you know, around the 50-yard mark, they're going to start, the trajectory that it's coming out is going to become lower and lower. So you might get another block kick. Hopefully it's in a crucial moment of the game.
So Riders are going to elect not to return a kick. Instead, they'll take the ball at their 40-yard line with 1:53 to go before halftime.
Tons of time here. 1:53. Definitely get a score.
5 receivers set for Saskatchewan. Harris is in the gun. Fakes the handoff, swings it out near side, and it's dropped. As coming out of the backfield to make the play was Kean Schaefer-Baker, and he took his eye off the ball and looked downfield before he secured it.
Well, listen, we're starting to see these Saskatchewan receivers now looking up really quickly when the ball's coming his way, and I think that some of the hits that the secondary of the Ottawa Redblacks have been making are starting to creep into the mind of our receiving corps. Because that is a textbook throw that Schaefer-Baker in this offense, coming from inside the tackle box to the flats, has made consistently here this year.
So 2nd and 10 now for the Riders at their own 40-yard line. Redblacks drop back as there's a little twist up front. Harris pulls it down. He'll get across the line of scrimmage to the 45. Goes ahead near the 48-yard line. He's going to be about 1.5 yards shy of the first down.
And, you know, it's become an exercise of anxiety every single time Harris takes his 35-plus-year-old body out of the quarterback pocket and run.
And here comes Shea Patterson in the short yardage offense, 3rd and 2.
Yeah. Harris is like, look, I just ran for 7. I can stay in for short yardage. And everybody else is like, no, you cannot. Remove yourself, please. And again, 3rd and short. Is this where you take a shot?
We're about to find out as the ball is at Saskatchewan's 48-yard line. 135 and counting. Riders are going to load up the line as a short yardage play with Shea Patterson in under center. Emelis in motion. Patterson tries to get to the outside. Does! Leans out, gets the first down. Shea Patterson, great awareness of where the stick was, and he went around the left side and stuck that arm out for a big first down.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I mean, we got some success here, and it's a great job by Patterson reaching around, and I just get the feeling that one of these days Mueller's going to call this exact same look, and Patterson's going to end up dropping back, and they're going to throw it backside for a touchdown. Call me crazy, man, but I just feel like that is what they're setting up every single time over the last couple games.
2 big Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble conversions for the Riders. They're now 1st and 10 with 1:10 to go before half and the clock ticking. Back to passes Harris, far side. Here comes the blitz. Harris can't get away as he'll be wrapped up in the backfield and lose about 5 back at his 47-yard line.
Well, it's not necessarily a blitz, but it is pretty fancy. I mean, you've got 3 guys to the right of left of Trevor Harris. Both of the interior tackles, again, that's where most of the focus goes against the Redblacks. When you're blocking for your passer, they go to the right and they loop the defensive end underneath them. And that is exactly where Harris, who feels that pressure, tries to get back down low, runs into, and he meets the defensive end.
Aiden John's second quarterback sack of the season for Ottawa. It's second and long, Saskatchewan. 4 down linemen for the Redblacks. That's all they're going to rush. They'll dump it underneath for the Riders to Samuel Emelis. He'll get to the 50, right at the line of scrimmage, and then pushed out of bounds at the 52, and he'll head out of bounds as he tried to stay inbounds with just 39 seconds to go.
Yeah, and because he was moving forward when he went out of bounds, it's going to stop the clock, unfortunately, right? So you can't really run it down here when you punt. It's going to be, they were going to be able to run it to the 19-second mark, but now they're going to have 39 seconds. Now, again, fortunately for the Riders, the Ottawa Redblacks offense is not meant or designed with Masoli to get downfield quickly, so you might be able to get out of here with this 9-3 lead intact. 2
returners back for Ottawa. It's Harris and Pimpleton. Harris on the near side standing at about his 8-yard line is Korsak. Waiting. Now here comes the snap. Korsak, a high kick this time. That's going to spiral down towards Harris at his 6-yard line. He'll take a step back, comes to the near side. Then he'll take another step in towards the middle of the field. Advance to the 19, and with 29 seconds to go, Ottawa's got an opportunity to try to put some more points on the board before halftime.
Yeah, and with this field position right here for Ottawa and their quarterback at the moment, I wouldn't be surprised to see a run here and then a kneel down situation just to get out of the half. I don't think you want to take a shot, because if you take a shot and it gets picked again, Saskatchewan's automatically in field goal territory.
Masoli's 11 of 14 for 86 yards. That was a 52-yard punt by the by with a return of 14 for Harris. So 1st and 10, Masoli and the offense go to work for Ottawa. 4 receivers far side, 1 to the near. Masoli going to hand it off underneath to Leyburn, and he's got some room to run up near the 30-yard line. A gain of almost 10 on the play for the Redblacks. And indeed it is first down.
Yeah, and they got their 2 timeouts left intact, but again, it's just not an offense designed to get downfield quickly. You know, this is probably where they're going to be at their best, is just being able to run draws and play action passes.
3 down linemen for the Riders. It's 1st and 10 for Ottawa. Clock ticking from their 30. Masoli underneath. That's complete up near the 37-yard line, and not much more there. It's just a little underneath play and complete to the back in Jalen Ackland.
Well, that's what I mean, right? So now congratulations. You got yourself the 2nd and 2, and now there's only 12 seconds left. Just feel like we could be doing everybody a favor by just taking this into the half.
5 seconds to go and counting here before halftime. 2 receivers either side. Masoli going to load it up, dumps it off to the far side. That's the receiver coming out of the backfield in Leyburn, and that's going to run out the clock. It would have been enough for a first down, but essentially it's inconsequential. So the defenses bend, but nobody breaks. Riders leading Ottawa 9-3 here at halftime on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Hang tight, coming up. It's Justin Dunk and your halftime review, all here on the Saskatchewan Roughrider Radio Network.
When you think about it, Connexus is exactly like the Roughriders. We both have a fearsome lineup, a solid game plan, and deep pride in Saskatchewan. Okay, maybe we're not exactly alike, but with Connexus, you've got a team behind you committed to your success and the success of everyone in Rider Nation. So whether you're saving for season tickets on the 50-yard line or saving for your retirement, visit Connexus.ca to get a real home field advantage today. Now, can somebody help me up? I think I sprained my ACL.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
For 65 years, we've sown the seeds of Saskatchewan's innovative nature. We have supported farmers here at home and around the world and helped feed the future together. Today, Nutrien is the province's largest private sector employer and the largest producer of potash in the world. Join us as we celebrate 65 years of potash production, as well as the hard work and dedication of the people of Saskatchewan. From Saskatchewan to the world for 65 years. Nutrien.com/celebrating65.
This is the Rider Nation Halftime Show. Brought to you by Flamin Sales, McDougall Auctioneers, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Donk on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders lead the Ottawa Redblacks 9-3 at halftime at Mosaic Stadium. The Riders, for the most part, controlled that opening half, especially in terms of time of possession. The Riders had the ball for over 18 minutes while the Redblacks were under 12 in the half. It's time for our halftime rewind, brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
Here in Saskatchewan, as Leone will approach, the kickoff is in the air, and we are underway in Riderville.
I'll tell you what, man, he has been absolutely money this year for them.
No, but he misses
goes and misses.
Yeah, to the right, and here comes Mario Alford. Got a return, turns on the Jets, up to the 25, 30 of Saskatchewan, to the 40, gets by the kicker, now to midfield, cuts back to the 45 of Ottawa. Mario Alford. Lawler 101 in the afternoon. This 21-yarder is up. No doubt about it. It goes through. Sprints out near side. Loads it up. Looking deep down the sideline. And it's intercepted. Riders have it. It's an Olympic RTM's turnover. And Saskatchewan's got it. Who else? Roland Milligan Jr. His league-leading interception. 3 to this near side for Masoli. Back in the gun. Looks far side. Going to throw it up. And it's intercepted. Riders have it. They'll bring it back the other way to their own 35, to the 40. Bouncing around, trying to find some room. Still going, turning, twisting, finally coming up with it. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders get another interception. It's Marcus Sales. So no field goal attempt, this time from 33. Brett Lawther, good snap. High end over and kick. Sales through the uprights and backfield empties. Masoli feels the heat. He gets spun around, and here it comes. A Quill Plain sack. Saskatchewan, as the Riders get home. It's Caleb Saunders, a little dance in the backfield with Hava Baldonado.
And that's how it's left at halftime. The Riders lead 9-3 against the Ottawa Redblacks. Your halftime sponsor is Flamin Sales, a family business with family values and a small town feel in Swift Current, Moosomin, Southie, Yorkton, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. Right now, life is just too damn expensive. That's why, as Premier, I won't raise your taxes. In fact, I'll cut taxes, making it cheaper to gas up your vehicle and buy winter clothes for the kids. And I'm the only leader in this campaign who can say that. It's time for a change in Saskatchewan. I'm Carla Beck, and I approve this message.
Authorized by the Chief Official Agent for the Sask NDP.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Hey, Rider Nation, this is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. I am so pumped to be here in Regina. I am pumped to be with the Riders, and I am pumped to be dealing with Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Regina. These are awesome dudes to talk to if you want a truck, car, or Jeep. Anything to get you down the road. When you want a new ride, deal with the team Thor deals with.
Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new provincial budget makes record new investments in our growing province. There's a 9% lift in school funding, so our kids get the best possible education. A 10% increase in health funding, so Saskatchewan people get the care they need when they need it. And a 14% increase for cities, towns, and RMs, so our communities continue to be great places to live, to work, and to raise a family. The new provincial budget. Classrooms, care, communities.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Did you know it's the best time of year to buy your Claws 2025 equipment? Get incredible savings with early order offers, like $20,000 off Lexian combines, $15,000 off Xerion tractors, $10,000 off Axion tractors, $15,000 off Jaguar harvesters, and $6,000 off Arian tractors. Make the best of every harvest with Claws, made for more. For full products and availability, visit claws.com.
Are you in transition? We understand that hard work pays off, so let McDougall Auctioneers make it rewarding. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. Our retirement auctions are designed to honor your legacy and maximize returns. With our tailored approach, selling your asset becomes a seamless, profitable journey. Trust us to turn your hard work into a golden retirement opportunity. You earned it. McDougall Auctioneers, 1-800-263-4193, or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data, your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert is the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders lead the Ottawa Redblacks 9-3 at halftime. We're live inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. Derek Bidwell, our sideline reporter, joins me, and a lot of people curious on what happened with Shawn Bane Jr. Took a hit low on that deep ball down the middle of the field. You were up close and personal there on the sideline. So what's the latest from your view?
Yeah, as I mentioned in our sideline report there, that when he came out of the injury tent, he could not put any weight at all on his right leg. He had it up in the air. He didn't even want it to touch the ground. He just hobbled over to the bench, jumped on the bench, and sat there for a little while. He didn't look like he was in extreme amount of pain, although, I mean, he very well could have been. But Trevor Harris came over and talked to him, and it's not like he was apologetic or anything like that, but he came over to him, and he was talking a little bit about the play, where he was injured, and Shawn Bane Jr. just basically tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry about him, man, don't worry about him." It kind of seemed like it was just, it's part of football. It is what it is. I'm cool. And, then Trevor walked away and moved forward, obviously, with the offense. But Shawn Bane Jr., looked very bad for his right leg, that right knee.
TSN showed Shawn Bane Jr. going to the locker room on a cart, so we'll continue to bring the latest on him as we get it. The star of the week in Riderville, Ryquell Armstead, coming off that 207-yard rushing performance in Calgary. A lot of focus on him going against his former team. Sounds like he's been pretty vocal on the sideline.
Yeah, he hasn't busted through, of course, as we know in this first half, but there's still another half of football left, and Armstead has the ability, of course, to break away and put up some big yards still in this game, of course. On the sidelines, He's not loud, but he's around talking to everybody. He makes sure he talks to all the offensive linemen, everybody around him. Seem to be a very positive guy on the sideline. Him and Logan Furland seem to be in very tight communication every time they come off the field, talking about what they saw from the Red Blacks defense and what they can make better in the next time in their run game. So far, Ryquell Armstead not putting up the numbers as he did in his 207-yard game, of course, against Calgary, but once again, still another half against his former team. And I like his odds of what he could hopefully do against his former team in this second half. Fingers crossed. Let's hope he can put up some big numbers. But so far, as I mentioned, positive influence, it seems like, and great communication between him and the offensive line on the sidelines.
Armstead in the opening half, 8 carries for 26 yards and 2 catches for 6 yards, pounding away, trying to wear down that Redblacks defense. On the other side, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, second half coming at you. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
For all your grain brokerage needs, call Johnston's Grain. They're hyper-focused on finding growers the best price in the market. Johnston's will deliver the best bids in Western Canada on special crops, milling oats, malt barley, feed grains, damaged grains, and much more. When you think about marketing, think Johnston's. Their expertise helps farmers secure the highest prices while avoiding risky buyers. They'll help you structure your contracts in a way that is good for your farm. Call 844-324-7778.
Morris knows the pressure farmers face when up against a narrow planting window. We built the 10 Series air cart to relieve this pressure with the seeding experience you need. Maximize your acres per fill and seed with confidence with scales under each tank. The high-quality 10 Series air carts looks the part with powder coat paint and stainless steel in all the right places, with overbuilt, maintenance-free, electric-driven metering. The 10 Series air cart is designed to run for years. For more information, see morrisequipment.ca.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive around Saskatchewan, you may run into a lot of highway construction. That's because your Saskatchewan party government is fixing a lot of highways. We've already repaired over 19,000 kilometers of highway, and we're improving another 1,000 this year. So if you're driving home from the game or traveling on our highways for any other reason, watch out for the orange zones and slow down so that everyone can stay safe. Safer highways, that's growth that works for everyone.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Attention farmers, get ready to meet your #1 canola seed. DeKalb is hitting the field with their strongest canola lineup ever. Their high-yielding, straight-cut plus hybrids come standard with club root resistance and are designed to deliver a faster, smoother harvest. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get DeKalb in your winning lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485-bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Beautify your yard this summer with your friends from Windsor Plywood, with locations in Regina, Prince Albert, Yorkton, and Saskatoon. From fiber-on and TimberTech decking to beautiful and modern Vista railing, Windsor Plywood has it all. Don't forget about the huge selection of treated lumber for all your outdoor projects. See the pros at Windsor Plywood, Regina, Yorkton, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon.
Windsor, the experts you need to know.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football. Brought to you by SaskTel, Claws of America, AgCo, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, SegaPlayNow.com, Salford Equipment, Sask Lotteries. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Time now for the third quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Derek Bidwell back in Mosaic Stadium, getting set for the second half to kick off with the Quality Tire Kickoff. 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. Of course, the Ottawa Redblacks won the initial coin toss. They deferred. They've elected that they are going to receive the opening kickoff to start the second half. The Riders will defend the end zone to our right, which is the south end zone.
Well, one of the other things I think they're winning is the physicality battle, too. The thing we saw in the second half is our receivers starting to think a little bit when the ball was coming their way, and they weren't catching it. And the reason why is you're starting to see guys like Shadrack Hunter and DeAndre Lamont, Damon Webb, they're bringing the wood out there in that secondary.
Tobias Harris takes the opening kickoff for the second half from Brett Lother and returns it up near the 34-yard line. So here comes Jeremiah Masoli and the Ottawa Redblack offense. Masoli, 13 of 16 in the opening half for 102 yards, but also threw a pair of interceptions. Laybourne, 5 carries for 24 yards on the ground, and the leading receiver for the Redblacks was Jalen Acklin, 4 catches for 26 receptions.
I think the Saskatchewan Roughriders, they came into this with the right thoughts defensively. They've shut down the run, but more importantly, they're starting to get a lot of pressure on Masoli, and the pressure's leading to picks.
So here we go. First down, handoff goes to Laybourne, who goes low and then gets to the 35 and no more as he's met right across that 35-yard line. Jameer Thurman in amongst the tacklers. Amari Henderson there as well. Yeah. Second and long coming for Ottawa, but there is a flag down on the play.
Amari Henderson in those last couple games, he hasn't been consistent early on, and he was getting a little bit of criticism for it, but I'll give it to him. These last couple games, he's played really physical, and there was just another example of him adding himself to the line of scrimmage to bring down the ball carrier and potentially getting the Redblacks here in 2nd and 8. But looks like the Riders are going to be penalized.
Only one flag against the Riders in the opening half, which was for offside, and taking a look at it right now anyways.
Oh, this might be something from the booth too.
Amari Henderson, by the way, is playing in his 6th game, the 3-year pro at Wake Forest.
I'll tell you what, the review booth.
There are 2 misconduct penalties after the play. Saskatchewan 22, Ottawa number 15. They both 15-yarders. They cancel each other out. It's second down.
So DeMarcus Fields and Dominique Grimes got into it after the play.
Well, do the Riders now continue what they did in the first quarter and take a 2nd and 7 plus and blitz the situation?
Second down and 8. Ottawa sends 3 receivers far side of the field. Riders have 4 down linemen. They show a 5th and 6th player entering the box. Masoli back to pass. Riders only rush 4. He's got time. Masoli's got pressure, and he'll throw it incomplete. It goes off the target's leg. I believe that was Laybourne who was trying to go out into maybe a screen type pass, but Masoli in the grasp throws incomplete, and it's a 2-and-out for the Ottawa Redblacks.
So they've shown blitz a few times here and drop back in the zones, and one of the reasons why I think they're saying we can do this a lot more is because they're having incredible success with stunts up front with linebackers and defensive linemen. Here, Jameer Thurman and Miles Brown just do a little bit of a gap exchange. Miles does a good job of humping the offensive lineman off him with a nice rip to the sky and almost gets a sack for his efforts. And again, the great start here because the Ottawa Redblacks are punting.
Punter almost bobbled it, and Leone, I don't think, was expecting it. He'll get the kick away, and Mario Alford will take it up beyond his 45, near the 47-yard line, and that's where the Riders will scrimmage 1st and 10 with 13:55 to go. Harris in that opening half, 11 of 17 for 108 yards. Ryquell Armstead, 8 carries for 25 yards, and the leading receiver for the Riders with a couple of receptions was Keyshawn Johnson, 2 for 30 to be exact.
Yeah, and if you are Baron Miles, their defensive coordinator for the Redblacks, you were saying, guys, we need to continue the physical play that we are approaching the offense with, because it's starting to impact the process of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. More importantly, Saskatchewan needs to get the ball game going and focused in on the ground. We got to get some success with Ryquell Armstead.
1st and 10. Ottawa loads up the line on first down. Handoff goes to Armstead, and he'll be met immediately at the line of scrimmage. Nothing doing as he tried to go to the left side of the O-line. Couldn't get there, and it'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Riders.
Yeah, you've got 3 receivers in this blocking formation, and Del Duncan Busby, number 18, is the last receiver on the set, and he's got to block the outermost guy, and he doesn't get it. And what the outermost guy does for the Ottawa Redblacks, he just knifes himself down the line of scrimmage and is able to catch Ryquell Armstead before he can get rolling. And now it's the Riders who are 2nd and 7+ with a 2nd and 9 situation, and it's the Redblacks that might bring this blitz.
Ball on the 49. Redblacks do show blitz. Now they'll drop back. Harris sees it. Now he'll sling it far side. That ball complete near the midfield stripe, and then diving ahead into Ottawa territory near the first down stick. Del Duncan Busby, and it looks like he'll have it for Bazandowski Agencies.
Well, Del makes up for the fact that he blew a blocking assignment there on the last one. If I'm the Redblacks, again, I cut down my splits on the wide receivers and my man coverage. I play them a little bit tighter, and I do start increasing the pressure on Trevor Harris just to get that ball out. It already is going to come out, but now what you're doing is if it does come out, your defensive backs are closer to the receivers when it does get delivered.
1st and 10, Saskatchewan on the Ottawa 51. Right-hand hash as Harris is in the gun. Ottawa shows blitz once again. Here they come, 5 of them, but they'll sling it out far side, complete to Armstead. Puts the shoulder pads down into Ottawa territory, up in front of the 43-yard line for a gain of about 8.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't know if this is a bust, but Damon Webb is responsible for a running back if a running back leaves the formation during the Ottawa Blitz. And Webb was just far too far behind Ryquell Armstead in his assignment when Ryquell Armstead blitzed out to the right, and that's what caused an easy 2nd and 2.
5 receivers set for Saskatchewan. Armstead the lone back in the backfield. Harris calls everyone to the line, then hands it off to Armstead. Gets across the 40, and it's another first down. Saskatchewan, just a note, on the Riders' sideline, Shawn Bane Jr. just returned, but is on crutches with a brace on his right knee.
Well, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, they try to freeze Kenny Onyeka, the Canadian defensive lineman, to the wide side of the field with a run fake. It does for a minute, but Onyeka is able to dive back down once he realizes Armstead is running a dive off this RPO, and they bring him up, but not before we had gotten the first down.
1st and 10 for the Riders at the Ottawa 39. Ball right-hand hash, 11:31 to go here in the third quarter. Saskatchewan in front 9-3. Harris, backfield empty, slings it far side, complete inside the 30, down to the Ottawa 26-yard line. Samuel Emelis comes up with the catch.
It's a really good job. Samuel Emelis, he gets Monshadrick Hunter, the safety, covering him after they cycle to their left in the secondary, and he runs a quick slant on Hunter and loses him. Easy first down.
So 1st and 10 Riders knocking on the red zone door at the 26-yard line of Ottawa.
As they knock, this is where Baron Miles starts blitzing his guys a little bit more.
5 receivers set, Saskatchewan 3 to the near side. Here comes the blitz from Ottawa. Going to pitch it underneath, and this is going to run right into the teeth of the blitz, and nothing doing as it's tackled up at about the 28-yard line, and the receiver, I think that was Emelis on the play, is a little slow getting up to his feet.
They are bringing it physically here to these Saskatchewan Rough Rider ball carriers. They are flying in Ottawa. Now, here's the other thing, too. I mean, the reason why that's a good blitz call is because runner pass, you're going to get guys up close to the line of scrimmage, right?
So Emelis shaking up on the play. So, too, is Ryquell Armstead. He's come off towards the Riders' sideline, getting some attention as well.
So we've got Bane Jr. already out of the game. We've got KSB shaking up in first quarter. And now we've got Sam Emelis, down, shaken up as well. So it's not going well. I mean, Colton Hunchak, I know he was excited about getting signed over here by the Riders, but I don't even think Colton Hunchak anticipated this amount of playing time here early on in his Rider tenure.
10:34 to go in the third quarter. We are going to take an injury timeout. Saskatchewan 9, Ottawa 3. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hey, Rider fans. AJ Ouellette here, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. To be the best, you have to put in the hard work. And at Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina, they work hard every day. They're the #1 GMC dealer in Saskatchewan, always offering the best selection of GMC trucks and SUVs for prices other dealers wish they could match. Whether I'm up early for Breakfast Club workouts or staying up late watching film, I know the team at Capital GMC is always ready to help. They drive Rider Nation.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Ag World Equipment in Canistano.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Well, a loss of 2 on the play for the Riders, but maybe more devastating is the fact that they lost Samuel Emelis on the last play. Let's go down to Derek Bidwell on the sidelines. Bidsy?
Hey, buddy. Good news is Emelis is on the sidelines. He seems to be okay. He's talking to teammates, and he seems to be just fine. But bad news is in the injury tent is Ryquell Armstead Sr. He seemed in a lot of discomfort when he came off of last play, and now is in the injury tent getting evaluated.
Thanks so much, Bidsy. That means that Thomas Bertrand-Udon will check into the game at running back. It's 2nd and 12 for the Riders. Ball on the Ottawa 28-yard line. Backfield empties. A little stop motion from the Riders. Ottawa looked like they were going to show some blitz.
Oh, they're not looking like it. They're coming.
And they do come as now we've got flags down, and Harris is going to throw it near side. There still was 7 seconds to go on the play clock. Did the Riders flinch, perhaps?
I thought the Redblacks came offside there, but...
Here, Saskatchewan, number 66. It's a 5-yard penalty. It's still 2nd down.
So Jacob Brammer, the rookie from Vanderbilt, back into the lineup, moved a little early, and it'll be 2nd longer.
You get a sense of urgency in the back of your mind when you see everybody lining up. You try to figure out what the count is, who you got to go to, right? Are you fanning out right? Are you fanning out left? Lots to think about. Brammer hasn't been in the game for a while. So 2nd and 17. If I'm the Redblacks, I just sit back here in the zone and tackle everything that's in front of me.
33-yard line of Ottawa for this 2nd down play. 5 receivers for Harris. He looks near side. Pumps once. Has a man, but he can't get there. He had a man breaking out, and that was the newcomer, Colton Hunchak, and the timing was off. They've been together for 3 days, and Hunchak was there. He just couldn't haul it in.
I'm not sure how old Colton Hunchak is either, but he looked like he was laboring a bit there. When he was trying to get to that football. I think that, Harris, you're right. There's a little bit of getting to know a guy that needs to happen here. And I think that if you have a receiver you got some familiarity with, that's an easy throw and catch. But instead, we've got Lowther out here, who's looking like our most outstanding offensive player of the game so far.
41-yard attempt. Clean snap. Ball goes down. Lowther puts a boot into it, and he puts it through. Lowther now 4 of 4 on the afternoon, and the Riders extend their lead. It's now 12-3 thanks to another Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal with 9:38 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Take a timeout and come back with more to Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The fields are being harvested. The work is almost done. Before you store your equipment after another busy year, take it to Redhead Equipment for a winter works inspection with genuine Case IH parts and service. Book now and take advantage of free trucking. Also, ask about our block labor promotion. Act fast. Seating will be here before you know it. Winter works inspections and genuine Case IH parts and service at Redhead Equipment. Making tracks since 1948.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The all-new Rough Riders Foundation 50-50 for all games, including home and on the road, is growing, and the jackpot now at $234,000. Get your 50-50 tickets now, whether you're in the stadium or anywhere in the world, at riders5050.ca. So the Ottawa Redblacks are going to elect to take the football at their 40-yard line following that Brett Lother 41-yard field goal, and they trail by 9, but it could be much worse. And these two teams don't score a lot of points. You go back to that game in Ottawa that ended in the 22-22 tie. It was actually tied 3-3 at halftime, albeit in the midst of a monsoon that evening down in the nation's capital.
And I'm probably with everybody else in Rider Nation saying that I'd rather take a loss than a tie. Because do not want to go through that again for sure.
So the ball will be placed on the left-hand hash for Jeremiah Masoli in the Ottawa offense, as they'll break their huddle, send 4 receivers out into the formation. Now 5. 4 come to the near side of the field. Laybourne, the lone back in the backfield, as the Riders show that they're going to drop way back. Nelson Lacombo all the way back inside his own zone.
Yeah, they drop in that cover 2 look.
Masoli throws it out far side. That's complete up to the 44, 45, and then slipping is the receiver up near the first down stick at about the 49-yard line. And it's going to be, it looks by my eyes, about a yard shy, as it was Laybourne that came out of the backfield to make the reception.
Well, you've got Baldonado now laboring a little bit as well. It's just for as good as this game's been so far, you're starting to see more and more guys on our side of the fence starting to hobble a bit.
So second and short here for Ottawa, just shy of the Riders' 50-yard line, left-hand hash. Dustin Crum into the football game for the first time this afternoon. He'll go to his left, has some room, and dives up near midfield, as a matter of fact, to the 54 of Ottawa, and it'll be good for a first down.
It's a lot more than you generally would like there.
That's 34th carry of the season for Dustin Crum. Had 147 yards coming in and 7 touchdowns, primarily in short yardage situations, but that time he was able to dive ahead and get 4. So first and 10 for Ottawa, now at their 53-yard line. It's 12-3 Saskatchewan leading with 8:11 to go. Masoli in the gun, sends 4 receivers near side, no one far side, so he'll hand it off to Laybourne. That's the way he goes, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage and no more before C.J. Avery tackles him shy of midfield. It'll be second and long Ottawa.
It's a great job by C.J. Avery here, just ejecting potential blockers. He's played well when he's been in. He played really well at the beginning of the year when he was getting all those starts, and because of the ratio complication they've had due to injury, he hasn't been on the field as much as he wants to be, but here he does a great job of shedding a blocker and getting in on the tackle.
Second and 9 Ottawa, just on their side of center. Ball left-hand hash. 3 receivers come near side in a 5-receiver package for the Redblacks. Riders load up the line on second and long, and they'll bring it. Masoli back to pass, looks near side. It's up, and it's incomplete. Nelson Lacombo batted it down, stepping in front of Jared Acklin. It would have been enough for a first down. Instead, it's incomplete, and a third down upcoming.
Well, Lacombo does a fantastic job, A, getting out of the way of his teammate who is covering a long route, and B, getting in front of this ball to Acklin before, because this is a dime from Jeremiah Masoli, and it's to the right guy, but Lacombo just works through to make sure he's assignment sound here and ensures that the Redblacks don't get a first down.
Leone puts some air on this one as it'll chase Mario Alford back to his 9-yard line. He'll try to get to the far sideline and will be thrown out of bounds at about the 15 of Saskatchewan. So Ottawa with that possession able to flip the field. The Riders will have a long one when we come back. 7:03 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan leading Ottawa 12-3. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visit healthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
For the leanest, meanest prices in the crop input industry, call Johnston's Grain. Johnston's offer the best prices in Western Canada on a huge range of products, including seed treatments, inoculants, glyphosate, pre-burn tank mixes, in-crop herbicides and insecticides, fungicides, plant growth stimulants, water conditioners, desiccants, and more. Johnston's has low overhead and top-notch logistics, so they can deliver products at ultra-competitive prices. Call 844-324-7778 and ask to speak to an agronomist.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The Souris Valley Industries text line is always open for your thoughts and comments, of course, during the radio roundtable with Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, and others, including your comments at 306-936-6262. Greetings from Jamaica. We've got listening from Indiana, the United States. Happy birthday to my dad, and hi to my mom who's at the game. That's coming from Charles. Out in Penticton is Alan today, working on the last 250 acres of canola, so go get them, Graham. Up around Kuroki today. Again, out in St. Louis, they're harvesting today, as are Dean and Deb. They're out at Waskasiu. Gordon and Kirsten enjoying the game from Alameda. Thanks for bringing us along wherever you may be, folks, as we get set to go. 1st and 10 for the Riders, way back at their 15. How about that? We came from BC for Furland on the Maxtron here at Mosaic Stadium. Not a bad guy to come see play.
Well, you just got to look for him because he's played every single spot on this Rider roster, it seems.
So no Armstead in the game for the Riders. Thomas Bertrand-Houdan, the lone back in the backfield. It's 1st and 10, Saskatchewan from their 15. Bertrand-Houdan gets the ball, spins away from the first tackler, and then is going to land up around the, call it 18-yard line for a gain of 3. It'll be 2nd and 7, Saskatchewan.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know what? It's not like they're losing a ton of production here with Ryquell Armstead not being in the game, because Ottawa's been doing good against the run with whoever has been back there for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And here, Bertrand-Houdan, he might get about 4 yards, and it's a hard-earned, 3 yards here, because, again, Ottawa restricted every single gap that he had to run in. He had to spin back and drive his feet for just 3. So 2nd and 7 here. It's going to be curious to see how Ottawa approaches it. I don't know if they want to blitz here. They're probably just going to guard against that first 5 to 6 yards on the field. 5
receivers set. Harris back to pass. Here comes the rush, and he'll get taken down from behind. He was wrapped up at the end of it. We've got a player down right beside him as well. As that was a tough ending, and players rolling all over the ground.
Well, fortunately, our player looks like he's getting up.
Ooh, and that's big Travion Tate, right tackle. He got rolled up rather viciously at the end of that.
So you got Braden Knoll, who might have to check into the game here. And, again, if it is Braden Knoll, where do you put him, right? And do you throw Furlan out to the side? Fortunately, our guy's up. He looks like he's okay.
Don't forget, Brammer also started a bunch of right tackle as well, right?
Right, yeah. So move Brammer out, put Knoll at guard probably, right?
Yeah.
Not a situation it looks like we're going to have to go through, though, Dave.
12-3, the Riders lead, 5:54 to go.
He's going to come off
the third quarter.
Well, actually, no, it's 3 in the CFL, isn't it? Yeah, sorry about that.
Slowly but surely and gingerly walking off the field. Armstead still in the tent below us, so this has been a very physical football.
Well, it's probably the best situation here, opportunity-wise. If you're the Ottawa Redblacks, you've got a chance to return from your own 50 here. You're going to be able to flip the field and already put your kicker in a field goal position organically just off a return, if all goes well. So
Korsak 5 yards deep in his end zone to kick this one away. Ball is on the right-hand hash far side. The Riders line up their punt return cover team.
Do you think you have to worry about kicking it into the crossbar from where
I've wondered that. I don't think so, as I'm sure he'll aim to his right, and indeed he does, as Korsak is going to look to try to get that near the boundary, and he does. It's taken by Harris, and he's going to look to bring it across the field, but boy, great downfield coverage. You're right. Jaden Dahlke amongst the tacklers, as he'll prevent the Redblacks from even getting across center field.
Great job. You got Dahlke, but and you got Thomas Bertrand-Houdan, who's been our running back here to open the second half, flying down there and making a tackle as well. So
53. Sorry, Luke. 53 on the punt, 8 on the return. Ottawa's ball when we come back. 5:30 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan leading Ottawa 12-3. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
At Redhead Equipment, we want to help you find the perfect trailer to get the job done regardless of the application. That's why we offer a hand-picked selection of new and used trailers from some of the most trusted brands in the industry, including BWS, Trail King, New Star, Decap, Gincor, and Sidumper. From equipment to grain trailers, belly and end dumps to lightweight aluminum options, we'll help you haul more faster. Visit redheadequipment.ca or one of our 10 locations. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
When you think about it, Connexus is exactly like the Roughriders. We both have a fearsome lineup, a solid game plan, and deep pride in Saskatchewan. Okay, maybe we're not exactly alike, but with Connexus, you've got a team behind you committed to your success and the success of everyone in Rider Nation. So whether you're saving for season tickets on the 50-yard line or saving for your retirement, visit Connexus.ca to get a real home field advantage today. Now, can somebody help me up? I think I sprained my ACL.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Well, let's go right downstairs. Derek Bidwell for Ritchie Brothers Auctions. Enjoy the game. Call Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers for buying and selling needs. Visit rbauction.com. What's up, Bidsy?
Some good news and bad news, Dave. Good news is that Ryquell Armstead, Sr., is out of the injury tent. The trainers are working on his back a little bit. He's bending over, trying to stretch. He's out of the tent, and who knows with that one. Was cross our fingers that it works out okay. But unfortunately, we lose a defensive lineman. Baldonado went into the injury tent.
All right. Thanks so much, Bidsy. We'll keep our eye on that, as right now it's 1st and 10 for the Redblacks at midfield. 5-receiver package for Masoli, who's back to pass. Has all kinds of time. Now slips it out to the far side. Complete down to the Saskatchewan 45-yard line as Laybourne, once again, who's been the busiest Redblack all afternoon long, is going to be very close to a first down.
Well, I think it might be time for Saskatchewan to ensure that they're having that conversation about how they're going to deal with Laybourne getting out into the flats, because he's been killing them flat out, and there's just been far too much separation between him when he gets the ball and the closest defender for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I think it's time to take a man approach and clamp down on everybody, including Laybourne.
Opa Sublaki stat look. That was his 6th reception for 41 yards. As Masoli back to pass again, looking over the middle, and it's intercepted. Riders hauling it again. Saskatchewan's Adam O'Clair intercepts Masoli, his former teammate, and the Riders get the ball back.
Well, it's a really good job by Adam O'Clair. I mean, he's just dropping back into coverage and following Masoli's eyes. And the nice thing about it, the deeper he gets, the closer he gets to 2 Ottawa receivers, one coming in front of him and one just behind him. Masoli feels pressure coming to him, forces it in, and throws his 3rd pick. This is a great athletic play by Adam O'Clair, and the Riders defensively removing themselves from a really stressful situation in which Ottawa could potentially get this game a lot closer than it is.
Riders offense back onto the field, 1st and 10. They get the ball at their 27 after Adam O'Clair's interception, his 2nd of the season. 5 receiver set Saskatchewan. 2 now move in motion far side, and Kean Schaefer-Baker and Keyshawn Johnson. Harris to pass, looking near side, has a man. It's complete. Del Duncan Busby hauls it in front of his bench up at the 46-yard line. Big first down for the Riders, 19 yards.
Well, a nice clean pocket for Trevor Harris and a man coverage buster. You've got 2 defensive backs who were focused in on the low route, and you've got Del Duncan Busby running a deeper corner to the sideline. Great execution. Perfect timing for Trevor Harris. First down, Riders.
Ball on the 46-yard line. 4.5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Saskatchewan leading 12-3. Harris is in the gun. Bertrand Udon, the lone back in the backfield. They'll fake the handoff. Harris loads up the ball. Far side. Complete right at the Ottawa bench on the far side. Is hauling it in there is Samuel Emelis, and that'll be another Rider first down for Bazandowski Agencies.
Well, Emelis was on the ground a while ago, and we were worried about him. Here he looks fine, and it's another low combination throw with one guy low and then another receiver running a deep corner behind. And right now, what gives this all sort of the ability to execute is a nice clean pocket for Trevor Harris. Trayvon Tate has been inserted back at that right tackle spot. Things moving well for the Riders here.
First and 10 for Saskatchewan, now at the Ottawa 48-yard line. Ball right hash. 5 receiver set Saskatchewan as 2 receivers will settle in far side. Fake a handoff, flip it out near side. That's Kean Schaefer-Baker picking it up off the turf as I think that was deflected to the line of scrimmage, and he'll haul it in after a gain of 8.
Yeah, Ottawa's blitzing here, and Trevor Harris throws right into the teeth of the blitz, and I think it was Bennett Williams getting a little bit of it on the right edge of the football, but certainly not enough to affect the trajectory of the throw. Schaefer-Baker making another catch with a ton of contact in after. 2nd and 1. Here's the thing. Take a shot here. Don't turn this into a short edge situation with your old quarterback. It looks like they're going to, but I'd take a shot.
Trevor Harris is in, though, under center. Harris is going to go straight ahead, and Harris is going to have the first down.
I hate it. I'll tell you what. I think that they should have taken a shot there. They knew they were going to approach this at the 3rd down with a 3rd and 1 short yardage play anyways. Drop your quarterback back. Take a shot at him. You got a ton of momentum. I get the fact that you want to continue to move the sticks, so I'm okay with the result. But again, it feels like that Ottawa Redblacks defense is tiring a little bit, so continue to make them work.
So first and 10, Saskatchewan. Ball on the Ottawa 37-yard line. There's 2:50 to go in the 3rd quarter. Saskatchewan leading by 9. Ball right in the middle of the field for Harris, who's just on the edge of the shadows from the overhang here in Mosaic Stadium. 2 receivers far side. Harris fakes the handoff again. Has time. Now he'll flip it out far side. That's complete to Emelis to the 31 of Ottawa for a gain of about 6 as the Red Blacks were able to close on him quickly and prevent a better yak yard opportunity. And that was Del Duncan Busby.
Yeah, and I got to give it to Trevor Harris here. He's got 2 deep routes, and initially he looks like he's going to force it into one of the deeper routes, and he elects not to because of the coverage of the Red Black secondary, including number 4 Monshadrick Hunter essentially watching his eyes. He goes down to his little outlet route in Del Duncan Busby, and it's a great decision because it keeps the drive going, and it also gets him in the 2nd and 4.
Ball in the Ottawa 31 right-hand hash. Red Blacks load up the line pre-snap. 3 receivers far side. Fake the handoff. Harris gonna lob it towards the end zone. It's incomplete. The Red Blacks had the best shot at that. It was just a tad overthrown on that route.
Yeah.
DeAndre Lamont almost was able to take it away from Samuel Emelis.
Well, we mentioned that matchup between Lamont and Webb and our 3 slot backs, 2 now, Emelis and KSB. And it was going to be a dandy. And here Lamont just runs the deep post for Samuel Emelis. He's with him step for step. He's ahead of him. And Harris does what he can to try to get Emelis into a spot for success, but nowhere close. And Lowther out here for another field goal to make it 15 from the 39, excuse me.
Yep, 39-yard line, right-hand hash. He is 4 of 4 today, is Brett Lowther. Corsack on the hold, a clean snap. That ball gets up, and it goes through the uprights. Lowther 5 of 5, and the Riders lead 15-3 thanks to another Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal, serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 50 years with short-term flexible contracts. Call 522-5866.
Well, listen, there's been a ton of field goals, but obviously with Lowther's 5th, there's a little bit of breathing room because this 3rd quarter is coming winding down, and you get the feeling if the Riders can get into the 4th up 12 like they are, you're going to see a little bit of a panic button hit here in Ottawa. I'll tell you what, I think that Masoli is officially on a leash now, and I'd be thinking with another turnover that we might see Dustin Crum.
3 interceptions on the day for Masoli, who's back to pass again on 1st down. Has to escape the pocket now. Has room to run, though, up to his own 35. Still looking for a throw. He'll toss it up, and what a catch as we've got flags come down at the end of the play, but that was one of the most acrobatic, athletic situations as the ball hit the first receiver's hands for Ottawa and then fell into Dominic Rhymes' arms for a first down.
You've got a little bit of a pass interference on the offensive side of the ball here for Ottawa. In order to create the separation Rhymes has, he pushes off. So it's going to be a nice decision here. I wouldn't be surprised if the review booth gets involved as well.
Well, this is interesting.
But this is where Masoli, we talked about, is at his best, getting outside. That's why our first key to the game was C and D gap discipline. You have to keep him locked into the pocket. He's thrown 3 interceptions from the pocket, and when he's gotten outside into those C and D gaps, that's where he's successful.
Well, Ben Major, we're awaiting the call from him with 1:10 to go in the quarter, and you're right, this might be being reviewed by the command center.
Yeah, the Riders have all the case in the world to make for offensive pass interference here.
Now,
they're just
are you
pointing the
surprised
wrong way
that Jeremiah Masoli didn't run? Because he really didn't have a shadow. He only had Miles Brown chasing him down, though.
Well, he had a defender in his vision here in front of him, but that's not his game. He just wants to get outside the pocket, adjust the launch point, and then get to his receivers who are coming back to him.
So wait to see again. The command center definitely has to be involved in this, and right now it looks like the officials are ready to put the ball on the spot where it was caught by Rhymes.
You know, the longer this takes, the more anxiety that we get that the command center and the referees are going to have an impact on the bottom line of this game. It does look like it's going to be pass interference on the offensive side of the ball.
Here we go.
Okay, after all this, we have offensive pass interference. Ottawa, number 15. It's a 10-yard penalty. We're going to replay first down.
Hey, nice work by the referee being transparent for the time it took, you know?
You know what? I love it. The personality being injected. I don't know if you saw the game last night or not, but another football hit the scoreboard in BC. And last night's official, Tom Valesi, came up and his announcement was, what can I say? Ben Majors said it all. Yada, yada, yada. We'll do the play again. So a little Seinfeld, too.
I'll tell you what, man. That BC game, I was knocked out. I was surprised drinking my morning coffee that the result, I thought I was still half asleep when I read it.
1st and 10 for Ottawa, now back at their 30. Pardon me, it's 1st and 20. As Masoli, again, kinds of time. He's going to step up, throw it up near the 50-yard line. Hardy comes down with it, and that's going to be close to a first down as we got players picking themselves up on the turf as it's Anthony Lanier who got wrestled down, and now we got a flag that's come out real late, and this might be on Lanier as well.
Well, Micah Johnson does a great job and is actually a victim of his own success here. He absolutely throws Darius Bladek off of him as Bladek's trying to pass pro. But the problem is that once he does, Masoli goes to where he was, and he finds the spot and manages to find a receiver who's hanging out next to the sticks. And you're right, this might be a 15-yarder added on at the end for Anthony Lanier, who would not stop talking.
After the play, we have a misconduct foul against Saskatchewan, number 91. We'll go up 15 yards from the end of the play. It's going to be first down for Ottawa.
Well, I mean, you know, the Rider Nation doesn't like it, but I'll tell you what, I mean, depending on what Lanier said, he's deserving of the penalty. First of all, he got pancaked, he got his helmet taken off, and then he continued to yap. You're definitely going to be the guy that gets the penalty in all of those situations.
So after everything is said and done, Hava Baldonado checks into the line. Thanks, Bidsy, for telling us that, as he's got a sock on the knee, so obviously he's going to come back and play. As here we go, 1st and 10. Masoli pumps once, now he'll sling it far side. That's complete up near the Riders' 39-yard line, and no more is Avery going to get in on the tackle along with Roland Milligan Jr. But again, a big reception there by Jalen Ackland.
Hava Baldonado is having his way with Jacob Ruby. We talked about the weakness at the left tackle spot here for the Redblacks when it comes to Jacob Ruby. Baldonado's down again, but he bent the corner and had a really solid pass rush rep there. So I wonder if it is looks like the equipment guys are out there too looking at the helmet. So hopefully it's not a health issue, maybe.
Well, and the interesting part.
It's 92, excuse me, Caleb Evans.
Yeah, so after all is said and done in the last sequence of events, the ball has been placed essentially where the Ottawa Redblacks made that acrobatic catch on the tip ball drill. So it's now going to be 2nd down at about 5 for the Redblacks. 4 seconds to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan leading 15-3. The ball is at the Saskatchewan 39-yard line.
Hey, listen, here, if I'm Mace, it might not happen, but I'm blitzing here. I'm tightening down my coverage for my defensive backs, and I'm blitzing.
5 receivers set for Jeremiah Masoli. He's in the gun. Leyburn alone back in the backfield. 4-man rush, now a delayed blitz. Here it comes, and it gets home.
That's a great
Ryquell Blaine sack for the Roughriders as they get home. And who? Hava Baldonado.
Yeah, this is a great decision to employ the blitz. You've already got a quarterback that's feeling a little bit rushed in his clock. And now you've got a 3rd down, and I think it feels like 3rd down in Shoal Lake at the moment for the Ottawa Redblacks.
Well,
they're going to kick a long field goal with Lewis Ward.
They will, and they'll do that when we come back to start the 4th quarter in a moment on the Quality Tire scoreboard. After 3 quarters of play, Saskatchewan 15, Ottawa 3. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
This is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. In this province, people love their trucks. And so do I. Whether you need one for hauling your camper, going to the lake, or just driving around town, you'll get a great deal at Capital Ford Lincoln in Regina. They'll hook you up with the best-selling line of trucks in Canada for over 50 years, the Ford F-Series. All the best trucks are available now at Capital Ford Lincoln, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
Attention farmers, DeKalb is hitting the field with high-performing canola hybrids, like the new 400 series, which delivers high yield potential, improved pod shatter genetics, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility, all in one bag. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK. Always read and follow label directions.
Hi folks, Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football, brought to you by the Cooperators, McDougall Auctioneers, Capital Auto Group, Connexus Credit Union, Bayer Crop Science, SigaPlayNow.com, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, Quality Tire, Redhead Equipment. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. And now, the fourth quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The second sack of the season for Quill Plains. Chevrolet Buick GMC in Wadena taking down high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains. The Ottawa Redblacks lining up for a 53-yard attempt.
You got to get hands up in the middle. This ball's going to come out low because of Lewis Ward. And it's a long kick. It's going to be a low trajectory here. Get your hands up.
Ward is 1 of 2 today. This is his long 53-yard attempt. The snap is back. The kick is up, and it goes through the uprights. And Lewis Ward is good. It's 15-6, the Riders lead after that 53-yarder. He had lots of leg on it, too.
Yeah, he had lots of leg. It hit one distance. It wasn't a very high kick. Again, that's what you get when your kicker's 2'5". But again, he's incredibly accurate, and he got it there. And we got some jumpers in the middle that managed to get through, except they just couldn't get their arms up high enough.
So 15-6, the Riders continue to lead. They have not led in this football game, and Trevor Harris in the offense will go to work. Starting first and 10 at their 40 as they'll elect to take the football there. Still no Ryquell Armstead in the game. He left injured in that third quarter. It's Thomas Bertrand-Hudin in the backfield. Riders at an alignment along the offensive line. Going to fake a handoff. Harris now swings it near side. That ball is complete. Coming out of the shadows is Del Duncan Busby, and he'll be upended at the 50 of Saskatchewan, which should be good for a first down.
This is a good play. Del Duncan Busby, you're essentially in 33 personnel here. So 2 tight ends, 1 running back, 3 wide receivers. Del Duncan Busby's with tight end on the right side, and he just runs a little flat route. And the advantage here is because he's a tight end, it's either a linebacker that's about 6 yards off him or a safety that's got to guard him, and they've got to go a long way once he breaks into that flat immediately.
First and 10, Saskatchewan at their 50. Just a minute into the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front 15-6. 3 receivers far side. Harris back to pass. Swings it near side. That ball complete right at the Riders sideline. It's Keyshawn Johnson this time. We'll take it out of bounds at the 52 after a gain of 8.
And this is good too. So now you got 24 personnel in here. So it's a fullback, a running back, and 4 wide receivers, but one of them stays in and blocks. And what they're doing now is they're accounting for the fact that Ottawa's starting to get some pressure on Trevor Harris, whether it's through the blitz or it's through a line stunt in the interior, and they're leaving guys in now. Right, so they're adding 2 or 3 guys to every blocking service, and then they're still saying, Trevor Harris, get the ball out quickly into the flats, and it's working this drive.
Well, of course, the offense also without Ryquell Armstead and Shawn Bane Jr. both shaken up in the football game. Hunchak in motion, pre-snap at second and short. Harris to pass again, and it's almost knocked down as jumping the route in front of Samuel Emelis was the defensive back, DeAndre Lamont, and it's incomplete. Now a decision for Coach Mace on 3rd and 2 at the Ottawa 52.
Yeah. Well, they're going to send Korsak out and ask Korsak to pin the Redblacks down in their end zone. You got to make sure that your coverage is solid. Roland Milligan's going to be the arrow, so the guy that is the first man in on the right side.
Tobias Harris and Pimpleton are back to return this kick from Corsack, who's going to nail it. An end-over-ender that'll be taken right at the 10-yard line. And here comes Harris up near side. He'll just dance out of bounds at the 20-yard line of Ottawa, and that's where the Redblacks will scrimmage. 1st and 10 when we come back. 13:05 to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan leading Ottawa 15-6. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
for big fans like you,
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And go Riders!
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
21 possessions in this football game, and neither team has been able to find the end zone. Saskatchewan leading Ottawa 15-6 on a beautiful afternoon here at Mosaic Stadium. Derek Bidwell, you had the sunscreen on, still working?
Still working, yes. This game is a war of attrition for sure between the Riders and the Redblacks. And speaking of attrition, we'll see who has the most energy maybe by the end of this game. Of course, the Ottawa Redblacks are on the sunny side of the field, so they're over there baking in the sun. The Riders are in the shade. It is 26 degrees right now. Down here in the bowl on the turf, it is around 32, they say. And I was talking with injured offensive lineman, Senator Peter Godber, and he said, you know, it is a real deal, especially for the big guys. He said back in his college days, he definitely remembers losing between 8 and 10 pounds of water weight in one game from start to finish.
That's a lot.
8 to 10 pounds of water weight.
Don't drink this much water.
Yeah,
thanks, Mitzi. Of course, his sideline reports brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. A little flip under behind the run, and here he goes. Big room to run for Ottawa. It's Hardy up near the midfield stripe, still going to the Saskatchewan 50-yard line. A little shovel pass in behind the center. The Riders didn't find it immediately, and Hardy able to take it from his own 20 all the way to the Saskatchewan 49.
Well, they run a counter, and they've got 2-3 offensive linemen out in front of them, and they use their running back, Kalan Laybourne, as an extra blocker. So this is essentially a convoy of Redblacks blocking for Hardy, who does a really good job of just staying patient and running behind all his blockers. That's a big first down.
41 yards for Justin Hardy. 1st and 10 for Ottawa at the Saskatchewan 49. Masoli to pass, looks out far side. That's complete up near the 45-yard line. Still on his feet down to the Saskatchewan 35. It's Khalil Pimpleton. A flag comes out late as he's pushed out of bounds at the Saskatchewan 34.
Yeah, this is the first time we've really seen anything from Khalil Pimpleton, their big playmaker. He's back in the Ottawa Redblacks offense. He's probably going to get a face mask.
Saskatchewan number 8. So we'll go up 15 yards from the other play. It's going to be first down for Ottawa.
The last 2 plays here for the defense of the Saskatchewan Roughriders have been an absolute nightmare. And the worst part is, because they've been longer plays, 41 and now this, whatever it's going to be, I mean, you're going to get guys tired, right? We got Bidsy telling us it's about 32 degrees down on the field. You got Micah Johnson and those big guys out there playing well. For some reason, 2 of our defensive linemen chose to wear sleeves today.
1st and 10 for Ottawa in the red zone at the 19 for Windsor Plywood. Fake the handoff. Masoli looking, finding Pimpleton far side, but that's disrupted as into the backfield again. Is that Baldonado?
Yeah, Baldonado played this really well. He does not fall for the RPO fake, so the run fake, and then he's able to just get upfield quickly, and he doesn't leave his feet when Masoli tries to give him a little pump. And because he doesn't fall for that pump, Masoli's not able to put on his wide receiver to the sideline, and You're looking at a humongous 2nd and 10. If I'm Saskatchewan, I'm blitzing here. I'm throwing as much pressure as I can at Masoli.
Riders have got 4 down linemen. It is 2nd and 10 on the Riders' 19. Receivers split places in the backfield pre-snap, and now we've got whistles down prior to...
Call a timeout, maybe?
Or they're looking right now. I don't know if the 20-second clock started.
Oh, yeah. Well, good. Gives Mace a chance to decide to blitz or not, because it didn't look like they were blitzing.
So 2nd and 10.
I'd be bringing the house here.
Please reset the game clock to 11:49. 11:49, please.
Bring the house and force Jeremiah Masoli to be accurate with the football in the face of pressure. And tell your defensive backs they got to be able to react because the ball's coming out quick.
2nd and 10. We do it again on the 19 of Saskatchewan. Ottawa. Right-hand hash. 4 down linemen for the green and white who drop back into coverage. Masoli. 2nd and 10. Scrambles, eludes the pocket. Up to the 20. Going to throw it into the end zone, and it's dropped. Masoli had his man, and it's dropped. Keaton Brugling had an opportunity for the major, and he dropped it.
Well, first of all, everybody's saying who? And second of all, I'm going to remind you that it was Keaton Brugling. And this was a great play by Masoli and should have been 6 for the Redblacks. And a drop ball in the worst possible moment for the Redblacks keeps them out of the end zone. Ward's going to come in here to kick again.
26-yard attempt from Lewis Ward on the right-hand hash. No doubt about it. Sails through the uprights and cuts into the Riders' lead. It's now 15-9. The Redblacks leading Saskatchewan with 11:20 to go. We'll be back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Trevor Harris, quarterback of your Saskatchewan Roughriders. When I'm on the field, I need a strong team to back me up. When I'm off the field, I need a reliable vehicle to get me around. That's why I trust the experts at Mercedes-Benz Regina. They have the best selection and the best service anywhere. For a luxury vehicle that any MVP would be proud to drive, make your way to Mercedes-Benz Regina and score a touchdown deal. Proud vehicle suppliers of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Mercedes-Benz Regina. We drive Rider Nation. Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Well, the Riders are going to take the ball at their own 40-yard line following the Lewis Ward field goal, but will they be with Ryquell Armstead? Derek Bidwell?
Hey, Dave, they will be without Ryquell Armstead. He has his jersey off, shoulder pads off. He is on the sidelines and currently has his right arm in a sling.
Well, hey, this is interesting. So you get Ryquell Armstead essentially as a rental running back here last week. He balls out, gets 207 yards. And then you got to remember that you got A.J. Ouellette, who potentially comes off the 6-game injured list soon, and maybe reinserted in this lineup.
Yeah, and Frankie Hickson available as well, right, as a healthy scratch this week. So
it's funny, you got Hickson and Ouellette right now talking to Armstead, and they're probably trying to figure out if Armstead's truly out for the long haul here and whether they get some PT.
Well, the bigger concern, though, is that Thomas Bertrand-Hudon, the lone running back, left at the disposal of the Riders, who've essentially become one-dimensional as they do not hand him the ball very frequently. As he is in the backfield on first down, Albert Awachi comes to the right side to settle under center. Handoff does go to Bertrand-Hudon, but flags fly as he gets across the 40 near the 45. Undoubtedly, this is going to be a hold.
Well, it's going to be a hold here on our left guard, Noel Zer here, but I'll tell you
Holding, Saskatchewan number 68, 10-yard penalty. We'll replay first down.
As a defensive lineman, I've seen Lanier twice now go through the exact same look that they just penalized Noah Zer for. So I'm not saying I'd like a little bit of equity, but I'd love a little bit of equity. Because we've literally seen this against Lanier twice now all game, and now they're going to decide to call it at this moment against Noah Zer.
So first down and 20 after the penalty to Saskatchewan, back at their 30-yard line. Here comes the blitz from Ottawa. Harris, far side, that's complete. Up to the 40, 45, 50-yard line. It'll be near a first down for Dell Duncan Busby.
Oh, they're giving him the first down. They essentially said that when he took a flying leap at the end of this, it gained him 3 more yards, and this is a really quick throw from Trevor Harris right out of the gate. Again, the Riders staying true to form. Harris puts it just up high enough to beyond the outstretched hands of, I think it was DeAndre Lamont. Riders could really do with a long drive here. Just take some of this clock down and then obviously either end it with a kick for a convert or a field goal.
Bazandowski Agency's first down and 10 for the Riders at their 51. Harris to pass again. Near side for Samuel Emelis into Ottawa territory near the 54 for a gain of about 5.
Yeah, Harris has been doing this all game, putting it right in the bucket. There's 3 red-black defenders around Emelis. He's already taken a couple licks here, but again, shows no fear going in there, securing the catch, getting down. 2nd and 5 on another short throw from Harris. I mean, what do you do here?
Ball on the 54 of Ottawa. Right-hand hash. 5 receivers set for Saskatchewan.
I think you go to the sideline again, maybe.
3 near side. Bertrand Houdon, the lone back in the backfield. Harris, pass, far side. That's complete. Up into first down territory for the Riders, and Keyshawn Johnson will move the sticks.
It was right from the sideline. Keyshawn Johnson, quick 5-yard dig route. He's coming back in. Harris puts it on the money. Again, that's the way you're going to have success. The Red Blacks right now doing a good job of just, and here's the other thing, too. Trevor Harris has to throw it quickly because the Red Blacks are having some success getting to him in terms of pressure, whether it's been through a blitz or been organically through that interior defensive front pass rushing.
Riders break the huddle. 1st and 10 at the Ottawa 47. 9:12 to go in the 4th quarter. Saskatchewan in front by 6. Harris fakes the handoff, throws it near side. That's complete. Wide open Emelis down to the 26 of Ottawa, and another Bazandowski Agency's first down.
Well, Emelis essentially works himself from the sideline into right in between a box of Red Blacks defenders. There's a linebacker and 3. There's a 2, a halfback, a defense back, and the safety. And Emelis sits right in the middle of the box to Trevor Harris is right on the number. And Trevor Harris, man, just great patience to wait for Emelis to get open, and then again puts it right on him. And that, unlike Colton Hunchak, you can tell there's the relationship that you want to get to, right? Hunchak's got a couple more practices before he gets his timing down.
1st and 10, Saskatchewan now at the 26 of Ottawa as the Riders emerge from the shadows into the sunshine of the Ottawa end. Handoff goes to Bertrand Houdon. Gets low, has a seam, 10-5, touchdown, Riders! Thomas Bertrand Houdon, 26-yard rushing touchdown.
We talked about the physical play of the Red Black secondary, and it might be wearing him down a little bit because this is the first time we've seen Monchadrick Hunter not make a play physically. He gets there. This is a fantastic, first of all, patient job by Houdon, waiting for blocking to develop in front of him, and as Monchadrick Hunter comes down to add himself into the box, he whiffs on a tackle.
Trevor Harris,
beautiful cut inside. Riders are going to go for 2, but you just said Bertrand Houdon, he hasn't gotten a lot of opportunities, but he's making the best of it today.
Harris trying to get the faithful to be quiet for this 2nd down attempt, or 2-point convert attempt, pardon me. There's 8:19 to go in the 4th quarter. They're going to spot the ball on the right-hand hash for the Riders. It's at the 5-yard line, or pardon me, the 3-yard line.
When you get it on the right hand, he's able to make the quick throws out to Emelis and KSB on his left.
Harris in the gun. Fakes the handoff near side, wide open, walking in. Keyshawn Johnson for the 2-point convert, and the Riders extend the lead to 23-9 with 7:58 to go in the 4th quarter. They'll kick it off when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Did you know it's the best time of year to buy your Claws 2025 equipment? Get incredible savings with early order offers, like $20,000 off Lexion combines, $15,000 off Xerion tractors, $10,000 off Axion tractors, $15,000 off Jaguar harvesters, and $6,000 off Arion tractors. Make the best of every harvest with Claws, made for more. For full products and availability, visit claws.com.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data, your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert is the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Riders extend their lead to 2 major scores thanks to a Nelson GM touchdown drive. Nelson GM and Assiniboine Avonlea, they'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. The Riders started with the ball at their 40-yard line. Were able to use 6 plays, 80 yards, 70 yards. 6 plays, 70 yards, 3:20 off the clock. And, of course, it was Thomas Bertrand-Udon that was able to run it into the end zone from 26 yards out to make it 23-9 Saskatchewan after the 2-point convert from Keyshawn Johnson.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, you got 7:58 here left, Dave, and it kind of feels like a must-score situation here for the Redblacks, and not just a field goal either. I think that and it's because they do not have the offense to take long, deep chunks out of a defense. They have an offense that's going to slowly and methodically control the ball through run-pass options, through play-action passes, dinking and dunking all the way down the field. And when you're behind as much as they are, I'm not the smartest guy math-wise, but I'm pretty sure it's 14 points. You're going to need some quick scores, and you got to get one now.
Well, in the big play department, the Riders are number 7 with 22 big plays offensively, 21 for Ottawa. So the Roughriders and Ottawa don't get a lot of big strikes, but Ottawa will look for one now as Brett Lothar with a quality tire kickoff. High end over-ender. That'll be taken back by Tobias Harris at his 11-yard line. He'll bring it up the near side. On the numbers to the 30, to the 35. Runs into a Rider green jersey, and he'll be brought down on the play. Is a nice job getting downfield for the Riders and Aubrey Miller Jr. And here comes Jeremiah Masoli in the offense.
Yeah, so Masoli, again, he's going to feel a little bit of pressure here. And I'm wondering if Tommy Condell feels a little bit of pressure here, because, I mean, if I'm Tommy Condell, I want to incorporate an offense that's a little bit deeper, and I just don't have the confidence in my quarterback to make that happen, especially with the way this Rider defensive front is starting to pass rush.
1st and 10 Ottawa, ball on their 36-yard line, left hash. It's a 5-receiver set from Masoli. Back to pass, he's got time, far side, complete, ball's out, Riders scoop it up at the 45, and it's a path to the end zone. 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Scooping and scoring, DeMarcus Fields.
Bobby Dice is going to come out here and challenge this play, because the question is going to be, did he make a football move with the ball before he got smacked by the Rider defensive back? So Bobby Dice is already out. He's already asking to challenge it.
Well, it is a scoring play, so it will automatically be reviewed. Marcus Sales in a conversation with the Redblacks sideline at the end of it.
The ruling on the field is an incomplete pass.
Yeah.
2nd down.
So now,
well, that's okay.
Coach Mace has got an opportunity as he grabs for that challenge flag in his back pocket, as we're going to see a replay here in-house.
Timer. Please reset the clock to 7:36.
And here comes the challenge flag from Corey Mace. He's 2 of 6 on the season. This is a huge opportunity for the Riders with 7:36 to go in the 4th quarter. Wow. Pimpleton took a shot.
Saskatchewan is challenging the ruling on the play. They believe it was an interception. The play will be reviewed.
I'll tell you what, man. This game has playoff football physicality to it.
Oh, does it
It's
ever?
been fantastic to watch. Both teams are going to need some ice tubs.
So the question is, the ball was thrown to Pimpleton. He appeared to take a step when he had the reception and put the ball under his arm. He took a huge hit from Marcus Sales.
Boom. No, I don't know. I think this is an incomplete pass. I think he took one step, but it was taking a step to circle back. And I think that if he makes the second step here, I think it looks close. But again, we also heard Randy Ambrosi at the Thunder dinner say, don't slow the replay down. So that they might actually be saying, hey, look, we can't really look at this from a slow motion standpoint. We got to look at it at real time.
And the other thing you need to consider on this is the fact that the ruling on the field was an incomplete pass. So you need to find evidence to overturn it. The Roughriders right now have sent their defense back out onto the field.
Well, the other thing you need to consider, quite frankly, is that the command center owes us about 400 million favors. Well, so we should call one in right now.
The last time these two teams met, somehow the command center was involved. Here we go to Ben Major.
Upon further review, the ruling on the field stands. It's an incomplete pass. Saskatchewan loses their challenge and their first team timeout.
See, so as frustrated as Rider Nation is right now, there's a lot to do. I still think that Mays has his troops. I think you got a blitz here. I'm telling you, keep up the tempo. Keep forcing Masoli to think quickly here. Doesn't look like they're going to blitz, but man, I would love them to here.
2nd and 10, ball on the 36 of Ottawa. Masoli takes the snap, happy feet, throws it out, incomplete. Looking for Pimpleton far side, or pardon me, that was Dominic Grimes, and he just didn't set him up for success as the happy feet were dancing, and it's incomplete.
This is terrible mechanics here by Masoli. Tom Brady, the new color commentator for Fox, would say this is a D+ throw. He doesn't set his feet. He just tried to sort of wing it out there, and he had time. He could have set his feet. He could have stepped into the ball, but he didn't. So
the result of the play is an incomplete pass. After the play, there's 2 misconduct fouls, 48 Ottawa, 8 Saskatchewan. They offset. It's 3rd down.
So we'll get a punting situation. Is on to kick it is Richie Leone. And hey, speaking of quarterback analysis, tune in to the all-new SportsCage coming up with Darian Durant. Double talk is amazing as he breaks it down in ways that you would never have thought possible. And that's exactly what Double D Darian Durant does on the SportsCage on Mondays. Hopefully we'll get him on Tuesday this week on 620 CKRM.
Is it a stat holiday this weekend in Saskatchewan?
Yes, it is. It is Truth and Reconciliation Day on Monday.
Oh, okay.
So away we go. Good snap. Taken by Richie Leone. His high kick is going to chase Mario Alford all the way back to his 16-yard line.
That was a beautiful
Makes the first man miss. Dancing around up to the 22, and it just goes down in a heap, seeing no room to run with 7:07 to go in the 4th quarter. Saskatchewan leading 23-9, and here comes the offense after the first touchdown drive of the day.
All right, so now if you're Saskatchewan, you have the advantage of the clock. You continue to roll it down. You know your opponent now is going to be forced into the air primarily at some point, which for defensive linemen also takes out things like that run-pass option look, right? You get a little bit more jumpy because you know there's a high likelihood that they've got to throw it. Anyways, Trevor Harris gets to come out here and just continue to run the offense as they have, because this offense, you can run the clock and slowly, methodically move down the field.
58-yard punt, 7 on the return on the Ibarasa and Sons punt return as the handoff goes to Bertrand Houdon. He'll take a big shot as he gets up near the 27-yard line after a gain of about 4. As Bertrand Houdon, does he look comfortable carrying the rock or what?
Well, that's more like it from Monchadrick Hardrick. Monchadrick Hunter still, again, because the first time he came up lame physically and it caused them a touchdown, and this time he inserts himself into the tackle box and knocks Udon back a couple yards after a good gain. It's 2nd and 6, so there's a very manageable situation here for Trevor Harris. I'd look to him to get to the sidelines again.
Ball on the 27 of Saskatchewan, far hash, in the shadows here at Mosaic. Harris back to pass.
There you go.
And they've got a wide open down to midfield. 45 of Ottawa to the 40, 35. Keyshawn Johnson finally spun down at the Ottawa 20-yard line. Big play alert. The Riders just got a huge one from Trevor Harris and Keyshawn Johnson.
And it was such a high IQ play. I told you they were going to go to the sidelines again, and Ottawa knew it too. But instead, what they did is they did a little pump and go. Trevor Harris looks the man off. Ottawa bites on it, and Keyshawn Johnson gets in the back, and then it's such a high IQ play from Keyshawn Johnson after. He runs down the field, and then as he feels himself getting tackled, he steps inward. And the reason why he does that is because he wants this clock to start running as soon as the ref blows the whistle. High IQ football from the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Great execution along with it.
53-yard play, of course, lots of yak yards for YAC Auctions and Keyshawn Johnson. Shaken up on the play, though. A WorkSafe Saskatchewan injury is slow to leave the turf as Lorenzo Molden. Boy, this guy is outstanding, and he is slowly making his way towards the Ottawa sideline.
Well, he's one of their guys, but I'm going to be honest with you. We haven't heard much from him this year. He hasn't had the impact that we're used to seeing from Mullinder. And now, again, with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, you got 5:57 here. I mean, you could easily just sort of hand that ball off to Bertrand Houdon. Start bleeding this clock. Let's start working away at this clock right now. It's already running at 5:52.
23-9, the Riders lead. Ball is on the Ottawa 30-yard line after the Keyshawn Johnson 50-plus yard reception. It's 1st and 10. Bertrand Houdon, the lone back in the backfield. Samuel Emelis moves in motion. They'll hand it to Bertrand Houdon, who's got a hole again. Moving down to the 15, still on his feet. Tackled at the 8. Bertrand Houdon gets a huge first down for the Riders.
This is straight up the gut. It's great blocking from his offensive front. And more importantly, it's just great resilience from Bertrand Houdon, refusing to go down on contact. I mean, you're diving right to the left here. You get a great job by Logan Furland at the center spot, shielding off the right defensive tackle. And you got Houdon, again, just rolling those feet. This guy reminds me a lot of the impact Neil Hughes used to have. We would have all these great running backs in the game, and if any of them got hurt, you know, Neil Hughes would go in. He'd been playing special teams all game, and Neil Hughes would just go and break off run after run after run. And it's really sort of indicative of the fact that you have to prepare well as a player, and you have to prepare as the number one guy. And Houdon hasn't been the number one guy at any point until now, and he's playing like an all-star.
22 yards on the run. Yeah, Neil Hughes was like a missile every time he came out of the backfield.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, every time he touched the ball, there was going to be an exciting play, and it was probably going to be for positive yardage.
Elijah McGee was finally able to tackle Houdon, but again, yards after contact for Thomas Houdon Bertrand has been sensational. Taking a look on this Opus Uvlaki stat line for Thomas Bertrand Houdon, 4 runs officially for 55 yards as the injured defensive lineman for Ottawa makes his way off the field, which, again, this has been such a physical game.
Yeah, I tell you, it's been playoff physicality, you know, and again, you know, you never want to interview a kicker to make him your most outstanding player of the game because it means nothing really happened. And fortunately, Houdon's come in here and given us another guy, right? Lowther was probably trying to figure out what he was going to say to us after, and now he's...
So that's Mike Wakefield that goes off for the
incredibly talented player for the Redblacks as well.
So 1st and goal in the Windsor Plywood red zone for the Riders. They're at the Ottawa 8. Harris in the gun. Hands it off to Bertrand Houdon again. He'll move the pile up near the 6-yard line. For just a gain of a couple, it'll be 2nd and goal for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Yeah, and that's fine. This is just exactly what the doctor ordered from the Saskatchewan Roughriders here.
Ottawa called the timeout.
It's a good call from Bobby Dice. You got to start getting in front of this. You're only going to have one organic timeout, which is going to be the 3-minute warning. So essentially, you got to force the Riders into a field goal. So if I'm Baron Miles, here I'm dialing them a blitz. A, there's a high likelihood of Bertrand Houdon getting the ball again. B, even if it is a quick throw, at least I got my guys down and ready for it.
So Albert Owachi will come out. And again, if you're wondering, and it kind of dawned on me midweek, Colton Hunchak, how does he get on the roster this quick? Well, don't forget, he was playing in Calgary. Where was Mark Mueller coaching last year? Calgary. So he'd have some familiarity with the system that Mark Mueller wants to run, right?
It's 30 degrees out there. You got to question the receiver that wears sleeves in this weather.
So 2nd and goal for the Riders. Harris looking to the end zone. Can't find anyone. Still can't find anyone. And he'll go down as he's sacked at the 15-yard line. Is getting into the backfield for Ottawa was Aiden John for his 2nd sack of the season.
And that's another high IQ play from the Saskatchewan Roughriders, this time from the quarterback position, right? You actually had a receiver come open in the end zone here, but right now Trevor understands, hey, listen, the clock is our best friend. Let's continue to run this clock. I need to secure at minimum a field goal here for Brett Lowther in order to continue our momentum. And look how much time they get to take off this. They can kick this essentially at the 4:05 mark.
So Anthony Lanier comes out. The Riders say, no, you don't need you. We got enough. So Lothar going to line up for what looks like a 23-yard attempt for the Rough Rider kicker. Korsak on to hold. Clean snap. Lothar's kick is up and sails through the upright again as the Riders build on their lead, now 26-9 with 4:03 to go in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, so strategically now, if you're the defense, what you're talking about is, hey, let's just not get anybody behind us. Don't let anybody beat us in the back. You're probably going to see a couple. I mean, the Riders have been in this position before, and normally what they do is they either go with a cover 3 look or a cover 4 look, and again, that's just to make sure that no wide receivers from the opponent get behind the safeties. The clock is not the opponent's friend at the moment, and they will give up every 5-yard dink and dunk throw that the Red Blacks want to throw.
Ottawa scrimmages the ball, 1st and 10 from their 40. They'll hand it off to Leyburn, who makes a move inside and has room to run up near the midfield stripe before finally being tackled as a couple of Riders collide there as well, and Nelson Lacombo and Roland Milligan Jr., but it's a first down on a gain of 15.
Yeah, and like we said, you saw cover 3, and right now it's like, yeah, okay, so what? You can have draws all day, guys. You're already 29 seconds from the 3-minute warning.
3.5 minutes to go. You're right, until the until the ball game's over here in the fourth quarter. 26-9 for Saskatchewan. 5-receiver look for Redblacks. Back to pass Masoli, being chased out of the pocket, still on his feet to the midfield stripe to 50, and finally going to be pushed out of bounds as we've got Ben Major was sprinting down the field towards the quarterback Masoli, who's going to be a couple of yards shy of the first down.
Yeah, you're 17 points down. So that's 2 touchdowns and a field goal, right? And so you look for, the casual fans perspective, that's another, positive play. But realistically, you're like, again, take it all day, right? You can have the run game all day, guys.
2nd and 2 Ottawa. Ball at the Saskatchewan 47-yard line. 5 receivers set for Jeremiah Masoli. He's in the gun. 4-man rush Saskatchewan. Dumped underneath. That ball complete. It'll be good for a first down at the Saskatchewan 41-yard line as Jared Ackland is going to haul it in with 2:50 to go, but will arrive at the 3-minute warning with Saskatchewan leading 26-9. We'll come back for the conclusion of this one from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The new Case IH Steiger 715 offers power with purpose. Tackle rough terrain and any field challenges with the new Case IH Steiger 715 tractor. With an impressive 778 horsepower, new hood design, enhanced lighting, improved visibility, and hands-free steering you've come to rely on. See your local Redhead Equipment dealer for details. RedheadEquipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. Right now, life is just too damn expensive. That's why, as Premier, I won't raise your taxes. In fact, I'll cut taxes, making it cheaper to gas up your vehicle and buy winter clothes for the kids. And I'm the only leader in this campaign who can say that. It's time for a change in Saskatchewan. I'm Carla Beck, and I approve this message.
Authorized by the Chief Official Agent for the Sask NDP.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
3-minute warning issued here at Mosaic Stadium. Riders leading the Redblacks 26-9. The 3-minute warning is brought to you by Brett Young Seeds. More bushels per acre. We can get behind that. Visit brettyoung.ca for canola hybrids that are the best fit for your farm. It's going to be a 1st and 10 for Ottawa at the Saskatchewan 41-yard line with 2:50 to go in the ball game. Ottawa win, and they're into the playoffs. A Rider win, and they're in second in the West Division.
Yeah.
Jumping over the BC Lions, who fell last night in Hamilton.
It's crazy, the parity in this league. Yeah. You come out of the bye week, you're in dead last in the conference, and then all of a sudden you're in a home playoff situation, right? So the ebbs and flows of the Canadian Football League are always something that you have to consider. And what we have to also consider is not only can we close out the entire West Division in the next 3 weeks, the Riders also get a bye.
Yeah.
They're probably going to be super healthy heading into the playoffs.
Fingers crossed. First things first, 2:44 and counting to go in the fourth quarter. Masoli back to pass on first down. He'll have to scramble from the pocket, does, and then throws it far side, complete to the Rider 35. Big collision there, but hauling it in for the first down is Dominic Grimes inside the Riders 30, down at the 26. First and 10 for Jeremiah Masoli with 2:34 to go in the fourth quarter. Both teams have one timeout remaining in the football game. 2:30 and counting now for the Redblacks, who hustle to the line in tempo offense. 5 receiver look for Masoli. He's in the gun. Riders show blitz. They bring it, and Masoli's pass near side for Pimpleton is complete. A gain of about 7 down to the 19 of Saskatchewan.
And again, the clock keeps rolling, right? Redblacks have one timeout, and Dice is going to have to hold on to it because he needs it when the Riders get the ball back after this offensive possession.
So Masoli's in the gun. 3 receivers far side. Saskatchewan now just showing 3 down linemen on first down. Masoli back to pass. Throws it far side. That's complete to the 10 of Saskatchewan, as hauling it in on that far sideline was Jalen Ackland.
The clock didn't move. I'm not sure why the clock didn't move, and I hope the Riders are complaining about that. There should have been at least 2 seconds gone off here. The clock did not move a little bit.
Now it does.
Now it does, but still, we lost 3 seconds there.
So 2 minutes to go in the football game. Riders in front 26-9. Ottawa threatening, though, on the 11-yard line. Masoli to pass. Looks far side. Wide open in the end zone. Touchdown. Khalil Pimpleton with his second touchdown reception of the season, this time from 8 yards out, and Ottawa gets a step closer.
Well, you had a bust in the coverage there. I think that Sales was expecting Roland Milligan, who was on that side for some reason, because they ran it right up the numbers and the seam, hash, excuse me. And yeah, you got a lot of guys looking at each other, Sales and Milligan, thinking that that guy was accounted for by the other guy. So. But again, there's 1:56 left on this clock. So,
point after attempt to come. Kick is up, and it sails through the uprights, and it's now a 26-16 football game with the Riders in front with 1:56 to go here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 10-point lead, so if you're Saskatchewan, just continue doing what you do, right?
Yeah.
Come out. You don't need to change your offensive strategy, and I think that that's the hardest thing for some teams to do. Is they talk themselves out. Well, I don't think they should onside kick it if I'm Ottawa.
That was my question. 1:56 to go.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't do anything for you.
Down by 10.
It doesn't do anything for you right now. You're going to need a stop at some point in the game, right? So they'll probably send the onside kick out, right? But again, if they don't do it, they're still going to have to play defense. So
we'll see what Bob Dice and special teams coordinator Corey McDermott determine that they're going to do. The Riders are expecting something short.
Well, the Riders have sent their onside kick team out. So they got their hands team out. You got Big Logan Ferland. You've got a couple defensive linemen. You got Lake Corte Moore. You've got Albert Awachi and Jameer Thurman. So basically what those guys are set to do is they're going to be the initial line of defense, and then you want your receivers like Emelis and KSB to just go up and get it for you.
Leone does set up for an onside look anyways, as most scamper in the Ottawa Redblacks scheme to the near side. The kick is up in the air, and it's way out of bounds, as a little too much air on that one.
Yeah.
And the flag comes down about a day late, but it's going to be Rough Rider football.
And that's the thing. That's why I don't think it was a good decision from the Redblacks. I think you kick it and you play defense behind it. You're done 10. You're going to have to play defense at some point in time. So play it now. Get the turnover.
Illegal kickoff out of bounds. Ottawa, number 10. It's going to be Saskatchewan's ball at the 43-yard line, first down.
And now if you're Saskatchewan, you're going to give this ball to Bertrand Houdon, probably twice, and then you're going to get Lowther on there to kick a field goal, and once again, it's out of reach for you, right? The only thing right now that is at risk is the over-under on the 51-point spread that we talked about. That's the only thing that's at risk.
I'm glad to see you put it all into perspective for us, Luke. That's what we pay you for, man. 1:56 to go in the fourth quarter. Riders first and 10 after the penalty at the Ottawa 43-yard line. Boxes stacked. Bertrand Houdon, 2 hands on the football, gets spun down about the 38-yard line for a gain of 5.
Yep. Clock cycles again.
Timeout.
Dice uses his last
Ottawa,
timeout.
this is their last timeout.
Yeah, and you're at 2nd and 5. So you probably go to Houdon again. You've got your 24 personnel in there.
There's no way you're throwing the football on 2nd and 5.
No, you don't need to. No. I was surprised. I would have just put in the goal line team, to be honest with you. I would have put the goal line team in, and I would have run a dive with it. But either way, whatever. Yeah, and if you're gonna throw it, if you do want to throw it, just look for MLS towards the sideline. But you're crazy if you think you're going to do that. This is a run.
2nd down and 5, Saskatchewan ball on the Ottawa 38. Can the Riders muscle a first down to kill the clock? Bertrand Hudon gets the ball down to the 35. He had to get near the 33-yard line, so he's going to be close.
They did a fantastic job on the right side here. This is an excellent effort from Jacob Brammer and Logan Furland on that right side. Trayvon Tate's played good all game, and yeah, now they're able to just put the big team in for this 3rd and 1.
11 of 14 games this season for the Saskatchewan Roughriders have been decided in the final 3 minutes. Trevor Harris, talking yesterday, said, you know what, I don't even want to get down to that. Let's just go ahead and score some points.
Well, look, you got all the time in the world right now. The clock's ticking. You can snap this ball in and around the 28-second mark.
So Shea Patterson, short yardage team is in. It's 3rd and 1 for another Moose Creek Red Angus gamble. Patterson to his right for a first down for the Riders with 1:26 to go as he'll get the ball moving forward again for the green and white offense.
Well, Dave, I'm just going to pack up my stuff here. This game's over. And get down to the Harvard Lounge, have us a beer, talk about why this game was a success. This was playoff caliber physicality, though. I was really impressed with both sides and their approach. But the Riders just too much at the end here, and too far to go for the Redblacks and inability to stop the clock. And just again, the Riders have got to feel good about this. And now they go into the next 3 weeks or 3 games with an opportunity to just close out the rest of the West Division.
1st and 10 for the Riders. Ball on the 33-yard line. A minute and counting is 1 second on the play clock. Handoff goes to Bertrand Hudon. He'll go to the right, back to the left, get up near the 30-yard line for a gain of about 3, maybe 4. A couple of Redblacks slow to get up after that physical play. It'll be 2nd and 7 with 63 seconds to go in the football game. And while you may be shutting her down, don't shut your radio off. Coming up, we've got the 5th quarter postgame show where we'll find our offensive and defensive game stars. Yeah. Then Rider Nation, we want to hear from you on the radio roundtable.
I was only shutting down this aspect of the broadcast. I got a charger here. I got to wind up. Got stuff that I got to put in my bag. But again, I mean, you're just looking at and it's 32 degrees down there. And the worst part about this is I've been in these situations where a team has just run out the clock. The worst part is what you hear. You're in the huddle and you hear the other offensive lineman being like, yeah, they can't do anything to stop us. Let's continue to go. Right? Like, it's just so frustrating because they're right. You can't do anything. You had an opportunity for 58 minutes to do something about it. You didn't. And now you got to hear these big hoggies who are just loving the weather now. Now they're just rolling and they're all talking junk, right? So, listen, nobody's going to feel sorry for the Ottawa Redblacks here in Rider Nation, though. So,
absolutely not. As again, slowly to make his way off the turf, I believe that's Aiden John once again.
Well, they've lost some of their big guys here. Mike Wakefield, I'm not sure if he's made it back to the game, but again, it's funny to say though. This physical game really took effect here on Ottawa. They were knocking all the guys out in the first half, and then that physical side turned on them, and now they're the guys that are walking to the sideline with their helmets in their hands.
So the clock is blown in, a minute and counting to go in the 4th quarter. 2nd and 7 for Saskatchewan. They lead the ball game by 10 points and are set up 2nd and 7 on the Ottawa 30-yard line. Thomas Bertrand Hudon alone back in the backfield.
A little handoff here.
Albert Awachi in motion pre-snap, comes up to the line of scrimmage on the right-hand side. Bertrand Hudon going to bounce it to the left, spins his way down to near the 27-yard line for a gain of about 3. It'll be 3rd down and 4 as here comes Brett Lother and the kick team with 39 seconds left.
3rd down and 4, and they're going to be able to bring this down to the 19-second mark and put it back up to a 13-point lead. Ottawa's going to come back and, probably high likelihood of throwing an interception because they're just going to snap the ball and throw it as far as they can.
Thomas Bertrand Hudon waves to the Ottawa defensive line as he makes his way off the field.
Yeah, thanks for coming out, fellas. Good effort. Good luck in the Eastern Conference.
So, going to be a 35-yard attempt for Brett Lother. Good snap, clean hold. Lother's kick sails through the uprights yet again.
Credit to you too, Dave. I mean, you came in here and You convinced me that this was going to be far more than a 3.5-point win here from the Riders. I thought this would be a little bit closer, but you were right on the mark. You just couldn't see it happening.
Well, how about that? Another Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal for Brett Lother, who is now 7 for 7 on the day.
21 points worth of field goals, boy. That's a lot. And you know these kickers, right? They're not a high energy, high intensity group during the practice week. So Lowther, after kicking 7 field goals, is probably going to be in the ice tub for the whole week. Might not even practice. Gonna have to get a deep tissue shiatsu massage.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds
I don't know either, but
intriguing.
it's something a kicker gets if you kick 7
really?
field goals.
That's what it is, eh?
That's what. Yeah, it's just sort of locked in there.
17 seconds to go. Lother now has to switch to kickoff mode as he'll put the ball on the tee.
You know, I roomed with a kicker, Luca Conji, and if he kicked 7 field goals, he'd want us to buy drinks and everything for him that night.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, they get real spoiled and entitled, those guys.
Harris, big return coming back the other way for the Redblacks. He'll get up across the 45 near the 47-yard line. Going to be dragged down there by the Riders as coming up to make the stop was Zach Fillion, just added to the roster for today's game. And the Redblacks will have 12 seconds left to go, trailing by 13.
Zach Fillion, man, I'll tell you what, his father Ed, he could play some football, couldn't he? This guy was 6'4", about 260, playing in the interior, throwing guys around.
57-yard quality tire kickoff, 24 on the return for Harris, 1st and 10 for the Redblacks. Jeremiah Masoli remains in the game. 12 seconds to go. 5 receivers set. Riders rush 4. Masoli loads it up near side for Pimpleton. He'll get it near the midfield stripe, and then he gets dropped. Ball comes out at the end of it. Big play, and now we've got flags coming down as well, and we're going to have a meeting of the minds after a hard tackle right in front of the Rider bench.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, Deontay Williams just...
Get the bench back! Get the bench back! Get the bench back! Get the bench back!
Deontay Williams just tombstoned Pimpleton.
Wow. And now the conversation continues as there's not a lot of love lost between these two teams. And that has it spilling over right there with a flag down on the play right at the midfield stripe. And you can hear that voice you heard was referee Ben Miller.
Yeah.
Or Ben Major, pardon me.
All the officials together.
Oh, this is a team meeting. Yeah, he just sort of picked him up and Undertakered him. I mean, I don't think it was anything malicious, but I mean, it looks bad on film. But I mean, he's simply trying to get him on the ground. I mean, you do deadlifts for a reason in the offseason, so.
Yeah, Deontay Williams was the rider that was involved on Khalil Pimpleton. There are 6 seconds left to go. And again, there was 12 seconds at the start of that play, and there might be some fans saying, why wouldn't Ottawa just take a knee twice, down by 13 points?
Well, more importantly, I mean, it just shows that you're an inept offense with Jeremiah Masoli because you need 13 points, and your decision from your quarterback was to throw it 6 yards deep, right? Like you got to at this point just be winging it all the way down and in. Never mind the stats, just keep winging it. So. Nice thing is Khalil Pimpleton is up and he's walking around. Like, literally, he doesn't seem to have any ramifications of health. So it's good to see that he wasn't hurt. It looks incredibly bad on film. Vince McMahon's probably trying to sign him at the moment.
Yeah, I hear that's a pretty good series on Netflix.
I don't know. I'm hearing a lot of mixed reviews.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Well, you know, I mean, who knows? 2024, man.
That's right, exactly.
I'm sure it's triggered a bunch of people.
This has got to be one of the conferences that Ben Major is saying, I do not want to have. Like, let's
Ben Major just wants to go home. Yeah. There was 12 seconds left on the clock, and now we're sitting here for 10 minutes trying to figure out how to play the last 6 seconds of this football game that's out of reach.
Well, the conference continues. Ben Major's got a notepad out.
Well, because so many Redblacks got involved.
We'll wait to see the call from Ben Major and the flags and laundry starting to be picked up. Our offensive and defensive game stars are coming up as we will have a live look at that. Of course, you can watch the entire postgame show at sportscage.com. And, of course, if you are on YouTube, make sure you hit the like and subscribe button as one of the Redblacks is being tossed right now.
Oh, sure, he gets to leave.
I think that was Dominic Rhymes that's headed off.
That's not fair. He gets his selection of the showers. You know, the teams these days, they got a bunch of snacks laid out, so he gets his first pick at the snacks before they hit the bus.
Deontay Williams is going to be thrown out too by the looks of it.
Yeah, Williams is going to be turfed.
See, in hockey, this used to just be a game maintenance situation, right? You just go ahead and put guys and take them out, right? Give them a dime, 10-minute misconduct, and let them go.
I mean, 70% of the stadium's left, except Pilsner Lounge. They're still drinking. Or, sorry, Pill Place. That's a party. I'm telling you, Dave, before we're done, we got to call a game right in the middle of that place.
Pill Place.
There. Pill Country.
You can get in there, but you may not come out alive.
That's
all right. Here we go. Ben Major's got the call.
All right. We got 2 fouls. Both players are disqualified. Saskatchewan, number 24, has a UR and a disqualification. He's gone for the rest of the game. Ottawa 15 has a UR. That's his second one. It's a misconduct. He's also gone for the rest of the game. We're going to go from where the play ended. We're going to go up 25. It's going to be first down for Ottawa.
All right, Masoli, just kneel the ball so we can get out of here, please.
So to call 3 penalties, that's a lot. A lot of time to decipher that we're just going to make 3 calls and be done. So, 6 seconds left in the ball game. Riders leading by 13. Ottawa 1st and 10 now at the Saskatchewan 30-yard line. Redblacks 5 receiver set. Masoli drops back to pass. Now he's going to pull it down. Here comes the pressure. Throws it near side. Ball is complete. Coming down with it at the 10-yard line. That's Bruggling, but it'll be not enough. As zeros go on the clock, and the Riders put a win on the board. They improve to 29 with a 29-16 final score on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations around Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Don't go anywhere, Rider Nation. The 5th quarter postgame show and your calls coming up on the radio round table. The 5th quarter postgame show coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fniv.ca.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Rooted in tradition, leading in innovation, McDougall Auctioneers is your first choice for farm auctions. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. At McDougall Auctioneers, we understand that selling your farm equipment is more than just business. It's about peace of mind. That's why we offer a unique guarantee, a minimum value for your auction, ensuring you sell with confidence and comfort. Our promise is your security. Choose McDougall Auctioneers, where your satisfaction is not just expected, it's guaranteed. McDougallAuction.com.
The game is over. Time to break it down. This is the 5th quarter post-game show, brought to you by KFC, Western Ag, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, SaskTel, Johnston's Grain, Sask Lotteries, AgCo, Quality Tire, Capital Auto Group, Salford Equipment, SegaPlayNow.com. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Here in Saskatchewan, as Leone will approach, the kickoff is in the air, and we are underway in Riderville.
I'll tell you what, man, he has been absolutely money this year for them.
No, but he misses
goes and misses.
Yeah, to the right, and here comes Mario Alford. Got a return. Turn Yards on the Jets. Up to the 25, 30 of Saskatchewan. To the 40. Gets by the kicker. Now to midfield. Cuts back to the 45 of Ottawa. Mario out. Lawler 101 in the afternoon. This 21-yarder is up. No doubt about it. It goes through. Sprints out near side. Loads it up. Looking deep. Down the sideline. And it's intercepted. Riders have it. Who else? Roland Milligan Jr. His league-leading interception. 3 to this near side for Masoli. Back in the gun. Looks far side. Gonna throw it up. And it's intercepted. Riders have it. They'll bring it back the other way to their own 35, to the 40. Bouncing around, trying to find some room. Still going, turning, twisting, finally coming up with it. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders get another interception. It's Marcus Sales. So no field goal attempt, this time from 33. Brett Lawther, good snap. High end over end kick. Sails through the uprights and backfield empties. Masoli feels the heat. He gets spun around, and here it comes. A sack. Saskatchewan as the Riders get home. It's Caleb Sanders, a little dance in the backfield with Hava Baldonado. 47-yard attempt. Last one was 46, and he was wide right. He'll put his foot into this one, and it'll go through no problem.
We've got Lawther out here, who's looking like our most outstanding offensive player of the game so far.
41-yard attempt. Clean snap. Ball goes down. Lawther puts a boot into it, and he puts it through. Lawther now 4 of 4 on the afternoon. 39-yard line. Right-hand hash. He is 4 of 4 today is Brett Lawther. Corsack on the hold. A clean snap. That ball gets up, and it goes through the upright. 5 receivers set for Jeremiah Masoli. He's in the gun. Leyburn alone back in the backfield. 4-man rush, now a delayed blitz. Here it comes, and it gets home. That's a sack for the Roughriders as they get home. And who? Hava Baldonado. Ward is 1 of 2 today. This is his long 53-yard attempt. The snap is back, the kick is up, and it goes through the uprights. And 26-yard attempt from Lewis Ward on the right-hand hash. No doubt about it. Sails through the uprights. Handoff goes to Bertrand Houdan. Gets low, has a seam. 10-5, touchdown, Riders! Thomas Bertrand Houdan, 26-yard rushing touchdown. Harris back to pass. Wide
there you go.
And they've got a wide open. Down to midfield. 45 of Ottawa to the 40. 35. Keyshawn Johnson finally spun down at the Ottawa 20-yard line. Big play alert. The Riders just got a huge one. So Lawther going to line up for what looks like a 23-yard attempt for the Rough Rider kicker. Corsack on to hold. Clean snap. Lawther's kick is up and sails through the upright again. Masoli to pass. Looks far side. Wide open in the end zone. Touchdown. Khalil Pimpleton with his second touchdown reception of the season, this time from 8 yards out. And Ottawa gets a step closer. Going to be a 35-yard attempt for Brett Lawther. Good snap. Clean hold. Lawther's kick sails through the uprights yet again. As zeros go on the clock, and the Riders put a win on the board with a 29-16 final score.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders have a winning streak winning the last 2 games, the most recent today at Mosaic Stadium over the Ottawa Redblacks. Critical in the West Division standings as Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder joined me inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. The Postgame Rewind brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea for all your hunting and shooting needs. Visit prairieguntraders.ca. On the other side, interviews, analysis, all the goods. Stick with us live on 620 CKRM and on our YouTube channel. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider Football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi folks, Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
There is nothing quite like the friendly competition that football season can bring among family and friends. Lucky for you, SaskTel makes it easy to get in the game. Of savings, that is. Introducing our newest rate plan, VIP 70. Get 70 gigabytes of data and more for just $75 a month. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sasktel.com/VIP70. 70. Conditions apply.
1
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
Hey, it's Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Roughriders. You know what I love as much as throwing touchdowns? Driving a great truck from Capital GMC. They have a huge inventory of trucks, SUVs, luxury cars, and more. You'll find something that suits your style and budget. They're also big supporters of the riders and our communities. So, whether you're a diehard Riders fan or just looking for a great deal, check out Capital GMC today. They'll make you feel like an MVP.
Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
Power meets precision with a T9 series with PLM intelligence from New Holland. The 6-model T9 lineup delivers up to 699 peak horsepower, a redesigned cab, and new levels of precision technology, including optional dual IntelliView 12 display. Get more of everything in a T9 with PLM intelligence from New Holland. Check out our new lineup at Redhead Equipment, your new New Holland dealer. RedheadEquipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders victorious at Mosaic Stadium over the Ottawa Redblacks. It's now a 2-game winning streak, and most importantly, the Riders move into second place in the West Division, controlling their fate for a potential home playoff game. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder join me inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. It's starting to fill up with the Rider Nation in here. Only green and white, plus there's some obsidian. Fellas, what are your initial reactions from that one? Dave, we'll start with you.
Start with me, okay. Well, my reaction is that the Riders grinded out a win. I thought in the first half they didn't meet the physicality that the Ottawa Redblacks were bringing into the ball game. They were able to go ahead and, do some things at the right time that got them on the scoreboard. But then in the second half, I think the team just said, okay, enough is enough. We're going to come out, we're going to start winning those physical battles. They did that. I think Thomas Bertrand-Hudon, who had to come in and fill in for Armstead, was sensational. That's a huge statement play that he made right there. And again, it was a war of attrition today, and I thought the Riders did what they had to do and got a very big win at home.
Yeah, I've been saying that the sense of urgency level here last week and especially this week was playoff intensity, and that's what we saw today, specifically from the defense. Again, it was a resilient win, and the reason, you're right, Dave, I mean, you saw a lot of Saskatchewan Roughriders going down in the first half, and then once that second half opened up, it was primarily Ottawa Redblacks leaving to the sideline, just being banged up. So you want to continue that level of physicality. I thought it was a really good win. This is a very good Ottawa Redblacks team. But again, now you come out of this game, you're in second place in the Western Division, and you literally have it's like a pancake buffet now, man. You've got Calgary, you've got Edmonton, and you've got BC, and you literally can essentially kick all those guys out of the league, right? You'll see one of them in some way, shape, or form in the playoffs, but you can just absolutely mentally break them down by going and inserting your will over the opponent over the next 4 weeks. And then the best part about it is you've got a bye, so you've got an opportunity to get even healthier. And I think that what we saw today, especially from guys like Bertrand-Hudon, are a lot of question answers as well, right, Dave? You and I talked about it when we were going down the stairs. Ryquell Armstead, he's got a sling on. He balled out one. Essentially, he turns into a rental running back, right, for one game. Now you get Hickson back. You've got A.J. Ouellette potentially starting to practice again. And the nice part about it is because Bertrand-Hudon produced today, you don't have to go into the season saying, well, do we need some roster flexibility at the running back position? Do we need to find a way to bring in as many running backs? No, you don't, because Bertrand-Hudon plays great special teams, and now today he went out and produced and did exactly what they wanted to do. He got the hard yards, right, and he was the only offensive touchdown, but more importantly, he was able to produce. He kept the ball. We won the turnover battle again. All of the win today, all the things that you saw I know that people would have wanted offensive touchdowns versus field goals, but everything else that you saw today was pieces of a team that can be successful in the playoff game. That was a hard, tough, physical win, and it's exactly indicative of where this team is in the season. You're in the final third of the year. You've got to be tough, you've got to be gritty, and you've got to be willing to play 60 minutes, and that's what we saw today.
You alluded to the schedule there. Here's what's left for the Riders for the rest of the regular season. All of the games in the regular season are on Saturdays for the remainder of the year for the Riders. Saturday, October 5th, 5 p.m., Riders at the Edmonton Elks, so they can essentially end their playoff hopes, to what Luc was speaking to. The next Saturday, the Riders host the BC Lions at 5 p.m., October 12th at Mosaic Stadium. Then there's a week off, a bye week in there, and they finish the season at home against the Calgary Stampeders on Saturday, October 26th at 5 p.m. So you can go along here, knock the Elks out, make sure you have a decided advantage over the BC Lions in the standings, and it seems like the Stamp season is over anyways, but you really can secure things there if you need to, even by that point, by beating the Calgary Stampeders at home.
Well, I'm going to put it to you in a different way. You can be the bully on the block. You can literally be the bully on the block here to close out the season. Winnipeg's played incredibly well. I had a premonition that Winnipeg was going to show their age. They didn't. They put it together, so credit goes to them. But you can literally be the bully on the block now here for your last 3 weeks of the season. And that's a great mentality to have going into the playoff game.
Indeed it is. We're waiting on head coach Corey Mace outside of the Riders' locker room. We'll see if he's ready on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Thanks to feedback from farmers like you, Massey Ferguson raised the bar with the 8S series. To protect you, design reduces cab noise and vibration while improving engine air quality and combustion. The industry-exclusive Dyna VT transmission delivers fuel efficiency with easy travel speed and RPM adjustment. When you have a straightforward and dependable Massey Ferguson 8S series on your farm, the work just gets done. See the MF8S series at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data, your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert is the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch spaced blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Here comes the stretcher. Looks like the medic's saying he needs to put something cool on his knee. Here they come with the York air conditioner and a generator to plug it in. Okay, folks, a York air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating is the best on the market, but it's not meant for it. Well, our man is back up, helmet on, and he's back in. Look at that.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs. ReginaPlumbing.net.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders victorious over the Ottawa Redblacks. It's now a 2-game winning streak, and Rider Nation We want to invite you all to get in on the action after the fifth quarter is over. You can dial us up on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll free 1-866-767-0620. Everybody's welcome to share their opinion on the current state of the Riders on this 2-game winning streak. Wes Cates will be alongside for that. We already have some text messages into the Echo Sound hotline, guys, so while we await Corey Mace, there's one that has a couple questions in it. This one comes from Doug in Chilliwack, BC. Would you say the turning point of the season was the infamous bye-week practice to turn this team around, and in the game today, the drop pass in the end zone by Keaton Brueggeling in the fourth quarter? Turning point in today's game. He also says, happy 50th anniversary today to my parents and lifelong Rider fans, Bill and Debbie. So, turning point in the season, was it the bye-week practice? Well, I mean, it was a practice on a Tuesday, but could that be?
When the guys got kicked off the field? Yeah, that's the first time I've ever heard of any team getting kicked off the practice field by a coach, but clearly meant something. It clearly did something, because then we went and dominated Calgary, and I tweeted out that May should kick them out of the practice field every single week. But I'm not one to believe in turning points. I just think it's the ebbs and flows of the season. You've got to understand that this is an up and down year. You go through a little bit of a lapse. And again, I mean, I'm not saying that it's all candies and rainbows right now over the next 3 weeks, but I am saying that you're starting to see some traits and characteristics of a team that can actually compete for a Grey Cup, because that's what you want to compete for. Don't let the people fool you into thinking that we have a great opportunity to have a home playoff game. This team and this head coach in particular is a guy who wants to compete for Grey Cups, not home playoff games, which are nice and help you get to the Grey Cup. But let's keep the main thing the main thing. Let's continue harnessing the things that we're doing really well. Let's continue to work through the things that we see we can improve on the field and keep stacking wins, stacking chips.
Our defensive game star is ready, and it's brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. It is Marcus Sayles who had an interception today. Marcus, can you take us through that play where you got yet another interception, I believe your 4th of the season?
They just had like a smash concept. I gave Masoli a little bit of a down read. He probably thought I was going to jump the hitch, and I just came back and was able to get that corner out. So, I mean, it was granted, good position by everybody on the team, and I was just, able to get the benefit of it. So.
Marcus, there's a lot of people, and we just had a text, what was the turning point in this game? I thought it may have been the opening kickoff. I thought you guys came out in a great mindset. Tell me how you felt from the get-go in the 60 minutes that you put out on the field.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, our team was locked in the whole game. I mean, we felt like we had the energy on the sideline. We felt like every possession, we was able to get off the field, at least on defense. Our offense was driving down the field, a little bit with ease, and, it just kept up for the whole game. So, I mean, that's credit to the coaching for, the plays that they was able to install this week, and, we was just able to execute. So we was just trying to go 1-0 this week.
Marcus, mad respect, man. You've been around this league to know that the last third of the season is about positioning yourself to play your best brand of football heading into the playoffs. Talk about the defensive mentality, man. It was physical today, and you guys really outlasted them. You've seen a lot of Redblacks carrying their helmets to the sideline so just talk a little bit about the approach you guys have had.
Yeah, that's what we've been preaching, this whole season. I know some of the the games that we've had in the last couple of weeks didn't go our way, but they were still close, and all we needed was our one win, and we was able to get it last week, and it's just carrying over into this week, and we just have that that drive and that want to, because we know that we can make it to the Grey Cup, and we just got to stay locked in. We got to stay grinding, stay hungry, and everything is just going to work out for us. So.
Marcus Sayles joins us, our defensive game star in this Riders win over the Redblacks. Marcus, there was a lot of talk going into this game about Ryquell Armstead coming off that 207-yard performance and then playing against his former team. You've gone through that, playing against the BC Lions. Did the Riders really want to get this one for Armstead because he was playing the Redblacks?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've been talking to him just in the locker room, and he wants it for himself. He felt like he was done wrong, and he showed up last week, and unfortunately he got hurt this game. But I mean, you keep giving him the ball, he's going to keep making plays, and he just brings a different type of energy to our locker room, and we're going to feed off that. So I mean, hopefully he gets healthy soon, and we can just keep using him to keep driving down the field, and he was a good addition for us, and everything's just going to help us lead it down into the future. So,
what kind of energy does he bring to the locker room?
Yeah, I mean, you just watch it on film. The same type of person that he is on the field is the same way he's in the locker room. He's tough, he's hard, but at the same time, he's a good guy. And I know his reputation, when he left Ottawa wasn't that good, but he's not that type of guy that everybody's trying to portray. He's a good guy. He's a team guy, and everybody loves him here. So we're happy to have him.
Marcus, there was definitely a lot of emotion on display in this football game, and I would say maybe the stakes were a little bit higher. Would you agree with that? And is this team in a good spot as they now go down the stretch towards the playoffs?
Yeah, you can say we're in a good spot, but at the same time, we don't want to get comfortable. We know every game is a playoff game, especially at this point of the season. The standings are all closed on the east side and the west, and as long as we stay locked in, our coaches are doing a great job of us, taking care of bodies and, taking care of our mental, but also, we're going hard in practice and making sure that, we're going to be ready each single week. So, we got a couple games left, so I just think that we're going to, continue this momentum going into these next couple weeks. So,
Marcus, this 2-game winning streak has put you and the Riders above your former team, the BC Lions, in the standings, second place in the West Division. Two-part question for you, if you can handle it. Does that feel good that you're above the Lions in the standings? And do you guys pay attention to the standings week by week with that home playoff game being a goal?
Personally for me, it feels good. I'm on a team now that, that's winning. We have so much, team camaraderie, and, it just feels good being here. It feels good being in Saskatchewan, being around all these fans, and, I couldn't ask for anything more. When it comes down to the standings, I feel like everybody kind of understands the standings. They understand where we're at, and, we can think about it in the back of our head, but, the standings are going to happen if we just keep going 1-0 each week. As long as we don't stay, comfortable and we stay locked in, the standings, it's going to work themselves out. So, just credit to this coaching staff, credit to, these players that are just grinding every single week, because, we want it. We want that Grey Cup, and we feel that we can get it, and, that's just going to continue to be our mindset.
Marcus, I was going to ask a question about if you get extra money or anything for an interception, but then again, you still owe me the $30 for the extra mouth guard I had to buy for my kids. Anyways, that aside, how do you carry over this momentum into what is going to be a very big football game in Edmonton next week, and how big of a game is that for the Rough Riders?
Yeah, it's definitely a big game. It's another West game, and they also beat us this last week, and they beat us when they played them before, and they beat us convincingly. So if we're able to, lock in and pretty much beat them, I don't know what it's going to do for us in the standings in the playoffs, but we're definitely in a better situation. But again, we just can't get comfortable. They have all the players that they need to be able to win the game. Their coaching staff is great, and we just got to make sure that we stay locked in on our duties and our jobs, and we'll be fine from there.
Marcus, I'll get you out on this. Can you take us through what happened during that mini brawl, I'll call it, near the end of the game from your perspective?
Yeah, I was on the opposite side of the sideline, but all I saw was Tay kind of make a hard tackle on Pimpleton, and I think just a lot of emotions just started going, and guys just wanted to protect their teammates, and kind of the situation, everybody's just running up. The referees are just trying to break us all apart, but I think that's just two teams just riding for their guys, trying to just stand up for each other. It was a lot of emotions already throughout the whole game, so it was just them just sticking up for their guys. That's all it was.
Thanks for the time, Marcus. Enjoy the win.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate you.
We're waiting on head coach Corey Mace, who's apparently had to shower after getting some sort of a Gatorade bath, and also our offensive game star. So stick with us. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
There is nothing quite like the friendly competition that football season can bring among family and friends. Lucky for you, SaskTel makes it easy to get in the game. Of savings, that is. Introducing our newest rate plan, VIP 70. Get 70 gigabytes of data and more for just $75 a month. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sasktel.com/VIP70. Conditions apply.
You need a versatile utility tractor that won't let you down. The Massey Ferguson Global Series tractors are built to withstand your toughest demands on just about every operation. With up to 125 horsepower, whether you need it for hay production, dairy operations, loader work, or out in the field. See the Massey Ferguson Global Series tractors at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
It's time to field your best. Here comes Salford's Spinner Spreaders, gridiron gladiators charging onto the field with a lineup of various sizes and models. Salford Spreaders are constructed with stainless steel and complete the pass with pinpoint accuracy. Select models go long with application widths up to 120 feet. Field your best with Salford.
See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and E. Barassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
Is your farm working as hard as you do? Demand more from your data, your productivity, your farm. Ag Expert is the link between your data and decisions. From field to finance and everything in between, the right decision is right in front of you. Demand more, get more at agexpert.ca. Your data working hard like you.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Head coach Corey Mace is ready, and his post-game comments brought to you by KFC's new spicy and original recipe snacker wraps. They're here, and right now you can get 2 for just $5. Coach Mace, is it true that you had to get a quick shower because you had a Gatorade bath?
Yeah, you know, there's a little something that goes on around here about, you know, calling the big boys, the O-line, if you call them fat, you get a cold tub dunk. And I made the mistake calling them fat a couple weeks ago. So, you know, the ritual must continue. So, yeah, I got the dunk. I got the dunk.
I mean, Coach, from another former defensive lineman perspective, you're not exactly wrong, right?
No, I mean, well, that's like, come on. You know what I mean? We know. I said, if anybody's safe in this space, it's me. So, you know,
right.
I'm a big boy too, no shame. But hey, you know what? It was a fun experience, man, and the ritual's got to continue, no exceptions.
Hey, Coach, man, I tell you what, that was from a former player standpoint. I think you can probably relate that physicality level you guys approach this game with, man. That's right where you want to be around this time of the year, right?
Yeah, that's you know, certainly something that we try to pride ourselves on, and in all 3 phases, you know, we wanted to make sure that we were the more physical team. And you know, speaking to this team in Ottawa, you know, they've been a physical team all year. So from that standpoint, you know, I was really pleased with that. And certainly, as you know, you talk about rolling in the back end of the season, and you know, that weather's going to turn. It was gorgeous today, but that weather's going to turn, and sometimes that weather shows a little bit of truth. So now we want to build that mental toughness and that physical toughness. So that's what we want to be about.
Coach, I don't know if you said anything or not at halftime, but I thought the physicality of your group really turned in your favor as your guys came out firing, I thought, at halftime. How did you see it?
Yeah, you know, it wasn't so much anything that I said, just more the attention to detail with some of the things that we could capitalize on. Great job, buddy. Some of the things that I thought we could capitalize on, you know, in the first half. You know, I thought we had a really good first half outside of finishing some drives where, excuse me, we could have been upside. I'm burping up. What do you call that? The cold tub. I thought we could have. You know, jumped up a little bit more, but just really matching the intensity. You know, that we could level up, and you know, we still had another 30 to finish. Really pleased how we came out in the second half.
If you're not watching live on our YouTube channel, you should be, because head coach Corey Mace has his orange shirt on for the Truth and Reconciliation game. Today, the Riders wore an Indigenous-themed logo on their helmets. You know, at the end of the game, Coach, there was, I guess we can call it a mini brawl. I don't know exactly how to categorize it, but what happened from your point of view?
Yeah, you know, the play went on, and you know, Tay ended up making the tackle and lifted the guy, and you know, I understand from maybe the Ottawa's perspective, and Rhymes got upset, and temperatures were a little bit high, and we made probably some decisions we probably shouldn't have, and we want to try to push ourselves to be a team that can win with class. So there's always lessons in everything that we do, and that was something else. That the way we want to finish the game, that's not exactly it, but we do play it a physical sport, and we'll look at the tape to make sure that there was nothing that should have been penalized as far as the flag that was thrown on the tackle. Just get an understanding a little bit more, from the referee standpoint, the official standpoint, but. You never want to see that. I talked to Bobby about it after the game. Just that's not the way neither of us wanted to end the game. So, we just got to stay composed all the way through.
Coach, Thomas Bertrand-Hudon played a heck of a game when he was asked to fill in for Ryquell Armstead. Talk a little bit about his production, but more importantly, your offensive line also moving guys out of the way.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Lou. We call him Thomas the Train, baby. Thomas the Train was out there toting that thing. No, man. He's, he's always on the roster. He's always taking mental reps. He gets reps throughout the week of practice. And now 2 weeks in a row we've had to turn to him. He's done some really nice things for us in the offensive line, week after week. I think they're getting better. And, again, just, having Brammer back in the lineup, filling in for Nick Jones. It's just a bunch of guys who've had a lot of reps, and to be honest with you, people might look down upon that, when we go through all the injuries and stuff like that. But these are all guys who've gotten meaningful reps throughout the season. And now, starting to get guys back, we'll be able to, pick and choose what we like best. But these guys are physical up front, man. You love to see it.
Coach, you just mentioned it into my next question. You're starting to get guys back. Are you expecting that to continue?
Yeah, we do. There's a few guys, they're maybe a week or two away, as we press forward, which, is a good thing in my mind. But, we'll see. They're still going to have to get out there on the practice field. I'm big on that. I just don't want to go off the whim of, hey, this is when we say a guy's going to be ready. I want to see these guys be able to practice and really test themselves to make sure that they're in favor to not only stay healthy for them from their standpoint, but also to allow us to put our best guys on the field.
Coach, it didn't look good as far as Shawn Bane Jr. going down, Armstead being in the sling. Of course, Trayvon Tate was battling through stuff, but maybe just a couple of comments on that next man up mentality that you always had. You've talked about Thomas Bertrand-Hudon, but Del Duncan Busby, again, close to 100 yards receiving today. You move Williams and you move that secondary round a little bit, and everybody seems to gel there. And then Hunchak, who's been here just a couple of days, gets forced into some pretty meaningful reps, and he comes in and he does what he does.
Yeah. Again, you guys are going to get tired of me saying it, but we know what the standard is, and there's no excuses, man. We don't accept those. So if you get an opportunity, you got to know what you're doing. And if you don't, you better start asking people around you quick, fast, and in a hurry. And in Hunchak's and Huncho's situation, he's been here for a week. Just like Armstead was here for a week before, we put him out there. You got to put in the time. And, with Huncho, he's been in this offense for a long time. So a lot of the verbiage for him is a little familiar. But we're pleased as ever to have him. But, with everybody else, it's just the standard that we have. And, I haven't gotten any word on Bane yet, but, I agree. Wasn't nice to see.
What about Ryquell Armstead, Coach? You think he would be available for you next week?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I still haven't got an update on him. He was laughing and joking and stuff on the sidelines with me towards the end of the game. So we'll see, man. He's a tough kid, but we'll see where that goes from here.
How much is the team paying attention to the standings? Because now you've leapfrogged BC up into that second position, and you guys control your destiny as far as a home playoff game.
We don't talk about that, man, to be quite honest with you, because it doesn't change the fact that we need to go 1-0 each week. So we don't even talk about it.
All right, Coach, we'll let you get showered up or dried up after that cold tub, man. It must feel better after a win, though.
No, it feels great, man. Feels great.
Thanks, boys. Coach Mates. Enjoy the win.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
That's Saskatchewan Roughriders head coach Corey Mace after the team's second straight victory to put them into the second spot in the West Division. On the other side, our offensive player of the game. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Since 1972, Ryquell has combined innovative design with quality and workmanship. From rock pickers to harrows to the greatest selection of land roller sizes to fit every field, Ryquell engineers incorporate advanced technology, strength, and versatility into the equipment you need to get your field ready. A proud Saskatchewan company, Ryquell helps you get the job done. See the full list of products at RyquellMFG.com and farm the right way with Ryquell.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only track tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 truck tractors at Owens and Schweitzer and Eston.
Wondering what your equipment is really worth? Hi, I'm Riley McChesney from McDougall Auctioneers, your go-to appraisal experts. With our finger on the pulse in today's market, we offer the most accurate, up-to-date valuations for your machinery. Planning to expand or thinking of selling? Get the real value of your equipment with McDougall Auctioneers. Over 42 years of expertise at your service. Call us at 1-800-263-4193 or visit us at McDougallAuction.com.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It's time to talk to our offensive game star live on 620 CKRM, and you can see him in real life if you go to youtube.com/@sportscage.com. It's Thomas Bertrand-Hudon. Our Game Star selections brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. Thomas, man, you showed some unbelievable wiggle, making Damon Webb grasp at air or ghost or something on that touchdown run. That was unbelievable. Can you take us through it?
Yeah, basically I just read the blocks from the O-line and saw him coming down pretty fast on a one-on-one, cut right under him, and after that it was history. I just had to run to the end zone.
Unbelievable run to really help seal this Riders' victory, second straight for your team. Thomas, how do you feel personally, though, about showing off your skills as a true running back in the Canadian Football League?
I mean, it feels amazing. Everybody believe in me here in this organization. I believe in myself also, and we have a next man up mentality. So as soon as Q went down, I just knew I had to. I mean, the only thing I could do is just not get hurt, and take my opportunity, and be able to do what I had to do.
Your kicker goes 7 for 7 tonight, Thomas. That's a good thing, but it's also meaning that you didn't get an opportunity to put the ball in the end zone as much as you would like. What was the talk around the offense in this football game, relying on Brett as much as you did?
Yeah, I mean, when we get to the green zone, we got to be able to finish. We talked about it during the half, and we just got to get better when we get into the green zone and get the touchdowns every time. Brett's an amazing kicker, but we got to take some load off of him and be able to score ourselves.
What do you think of Del Duncan Busby's performance? Gets his first start as a professional tonight for the Rough Riders, and I thought performed extremely well.
I mean, it's amazing. He balled out for his first career start, almost 100 yards, I think, and just got to be happy for him, honestly. He grinded this entire year. Him and I have been good friends, and we just always been grinding every practice. So seeing him being able to get his touches and be able to get that many yards is amazing.
You came into the game, Thomas, with Ryquell Armstead in a sling on the sideline. How do you feel about him potentially playing next week in the injury he sustained?
Can you say that again?
How do you feel about Ryquell Armstead potentially playing next week? Thomas, you got us?
No, I got you.
How do you feel about you potentially starting next week, or do you think we'll see Ryquell Armstead back in, AJ Ouellette? How could the running back situation shake out?
That's not my decision, it's the coaches, but like I said, we have a deep room of running back, and we probably have the best one in the country, and just bringing anybody else, and maybe we'll just start a rotation, but for right now, it's in the coach's hand.
Are the guys in the locker room talking about the implications of these games? And I say that with the context of the Riders win today means that you guys have jumped BC in the standings, second place in the West Division, and a home playoff game is in your own hands.
Excuse me, I just heard the end of that.
That's okay. The home playoff game is in your hands right now. Are the guys talking about where you are in the standings?
Yeah, I mean, we don't really talk about where we're in the standing. We're just happy that we have our faith in our own hands, and our ultimate goal is to be able to finish on top. So we're going to keep grinding and keep the ball rolling till the end of the season.
There definitely was a lot of emotion and a lot of physicality in this football game. Did you feel that, and is that a way that you want to play as the Saskatchewan Roughriders?
Excuse me, I lost you on there.
No, I was going to ask Thomas about the emotions and the physicality in the game. Is that the way you want to play? Yeah, I think we're going to lose him, unfortunately, as there's a problem.
That's all right. Thomas Bertrand-Houdan, your offensive game star. Guys, final takeaways?
Well, you got to build. I think that obviously, kicking 7 field goals is good when you come out the win, but you want to get across the goal line with the football. Defensively, I thought it was right there. That's a good Ottawa team. And then to hold them to one score was also impressive. But more importantly, you just got to make sure that you continue to play that physical brand of football that we saw, especially in that second half. This time of year, it's going to get cold. Like literally, there's going to be a 15-degree change in temperature this week, and it's going to start to get cold. But the nice part is you get to go to Edmonton, where it's going to be cold, BC, whatever. But you finish cold weather game in Calgary, so you continue to be prepared and physical on defense, and if you start executing on offense, you should be in a position where you make a lot of noise in the playoffs.
You talk a lot about adjustments, and today, in my opinion, this was the ultimate adjustment game, because the Riders defensively had to make an adjustment in their secondary due to the injury to C.J. Rivas. Offensively, they had to make an adjustment in what they wanted to do because Armstead goes out, so here comes the quick passing game. Trevor Harris well over 300 yards. So to me, this was the ultimate adjustment game for the coaching staff, for the players. They executed it, and they got a huge win at home.
Do you want to do some Opa Suvlaki
I can do that, sure. So, unfortunately, we're kind of jammed up as far as the stats go for the statistical look, as the CFL has got them through the first, let's call it the first 57 minutes of the football game. So, first downs, Riders 21 to Ottawa's 14. In the net offense department, the Riders put up 399 yards to 248 for Ottawa. In the rushing department, Saskatchewan 105 yards rushing to 54 for Ottawa. Passing 315 for the Riders to 210 for Ottawa. Penalties, Riders penalized 7 times for 75 yards, 5 penalties for 45 for Ottawa. I think the time of possession really tells the tale of this one. The Riders had the ball for nearly 36 minutes, 35 minutes and 58 seconds to the Redblacks 21-12. Individually for the Riders, Trevor Harris threw those 57 minutes, 27 of 36 for 315 yards. Jeremiah Masoli, 20 of 30 for 210 yards, but he did throw 3 interceptions. Laybourne carried the ball 8 times for 42 yards, and Armstead 10 times for 32, but Thomas Bertrand-Houdan, the longest run of the day for 26 yards, a touchdown that would add to his tally, 5 carries carries for 57. Again, these are unofficial numbers. Dale Duncan Busby, 7 for 92. Keyshawn Johnson, 6 for 101, the leading receivers for the Riders. Leyburn caught 6 passes for 41. While Hardy, the leading receiver in the CFL, 5 receptions for 111. Amari Henderson had the most tackles for the Riders with 6. Jameer Thurman had 4. You've got the interceptions by Auclair, Sales, and Roland Milligan Jr. to cap off a very strong defensive effort. McGee, the big tackler for Ottawa, with 8 defensive tackles. So just a partial look, but still a look at some of the statistics in this ballgame.
We'll update them if they go final. Coming up, Rider Nation, we want to hear from you. Everybody get in on the fun on the Echo Sound hotline. You can call or text 306-936-6262 or toll free 1-866-767-0620. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hi folks, Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Meet your new favorite shade of green. At Nick Service, we offer the Fendt 500 Vario Series tractor that's tailor-made for your farm. Get better stability, ease of use, and comfort with one tractor. Whether you're feeding, tilling, baling, or hauling, this series is built for your farm. Experience up to 163 horsepower with this multi-purpose tractor. Visit Nick Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com to get a quote on the Fendt 500 Vario Series.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres booked before September 15th.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. Right now, life is just too damn expensive. That's why, as Premier, I won't raise your taxes. In fact, I'll cut taxes, making it cheaper to gas up your vehicle and buy winter clothes for the kids. And I'm the only leader in this campaign who can say that. It's time for a change in Saskatchewan. I'm Carla Beck, and I approve this message.
Authorized by the Chief Official Agent for the Sask NDP.
Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. Brought to you by Western Ag Professional Agronomy, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, McDougall Auctioneers, Salford Equipment, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union, Redhead Equipment. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. The Roundtable is brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Dog and Wes Cates on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Rider Nation, we want to hear from you on the Echo Sound hotline. Get in on the fun. 306-936-6262. The Echo Sound hotline brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Qu'Appelle. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. Already callers and texters getting in, so make sure you do it before it gets too jammed up. Rider Nation excited after the Riders do it again, and twice is a trend. 2-game winning streak for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, jump up into second place in the West Division and control their fate as far as a home playoff game goes. It's time for our moment of the game, brought to you by The Keg. The Keg size moment of the game, locations in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com.
The handoff goes to Bertrand Houdan. Gets low, has a seam. 10-5, touchdown, Riders! Thomas Bertrand Houdan, 26-yard rushing touchdown.
How about Thomas Bertrand Houdan and making Damon Webb miss in a phone booth and then taking it to the house real quick? Wes, break it down for me.
Bertrand Houdan, he was showing some of those sweet feet. Tomas, he was out there doing his thing. Who would have thought it? You know, everybody was excited to see Armstead go up against his former team, and then it ends up being Bertrand Houdan who seals the deal and has some great runs at the end of the game. He definitely, not just that run, but a couple of them, he was making some guys miss. A little cutback right there, and then picks him up, puts him down. He might have been able to go for like another 50 on that. He looked like that was going to be a little bit of a chase. He showed a little speed. Really excited about that. Happy for him. I don't know what we're going to do about Armstead in the sling, but it looks like we got some backups that can handle the job.
Got some dudes for sure, and Wes is doing a little color analysis live on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@sportscage.com. We just rolled the Thomas Bertrand highlights. We got a bunch of other video highlights to come from the Saskatchewan Roughriders win over the Ottawa Redblacks in this football game, 29-16, and we're going to talk to Rider Nation. We've got some text messages coming in. Bunch of people are excited. We have Tony from Lloydminster on the Echo Sound hotline who texts in, time to take over the West. Go Riders. Love your commentary and take on the games. Thanks, Tony. We love hearing from Rider Nation. This is Lou listening in Bosnia. Great win against Ottawa. Nice to see Brett Lauther kicking well. Go Riders. I feel like that kind of went under the radar.
Yeah.
Yes, you want touchdowns, West, but Brett Lauther, 7 for 7. Ain't nobody ragging on him anymore.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, it seems like since everybody was kind of calling for another kicker to come in, maybe sit Lauther down, he listened. He's like, let me straighten this thing out a little bit, literally and figuratively, right? He's like, let me straighten this out. 7 kicks, and all of them look like they were pretty much down the pipe. So definitely Lauther looks like he's in playoff form a little early.
Mm-hmm. And we know somebody who is the first caller. Mark at Sydney is usually in playoff form. Let's go out on the Echo Sound hotline. Mark, what did you think of that Riders win against Ottawa?
G'day, Justin. G'day, Wes. That was absolute perfection, and it was just what I needed to hear because, unfortunately, my favourite Aussie Rules team, the Sydney Swans, we lost the grand final yesterday to Brisbane, and we lost by 60 points. So this was just the rev-up I needed to get my spirits up. So I think that was an absolutely perfect game. And, of course, the kicking team, Brett Lauther and Korvac, played their usual lights-out game. And I think if we can keep this kind of form and consistency up, the Grey Cup's coming home to Saskatchewan.
There you go. One of your teams might not get a championship, but the Riders seem to have a lot of hope here amongst Rider Nation.
That's it. And I think it comes back to the coach. I think he's copped a bit of flack this season, but today I think all the game calls are absolutely perfect. So if he can keep up the form he had today, Grey Cup's definitely coming home to Saskatchewan.
Vibes are high, Wes. Mark, any last thought you want to get in before we let you go?
Well, I'm just thinking that basically, like I said, if we can keep the form up, the games against Edmonton and BC and Calgary, especially Calgary, I think they'll be pretty easy wins. And, yeah, like I said, the Grey Cup is coming home to Saskatchewan. And I just want to say a big thanks to you guys and Luke and everybody in the commentary box. You guys make an absolute experience of every CFL game I listen to. So thanks for all the good work you do.
Right back at you, Mark. You make the post-game show an experience, calling in all the way from the land down under in Sydney, Australia. Full credit to my teammates, Wes Cates, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Glenn Suter, Jeff Fairholm, but most importantly, all the people behind the scenes at Harvard Media and 620 CKRM that make it happen. So always good to talk to you, Mark. Enjoy the win.
Thanks, guys. I do, believe me, I do.
We know you do. Let's go to Ryan in Regina. What did you think of the Riders' performance at Mosaic Stadium?
Well, that was enjoyable, but I'll tell you one thing about Mosaic Stadium. Everyone's trying to get out, but if you've ever tried to get into Mosaic Stadium, now, I didn't watch the game. I listened to the whole game. We have hockey at the Cooperative Center. Dude, that's just as tough. Getting in is just as tough as getting out, So let's not worry about that kind of stuff in the future. So right now I'm at the Cooperators, and just listen to you guys, listen to you all the time. I've told you a billion times I'm a big Brett Lofter fan, and I'm telling you, I think I watched him walk out of the stadium, and this guy yelled, "Hey, watch out for Brett." And I was like, maybe that is Lofter. Mike is like, that's not him. So we watched this guy walk to his car, forget his keys, and have to go back into the stadium. So if that's you, Brett, we love you, even if you forget your keys or not.
Lauder went 7 for 7 today. How do you feel about his performance?
Dude, Saskatchewan's a love-hate relationship with players, and you miss a couple, and we're just going to get you. But right now I'm watching 10 kids play football in the parking lot. I'm watching people smiling. Everyone's sitting around the back of the stadium trying to see the players come out. Sporting experience for a day like today, being in October, it was a great game. But what I do want to talk about, actually, I guess my only point is Shawn Bane Jr., man, he got himself hurt. His knee kind of went backwards. That was a bit scary. And after that, he probably dropped like 4 perfectly catchable balls. And I feel like if you're a player and you see your teammate get hit like that, what's the mindset now? Like, do you catch the ball and worry about getting hit and breaking a leg, or do you catch the ball and make a play? Because that's what we started to mess around with about 4 games ago, and now we don't want to drop those first downs. We did.
Yeah, that's pretty observant of you. I would say it depends. If you know you're in a chippy game, maybe you're a little leery of guys, especially if you got one guy headhunting, or, the free safety is literally taking guys out. But I don't think you really think about it too much after that. You just go make plays. It was just kind of a bang-bang play, kind of was put in a bad position, and the DB went a little low. But, receivers aren't too worried. Just going over the middle in general for receivers, they have their head on the swivel a bit, but you got to focus, snatch the ball, and know that if you're playing hard, you're usually not going to get hurt.
That's one thing with both teams today. They were playing hard. They were hitting hard, injury after injury after injury. We're lucky to get a bye. So, everyone's like, okay, I love the guy from Australia, man, or New Zealand. Like, he's awesome. Let's go. Mark, as a Rider fan forever, man, I'm not going to, get my hopes up for the Grey Cup yet, but we're playing well. I just hope other teams start playing less well, That's it, guys.
Thanks for the call, Ryan. Enjoy all the sports you got going on today. You just saw live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com the Shawn Bane Jr. injury did not look good. He had to be helped off the field, went into the injury tent, and TSN showed him being carted to the Roughriders locker room. We asked head coach Corey Mace for an update. He didn't have anything, even from a preliminary standpoint yet. So keep it tuned to 620 CKRM and sportscage.com for the latest on Bane Jr.'s injury. Everybody in Rider Nation hoping that it is not a serious one, because Bane Jr. can be an absolute game changer. Let's go out to Saskatoon. Jason, what did you think of the Riders' win over the Redblacks?
Hey, guys, I thought it was awesome. It was amazing. Lofter, again, 7 for 7. Surprised he wasn't the offensive star, but who'd on? Like, wow. I'm speechless.
Yeah, for Bertrand Houdon to step up like that, kind of in relief, not really knowing, and to have those finishing runs, turned over the sticks a couple times, then makes a guy miss and breaks up the middle and runs away from the D, albeit only for 20, almost 30 yards. But, hey, he looked like it was going to take a while to track him down.
And you can see the highlights live on our YouTube channel right now. Thomas Bertrand Houdon running into the end zone for that 26-yard touchdown, making Damon Webb grasp at air.
Banging the chest.
Unbelievable. Making him miss in a phone booth. You got to love it.
He's got some nice feet for his size.
At my end where I sit, so it was awesome. I was like, wow. But just want to say, if we win the next 3,
might be in first place. You never know.
We'll get first place, but we will have second, so we'll have home field advantage for the playoffs. So
If you win the next 3, second for sure. Winnipeg does have the tiebreaker, so we'll have to see how the Bombers finish
well,
the
that's
season.
true. Yeah, Winnipeg has the tiebreaker, but yeah, that's about it. I'm just actually going back to Saskatoon, going to a hockey game tonight. So I got a full slate of sports going on tonight. So yeah.
Sounds like a fun day for you, Jason. Thanks for the call.
It's going to be good. Yeah, have a good one. Have a good show, guys.
You too. You can see the West Division standings up at our YouTube channel, SportsCage.com, and you can see Winnipeg in first. They've already clinched a playoff spot, but have not clinched top spot in the West quite yet at 9-6. The Riders improved to 7-7-1 on the season with 15 points. The Lions are 7-8 with 14 points in third place. The Edmonton Elks fourth place, 5-10 with 10 points, and the Calgary Stampeders 4-9-1 with 9 points. On the other side, more of your calls and text messages on the Echo Sound hotline. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 is 28% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
With fall on the way, your vehicle should have a fall inspection. Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections with certified mechanics on site. They handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And right now, quality Napa batteries are on sale, always the best price. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Hey, Rider Nation, got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Let's keep it going on the Echo Sound hotline. If you want to get in and talk to me or Wes Cates or just share your thoughts on the game, 306-936-6262. Sean in Regina, what do you think of the Riders now on this 2-game winning streak?
Are you still there?
Yeah, Sean, can you hear us?
Yeah. Great victory, but Lots of field goals.
Brett Lawther, 7 for 7.
Yeah.
I hear you, Sean. I was a little upset too. That first quarter and a half. Well, really, that first half. I'm like, okay, this might bite us in the butt. Keep kicking these field goals and letting Ottawa stay within, one big score.
So now we're in line for a home playoff game.
You got to win some more games, though.
At the moment, yes. If the playoffs started today.
Yeah, we got to win out.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on the game, Sean?
Shawn Bane Jr., how bad is his injury?
We asked head coach Corey Mace, and he did not have an update on him. So we'll just have to see what he says and get the injury report after that. Keep it locked to 620 CKRM, the SportsCage, and SportsCage.com.
Yeah.
Anything else, Sean?
No.
All right, man. Thanks for calling.
Goodbye.
Let's go to Abbotsford, BC. Dorothy's on the line. What did you think of the Riders' win at Mosaic Stadium?
Yeah, well, it was great that they won. That's the first thing. But, yeah, I kind of agree that it would have been nice to see a few more touchdowns instead of all those field goals. But, yeah, great night for Brett Lawther. Yeah, I also had a comment on that, the whatever we want to call it, happened at the end of the game. I guess my comment/question to you guys is, why would they even run that play with 12 seconds left, with so many guys getting injured every play?
Which play? That was the
play that started the mini brawl. Deontay Williams tackle on Dominic Rhymes.
You still want to run. Typically, when teams are out there and you're down, even if you know it's over, you don't kneel on it. You just kind of run your 2-minute offense, and it's good practice in live action, right? It's kind of like you're working on some things in a game, and then the stuff at the end, guys, emotions get high. It's a tough game, it's a tough sport. Guys do some things, and
oh yeah, of course,
happens.
At the end of the game, especially, one team's now lost, and so
yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Do you think there'll be supplementary discipline? I mean, the guy didn't look like he got really that hurt. He was up and in that brawl within 5 seconds. So
yeah, I don't think so. What do you think? I mean, I'm sure there might be a fine or two because somebody got ejected. I couldn't tell who it was.
Both, Rhymes and Williams got ejected.
Oh, okay.
But I think Rhymes already had an objectionable conduct, and it was at the end of the game. I would doubt that there would be supplementary discipline, but I mean, totally different situation. Miles Brown got fined for that hit on Chris Trevler, and there's a lot of people around Rider Nation and in and around the Riders that don't believe he should have been fined either.
Myself?
Yes.
Yeah, it's always a bit different for Rider Nation, right?
Yeah, how do you feel about the Riders right now, Dorothy? Do you think they can host a home playoff game?
Good. Yeah, I think it's within our grasp. I think we obviously have to be able to take BC out. I guess that'll be the big game for sure. Yeah, I don't know. BC's a bit up and down, a bit surprised actually. That's because I thought they were on fire with Nathan Rourke, but yeah, anybody can win. Anybody can win any day.
Yeah, everybody in the West has been up and down this year. That's why the race is so tight. But we'll see. Should be a fun month.
Yeah.
Did you like anything else about the game today, Dorothy? Before we let you go.
Yeah, I really liked Trevor Harris. I thought he had a pretty good game. Obviously, Bertrand Hudon came on fire at the end there, which really helped the team, I think, from just to try and mix it up a bit. But, yeah, I thought Trevor had a really good bounce-back game. I think during the week he was kind of saying, like you have games where you throw a lot when you need to, and other games like last week they ran a lot because that was working. And obviously this was one of the games where he had to throw a lot. And, yeah, I think they dropped a few, but hey, at the end of the day, you get the W in the column, and that's the main thing.
Trevor Harris was on point. You're right. 27 of 36. These stats are now final from the CFL for 315 yards. No touchdowns, but no interceptions. And you mentioned Thomas Bertrand Hudon there. Came in spelling Ryquell Armstead, who was in that sling. Bertrand Hudon had 9 carries for 72 yards and a touchdown. So this next man up mentality really working for the Riders. And on defense, Haba Baldonado makes his second straight start and gets his second sack of his career 2 games in a row, back-to-back for Haba Baldonado, Dorothy. So your Riders looking pretty good.
They are. I'm just hoping they can keep enough. I hope they have enough next men for the next men up mentality, because we're dropping like flies, and everyone that's out there seems to be stuck together with a bit of tape and some braces from what I saw. Bertrand Hudon had a brace on his elbow, other guys with braces on their knees. And
Bertrand wears that all the time, so he must. I don't know. He must. Yeah, he's worn that since he's been here, so he must have some elbow condition that he just protects it. Yep.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Very good. And I have a question. Something, because, well, I have two last things quickly, because I'm sure you have other people. But one comment for our friend Mark in Sydney, and I guess just as a bit of knowledge, I lived in 25 years in Australia for 25 years up till last year when I came back to Canada.
Cool.
I live in Abbotsford now, but I was born in Rider Nation, so I've been a Rider fan my whole life. But unlike Mark, I was ecstatic about that game last night. The Brisbane Lions absolutely smashed the Sydney Swans. So, yeah, here's the other side of the tape. Absolutely. Tore them down. Yeah.
No love connection there. We got rival teams.
No love connection. I lived in Queensland the whole time I was in Australia, so there's definitely no love lost on many sporting events when it comes to those two states. But yeah, and the other quick question that I have, and I don't know if I've missed something since I went to Australia all those years, but what are those placards, those big placards that they hold up on the sidelines, mostly when the defense is on the field?
That's just to block the defensive game calls.
Oh, okay.
So when Josh Bell is signaling in what defense they're going to run, the Riders don't want the Redblacks coaching staff or whoever's up in their spotting boxes to be able to see the calls.
Oh, so they're trying to block it from those guys up top.
Mm-hmm. You got it.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was something like that, but I kind of couldn't figure how that was working. But, yeah, okay, very good. Well, thank you, guys, and, yeah, thanks for your time.
Thanks for the call, Dorothy. We appreciate
it. Go Riders. Yeah, go Riders.
Go Riders.
Yeah.
We're going to stay in BC and go out to Cranbrook. I think we have Cooney Duke on the line. Did I say that right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Pretty close. Kootenay Duke.
Kootenay Duke. Good to talk to you, Kootenay Duke.
Great to talk to you. Just wanted to say, besides the game, it was the pregame show. Very, very impressed with your interview with Jeremiah Masoli and the Ottawa general manager. That was fantastic questions and great insight that you had there. But I've got a couple questions that I wanted to ask with regards to the Riders. It was a fantastic win for them today. I'm so excited about that. I just want to know if anybody knows how close is Picton to coming back with the injury now to Bane. If there's any update or any word on that.
Yeah, I think if Mitch Picton would have been close, the Riders probably wouldn't have gone and brought in Colton Hunchak. But I think you just kind of got to see what happens here, because Corey Mace doesn't like to push these guys back too early. He talked about it with Anthony Lanier, for example. He started practicing, a couple of weeks ago, and everybody thought perhaps he was going to play in that Calgary game, but he wants to see these players actually do it on the field. So we'll have to get an update at Picton. I think, Wes, you actually saw him out and about in Regina.
Yeah, he was moving around okay, but, that doesn't say much for if he can go out there and cut and do what he has to do to get open on some routes. But, good training staff, taking care of yourself and making sure that you're treating your body right. You might be able to expedite things, speed up the healing process a little bit, but it's tough, man. These guys, nobody's healthy at this stage in the season. Some guys have a little better pain tolerance, and then it kind of depends on the injury sometimes. You can have a sprain or something that maybe you can manage and play through, or sometimes there's pulls and other things like obviously breaks or something like that where you can't. So it just depends on the player.
Yeah, and I was kind of wondering too, with Tate, seemed like he was kind of shaken up a little bit, walking off with the knee brace in the game, and I know he came back, but I'm wondering if Nick Jones can play left tackle, if he could slide in there some, because he seemed to be blowing up holes now with Thomas Bertrand Hudon playing for the run game. Hopefully they can hang on to that.
I don't think the Riders would want him playing left tackle. Do you mean right tackle?
Yeah, right tackle.
Right tackle.
Right tackle. Yeah, he did play there a little bit, but I believe, based on what the Riders are telling you with getting Jacob Bramer back in there, that they like him better either at right guard or right tackle. But they really like Trayvon Tate there right now. He got rolled up on, fought through it, and played. So I think this current offensive line construction, without potentially somebody else getting healthy, is the one that they feel like was the best, at least for this game against the Redblacks.
Yeah, the beauty about O-linemen is they don't really ever have to sprint. I mean, sometimes you pull them and get them running a little bit, but ankle sprains, O-linemen tend to be able to play through those because they don't have to get up on their toes and sprint as much. But, again, it depends on the player.
Yeah, Edwin Harrison's ability to mix and fix that O-line is just amazing, time and time again.
It's unbelievable for sure. He's done yeoman's work with that group.
And maybe if I could sneak in one more question, just wondering if you noticed, was there any cover zero? Was there any man-to-man defense tonight? The DBs seemed to be on both teams. That bend, don't break between the 20s for both teams were fantastic today, and I didn't really notice if there was any.
It looked like a lot of zone to me. I mean, they definitely played some man, but it's still been zone heavy for the Riders for sure.
Right on. All right, that's all I have. Thanks so much. Keep it going. It's fantastic.
Thanks for calling in, Kootenai Duke. Appreciate the kudos, and always great to hear from new members of Rider Nation on our post-game show. More of you guys next. Calls and text messages on the Echo Sound hotline. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Employee pricing is back at Two-Way Service in Southie. The absolute best deals of the year with discounts of up to almost $14,000 plus 1.99% financing on selected units. And with every new vehicle purchased, you receive a trip for two to Las Vegas, F-150, Super Duty, and the awesome lineup of Ford SUVs like Explorer, Expedition, Escape, Bronco Sport, and Edge, and the full-size Bronco. Don't miss employee pricing at Two-Way Service in Southie. Just a 30-minute drive from Regina.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go long with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
Johnston's Logistics. That's the name for your truck freight forwarding needs. They offer you the best quotes in the industry on bulk hopper, deck, van, and reefer shipping within Canada and into the United States. Next time you're looking for a freight rate to haul grain or fertilizer, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking for a rate to move a piece of machinery, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking to move van or reefer cargo, you know the name, Johnston's. For a highly competitive quote, call 844-324-7778.
Visit your local Integra Tire dealer for all of your car's mechanical service needs. One of the most important safety aspects for your vehicle are tires. Get new tires for your vehicle to keep you and your family safe on the road. Their team is also there for all of your mechanical services and will keep your vehicle running in top condition. They can even tow you and get you fixed up if your vehicle is stopped somewhere. Your locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell. At the intersections of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders victorious over the Ottawa Redblacks at Mosaic Stadium today, 29-16. And the defense, Wes, I thought was very consistent. Had a great game. The Redblacks didn't get into the end zone until essentially garbage time.
Right.
Came up with some key turnovers, especially in the first half when Jeremiah Masoli, had moved this offense into range, and you can see them live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com right now. Roland Milligan Jr. gets his CFL leading 7th interception on the season. Then Marcus Sales undercuts a Jeremiah Masoli pass for his 4th interception of the season. Great job falling back in coverage, and Adam O'Clair does the same as well. He gets his 3rd career interception and 2nd this season with the Riders. How critical can those turnovers be going down the stretch here for the green and white? Because Corey Mace and his unit have shown that this is not something that just kind of happens. They do this and manufacture turnovers consistently.
Yeah, for sure. And I think obviously Roland Milligan is a leader in that locker room, and he's a leader on the field. He's one of the best athletes on the field any given day that he's out there. And I think that when guys have that type of quality of player that they can kind of look up to and follow in behind, following his footsteps, that raises the level of play. And because it's a good player in the league, I'm disappointed in Jeremiah Masoli because he seemed pretty careless with the ball. I mean, he throws a deep one when Roland Milligan's back there playing over the top. It's like, come on, dude, this is the best DB in the league, arguably or statistically, and you're just throwing it up for him to have a chance at it. And obviously that didn't work out. And then the other corner, other guys falling under play, Sales with a great pick, and O'Clair with a great pick as well. I like the way he's been playing for a guy who's had limited reps and been in and out of the lineup. So definitely this defense. Now you got Anthony Lanier back. You got the D-line looking stronger. Obviously they're going to get more pressure, and Thurman in the middle at linebacker and covering the ground at those positions. I think Fields looked pretty good at that Sam linebacker spot as well. So I think this defense is coming together, and it's going to be tough for teams to put up points. So as long as we can keep a decent run game going and Trevor can have some time in the pocket to pick apart these defenses, this Rider team is going to be tough to beat.
That D-line was getting after it, and you can see some of those highlights and the physical play from the Riders defense in this game on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. This segment brought to you by Arcola Co-op. You're at home here on Highway 13 in Arcola. Let's go out on the Echo Sound hotline. Hunter in Melville, what do you think of this Riders defense that was getting after it physically and forcing turnovers?
Yeah, no, it was actually really good. Definitely happy with the game. It was good to win at home, obviously. Definitely need a push for the playoffs. But the one thing I wanted to talk about was that fumble that got called back on us there. What did you guys think of that?
Yeah, it was a bang play, but I kind of thought he did just enough to make it a fumble because he caught it. He had a foot in the ground, then he got his second foot down and started to look and turn upfield when he got hit. And Sales knocked it out, and then, or was it Williams? I think it was Sales knocked it out, and then Fields scoop and score, hit the sideline, got it in the end zone. I thought that was one that was going to go in the Riders' favor, but obviously everything that goes to the command center seems to not go in the Riders' favor, at least this year. So we'll just kind of leave it at it was a bang play. Could have gone either way. So yeah.
Yeah, I definitely thought he made a football move, but anyways, yeah. I also think that Budsby, I think that's how you say his name, he did pretty good today. I enjoyed watching him. He stepped up pretty good. So, yeah, I was happy to see that.
DDB, it's like a wrestling finishing move or something. Del Duncan Busby. DDB. Hit him with the DDB. He had a great game today. His first career start. Yeah, it might have been the DDB. Yeah, you got it, my man. Del Duncan Busby, 7 catches on 7 targets. Caught every football that was thrown his way for 92 yards in his first career start. DDB doing that work.
Yeah, I was super impressed. That 85, he didn't have a great game today, but it was good to see him out there, run some routes. Had a chance at a ball, but then he got hit off the ground. But Other than that, yeah, super happy with the game. Excited for the next end of the season run here, and hopefully you can make a push.
Indeed, you can see the highlights from DDB putting the smackdown on the Redblacks right now live on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com. Great first start for him. You mentioned Colton Hungchek there, and there was one play that stuck out to me, Wes, and I wonder, Hunter, if you remember this play as well. Corner ball to the left side of the field, and to be quite honest, I'm like, you got to dive for that. I know you're new and fresh in the offense, but the ball's right there.
Yeah.
You just came to this football team. You got to sell it, and you can see, like, Trevor Harris thought it was a perfect throw, and so did I. You know, that spot in the zone, put it right in behind. Beautiful placement on the corner ball. I'm like, you got to go get that football.
Yeah, you got to be able to accelerate, leave them. Yeah, you can't let it just miss your fingertips, and you don't extend or at least hit the ground or something, right?
Go and get it. Hunter, my man, any other thoughts before we let you go?
No, I just hope we get for a cup run here, and I'm excited for the playoffs to start here. So yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for calling and enjoy the win.
All right, thank you.
Let's go to Jason in Regina. What did you like about the Riders' defensive effort today? Getting after the quarterback, playing physical in the run game, and forcing turnovers. What was your favorite?
Well, actually, that wasn't...
Come on,
I'm not
Jay.
really sure what my favorite play was today, but the purpose of my call today was to address 3 items. First of all, like any other Rider fan, I would have liked to have seen a couple more touchdowns and a couple less field goals. The inability to finish drives and get into the end zone is something that can kill you late in the season and especially in the playoffs. So the Riders need to focus a little more and finish these drives with 6-pointers instead of 3-pointers. Otherwise, we can forget about winning a Grey Cup. The second point I wanted to make was that hit by Williams at the end of the game when he body slammed the Ottawa player into the ground was an unnecessary play. I do not condone that kind of a play, but yet in the same breath, I also want to talk about the Ottawa player that submarined Shawn Bane Jr. and took him out of the game. That was a situation where he could have hit Shawn Bane up high, separated him from the football, resulting in an incomplete pass, and you've accomplished the same thing. Why go low and take him out at the knees like that? In my opinion, that was just plain dirty. The third point I wanted to make is actually directly related to the last caller about that fumble, non-fumble that they called. And here's the main point that I wanted to make on this. The CFL needs to make a change with their on-field officials. Seeing as the command center automatically reviews any potential turnovers or scoring plays, let the play run out. Instead of being in such a hurry to call it incomplete and whistle it dead, or call a player down by contact and whistle the play dead, let the play finish. Let what's going to happen, because the command center can always come back later, and they can look at the play and they can say, oh, no, that was an incomplete pass, or they can say, oh, no, that player was down by contact. You can always take a touchdown away from an incorrect ruling. What you cannot do is award a touchdown for an incorrect ruling on the field. The Riders got hosed out of a touchdown on that. And what I think the referees need to start doing is let the play finish out and let the command center do their thing like they're supposed to do. Don't make a coach waste a challenge. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I was kind of confused about that because they did let the play out, right? But then ultimately the ref said it was incomplete, right? Is that? Yeah,
it seemed like it played out, but I think you make a fair point there. Let the play happen. I do also think, one thing to consider, Jason, is the player safety, right? If the refs feel confident in the call they've made, they don't want the play to continue unnecessarily. When you have some guys still continuing as if it's full speed, and then you got other guys slowing down.
Well, that's why you don't blow the whistles, and guys aren't going to be slowing down. I mean, that's obviously they blew that play down before the scoop and score. Otherwise, Mace wouldn't have had to make the challenge. So they obviously blew the play dead. But if you don't blow your whistles too early, guys are taught to play to the whistle. You don't slow down until you hear the whistle. That's how you prevent the injuries like that. Don't be in such a damn hurry to blow the whistle and blow the play dead.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That should
my
kind
whole
of be
point.
a universal rule. Yeah, it's like if there's any question, just let the play out. Yeah,
we agree, Jason. Any other points you want to make?
No, I think that's about it. Let's just get after Edmonton next week, clinch. That home game is ours for the taking. I mean, there's no might about it. I heard, Dave Thomas or Mullinder said that we might be in a position to control our own destiny. No, we are in second place right now. We do control our own destiny. Let's get after Edmonton. Let's get this done. Let's get a home playoff game done.
Yeah, I agree with you, but take it easy on the boys. I think their wording probably was the fact that the Riders do control their destiny, and they might be able to host a home playoff game because it hasn't been clinched yet.
Well, if they control their own destiny, then they should be able to host a playoff game. I guess that's the way I'm looking at it.
Should and clinched are very much different things. I'm sure Corey Mace would agree, but I think all of Rider Nation is with you, Jason. They would like to see a home playoff game at Mosaic Stadium.
Alrighty, have a good afternoon, guys.
Thanks for the call and enjoy the win. Let's go to Moose Jaw. We got Madeline on the line. What did you think of the Riders' performance against Ottawa?
I think that Riders deserved to win.
Madeline, how old are you?
8.
8? Why do you think the Riders deserve to win?
They played hard.
That's a good answer. They did play really physical. Madeline, were you at the game?
Yes.
Yeah? Was it your first Rider game, or have you been to one before?
I've been to Rider games since I was like 3.
Oh, you've been to a bunch.
Time.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
What was your favorite part about today's game?
Party in the park.
Oh, the
They,
party. Yeah,
they do really good balloon animals, and they have super fun bounce houses and face paint.
Yeah. See, you got to get
And
there. Got to
it's
get
an
here early.
awesome place for kids to go.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Got to bring some friends with you next time, maybe.
Yeah.
Tell Dad to spring for some extra tickets, huh?
For sure we will.
Dad, what's your name?
BJ.
Sorry, say it again?
BJ.
AJ?
BJ.
Or the beard.
BJ. Or the beard?
The beard.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
The beard is what it says on the back of his jersey.
Nice.
Ah, that's cool. That's unique. The beard, what did you think of the Riders game today?
Yeah, it was a little slow getting going, but we got there.
The defense played well, though.
Nice touchdown.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What did you guys think of that touchdown from Thomas Bertrand-Houdon? Did you think he could do that?
Yes.
You're right. He nailed it. We got the highlights rolling live at youtube.com/@sportscage.com. The Beard and Madeline, any final thought before we let you go?
Bring on the home playoff game.
I'd like to congratulate the Rough Riders for their win.
Oh, wow.
Well said from both of
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thanks for
Nice.
calling in, guys. Enjoy the win.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
That was cute.
That was cute. All of Rider Nation, you're welcome to call in. We love hearing from everybody. Robert on the bus to Saskatoon. What did you think of the Riders' victory over the Redblacks?
Fantastic. I really enjoyed that day. Been a season ticket holder from Saskatoon for quite a few years, and we're just heading back on the Ingelheim Rider Express game day bus. Just past Gervin, so we're almost there.
Awesome.
You just follow the bus the whole way, or you're on the bus?
Yeah.
On the bus.
Oh, okay. I thought he said he was following in behind it.
No, I'm sitting on the bus with a whole bunch of Rider fans.
I was going to say,
But
what's the consensus among the small gathering of Rider Nation there on the bus about the way the Riders are trending here on this
Relief.
2-game win streak?
Relief.
Relief.
We needed this one. This is probably the biggest game of the year so far. So they really played well. I originally only had one little point I wanted to bring up, but after that, the last guy before the young kid there, I got 3 now.
Give them to us.
Actually, first of all, it would be okay if I did a shout-out to my nephew, Chris Christensen, in Milton, Ontario. He always listens to the post-game show on the Internet, so I'd like to say hi.
You just did.
He was here. He was home for Labor Day and had to go back home. So anyway, the first point is the placards for the defensive calling. We sit on the rider side of the field, and it never made sense to me that was blocking the coaches, because don't 3/4 of the Ottawa coaches actually stand on the sideline on the other side of the field?
They do, but there's a bunch of them up in the press box.
Yeah, so you don't want to block the ones that are actually okay. Anyway, that's why it never made sense. I thought it was.
I get your point, though.
So the players could actually see the play calling coming in with the Suns behind us. Second,
that's a valid point.
The caller mentioned that the Ottawa player made a dirty hit on Baines.
Yeah,
that is far from the case. He was actually we thought he was going to intercept the ball. Baines came over top of him and took it away from him. Mm-hmm. So it was never a dirty hit.
He was going for the ball, you're saying. That's what the way he did it was like he either closed his eyes before he hit Bane, or like we're watching the replay right now. It looks like he was kind of sliding in for a bucket catch, right? Like catching.
Absolutely. I watching it live, like I said, we're on the rider side.
Yeah.
And I thought it was intercepted, and all of a sudden, Baines come flying across there and looked like he was going to catch it.
Yeah.
And then the third point was the fumble. The referees let the play go. They let him run it all the way back, and on the pass that I personally thought he had caught the ball and made a step, and it was a legit fumble. And the referees didn't blow the play dead. He ran it back to the touchdown, and after the play was over, that's when they came back and said their ruling was that it was an incompleted pass. That's why we had to go to, which it was, again, I don't understand why it should have been challenged, because if it was a potential turnover, it should have been an automatic review from the command center. So that's my 3 points. Really, really happy where we're going. If we can win out and get some help from Montreal and Hamilton, we have first place.
Fair enough. Yeah, and I mean, I guess considering the outcome of the game, it wasn't as big of a call, but those are such bang plays, and like I said, I couldn't really hear if there was a whistle blown, so I don't know if there was a partial whistle blown that made some guys stop, but it looked like everybody was still playing it out. And if that's the case,
absolutely,
then the ref should have came together and just called it a fumble and a score, and not mucked it up with overturning each other.
Absolutely, yeah. If the referees had called it a fumble and an interception, or a recovery by the Riders,
yeah,
the command center would have upheld that
same.
call
they
too.
Just said it was, yeah.
So,
yep.
Anyways, Wes, I love listening to you on the way home, and been watching. I've been a fan since they added the top section into Taylor Field back in '82. So
appreciate. Well, I ain't that old, but no, I appreciate it. All right, take it easy.
Take care, guys. Have a
Thanks
great
for calling
week.
in. Enjoy the win.
Every win is a good win.
There you go.
Indeed. If you want to get in on the Echo Sound hotline, you can dial us up 306-936-6262 or toll free 1-866-767-0620. It's time to say goodbye on the YouTube live stream, but we're keeping it going on 620 CKRM, the radio dial. So get in on the fun with us. If you want to talk to Wes Cates, myself, or share your perspective on the game, Rider Nation, we would love to hear it. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. I gotta tell you, when I first learned timber